Saturday, September the 21st, 1963. Lang Park, Grand Final day. Game in progress. The reserve grade final between Souths and Northern Suburbs. Northern Suburbs showing the way by 28 points to 2. The ground thronged with patrons, ladies and gentlemen. The conditions ideal for the playing of the 1963 Premiership Grand Final.
And the teams take the field, ladies and gentlemen, to the roar of thousands of excited rugby league fans for the 1963 Rugby League Grand Final. And there's the kick-off. Hannum puts the ball in play. It soars high into the air and comes down. They're grappling for just inside Southern Suburbs half. But Norths have got possession. The ball played. It's been transferred out to Paulson, who distributes the ball well over on the far side, but it's been lost by North. For the first round of the match, which is set just outside North 20 or Southern Suburbs 25. Won by South, and Jones has got it and breaks brilliantly up over the halfway line. He's got Farrell in support, but Farrell can't handle the pass, and it's lost. Northern Suburbs have dived on it, and they've got possession, but right down on their own 25. And it's Northern Suburbs. Jeeves, the hooker, has dived on it, and the Scarboroughs are in possession. And it comes to Johnny Bates. Bates gets it away to Hegarty. Hegarty gets it on to Bob Crook, but Bob Crook is the savagely tackled and loses the ball in a tackle. But the referee has ruled a knock on for Northern Suburbs. South's back near their 25. Out it comes to Gayton, the lock. Gayton skirting the ruck and trying to find room. Gets it away here to Beavers. Beavers very close to the line. South keeping up the pressure in the 15th minute of the game. South with the man over. Out it comes this time to Bond, and Bond has scored! Bond scores for Southern Suburbs. The first try of the match, and the Southern Suburbs side have got to the lead by 3 points to 0. And the crowd in the stand are going mad, ladies and gentlemen, as the West End team are the first to put points on the board. A sustained attack by Southern Suburbs forwards, which finally brought results.
Southern Suburbs 3, Northern Suburbs 0 as McDonald makes the attempt at conversion. It's on its way, and it's through! It's there! It's over!
I can get... And McDonald completes the tackle of Howard Whittaker and throws him into touch just outside Southern Suburbs 25, and it was a thrilling run by the Northern Suburbs swinger.
In the 38th minute of the match, ladies and gentlemen, in the first half, Ian Massey scored a try for Northern Suburbs, and here's Jim Hannum about to attempt the conversion, and it's there all the way, and now the scores are level. It's 5 points all with a couple of minutes left of the play in the first half. Well, Northern Suburbs kept hammering away at the Southern Suburbs try line for several minutes in the closing stages of this first half, ladies and gentlemen, and were finally rewarded with a try by Ian Massey after a good combined passing burst by the backs, by Ivan Jones, Southern Suburbs halfback. The ball being played, Hannum's got it, gets it away here to Bob Cook, then the 5/8 claps on face and tries to straighten up and bursts through brilliantly, waits up over the halfway line and tries to step around McDonald, and McDonald pulls him down with a last-ditch tackle. Northern Suburbs on the attack again, just on Southern Suburbs 25. Out it comes to Harry Bates up in the backside of Hannum, gets it away to Lloyd Ware. Northern Suburbs fanning out an attack. Lloyd Ware still running well. He pushes up Frank Drake, stuck and still runs strongly up almost to the line out to Hegarty, but Hegarty being well tackled by Gaylor. Southern Suburbs bring it about 5 yards out. This time it's been thrown across field to Massey again. Massey on to Harry Bates. Bates tapping on the face. He's only about 10 yards out. Gets a pass inside to Hannum, but Hannum is well held about 5 yards out from Southern Suburbs line. Pearson up and plays the ball. It's out this time to Massey. Massey running hard, gets it away to Paulson, and Paulson running with a speed of a 3/4. Looks as though he might go in and tackles, but he's over for a try. From the Paulson scores for Northern Suburbs, and Norths have got to the front with half-time coming up. Oh, a brilliant burst by Bob Paulson who left them all pointless. South's defence was cut to ribbons, and so it's 8 points to 5 in favour of North, practically on half-time. Hannum nearly ready with the first score at 8 points to 5 in favour of Northern Suburbs. And here's his kick. There it is. Hits the post and bounces away, and so the kick fails. Bad luck for Hannum, bad luck for North. But Norths have hit the front. They're leading by 8 points to 5, and there's the half-time siren. The second half, 11 minutes old, ladies and gentlemen, as Hannum's about to make an attempt at a penalty goal, and there it is. It's in the air. And it's there. It's over. And Northern Suburbs have got away to a 5-point lead. The score now, Northern Suburbs 10 and Southern Suburbs 5. North's the better team on the day to date. Southern Suburbs on the attack, and the movement is broken down about 15 yards out from Northern Suburbs line. The ball out to Jones. Jones gets it away to Budge. He's 5/8, but Budge runs over towards the sideline, gets it to Frank Drake, switches it inside to Farrell. Farrell diving around, but he's been well tackled by Jeeves for Northern Suburbs. South's in an attacking position just inside Northern Suburbs 25. He gets the pass away here. Eventually to Farron, and then the winger moves in field, stands in the tackle and gets it away inside the gate in Southern Suburbs lock, but he's been tackled by North skipper Bill Pearson about 15 yards from the upright. South hammering away at North's try line. North leading by 10 points to 5. Back it comes this time to Murdoch. Murdoch fending off, trying to fend off Haggerty, but he's been thrown to the ground about 10 yards out from the corner flag. Southern Suburbs launching attack after attack at the try line. And it comes this time to Bond. Bond, the second rower, tries to make grab, but he's held up by Jeeves, Northern Suburbs hooker. The excitement's intense as the game moves into the 13th minute. Let's go for Murdoch. It throws a lot past across field to Guyton. Guyton gets it on here to Cranston. Cranston gets it to Frank Drake. And Drake stepping round tackles and trying to go through, but he's pulled down from behind by Bob Cook, Northern Suburbs 5-8. What a magnificent grand final this is. At the ball comes to Beavers, and the big fellow who's trying hard to run, but he's been tackled by Ian Massey, Northern Suburbs lock. Southern Suburbs keeping on the pressure, trying hard to score. And it comes to Jones. Jones dummies, and the halfback tries to trick his way through. Runs towards the terrace side, gets it away to Gayler, but Gayler dumped off the ground and hurled onto the ground, and the ball has been stolen very cleverly by Ian Massey, Northern Suburbs. Defending desperately. The ball been thrown wide out here to Matassa. Matassa manages to pick up the ball and racing towards the middle of the field. Looks as though he could go in, but pulled down about 10 yards from the upright. A thrilling run by the North swinger. Matassa plays the ball being transferred out to Hannum. Hannum gets it away to Stevens. Stevens trying to plunge over, but he's held up by Bond, Southern Suburbs second rower, only a couple of yards from the line. How Souths are keeping them out, goodness knows. The ball's played out. It comes this time and gets it away to John Bates. Bates running hard for the line. Gets it under Whittaker. Whittaker and it looks as though it might be a try. It's a try to Northern Suburbs. Whittaker goes in as the corner flag was knocked over. Well, that seems to give Northern Suburbs a grip on this 1963 Grand Final, and if they pull it off, well, it'll be their 5th premiership in a row. Well, they've played magnificent football, and that was an example of just the way it's been going in this second half of the Grand Final. South making a great bid to try and reduce the gap as the ball comes out this time to Beavers. Beavers looking for support, gets it inside to Guyton, but Guyton well tackled by Johnny Bates. Guyton still trying to hammer his way over, but North's defence is certain. West Roberts dummy half gets it away to Jones, but the ball eventually been picked up and grabbed by McDonald, and McDonald racing hard for the try line. Very, very close. And it looks as though it could be a try. Yes, it's a try to Southern Suburbs. McDonald, the scorer, in the 31st minute of the 1963 Grand Final. A thrilling burst by Stan McDonald to put South back into the fight. It's 13 points to 8. North's clapping on the pressure in the last minute of the game, and looks as though North's are going to make it 5 in a row as the ball is bandied around loose about 15 yards out from Southern Suburbs goal post. Well, the ball being played by Bob Paulson. The ball comes out to Ian Massey, the locker, and he starts to run well and fending them off right and left, and he could go in. And Massey very, very close, and he goes in under the post and scores his second try in the 1963 Grand Final. Ian Massey makes it safe for North. North leading by 16 points to 8. 16 to 8 as Hannum takes the attempted conversion, and it's true, it's there all the way. And North go away to a commanding lead in this Grand Final by 18 points to 8. And that sets the seal on the 1963 Grand Final Premiership. And there's the final hurdle, ladies and gentlemen. And that's it. The Nunda Wonders have done it again, 5 in a row. And the North's running out the victors by 18 points to 8. And there's the crowd invading the ground after a memorable Grand Final. South's glorious in defeat, North's gallant in victory. Now there's the scoreboard telling the final story of the 1963 Premiership Grand Final. Northern Suburbs running out victors by 18 points to 8. And here's North skipper Bill Pearson, and a worthy leader he is too, being cheered from the ground, surrounded by a host of excited fans and North supporters.
initial visit to Brisbane's Lang Park, Australia's Prime Minister John Gorton makes the inaugural presentation of Queensland's Rothmans Medal to 18-years-old Western Suburbs fullback Wayne Head prior to the Premiership semi-final between Northern Suburbs and Valleys. To be awarded annually to the best and fairest rugby league player, according to the voting of first-grade referees, the ideals of the medal are highly commended by Mr. Gorton. Club match attendance records are smashed at Lang Park when over 35,000 packed the only ground in Australia owned by a rugby league organisation for the Brisbane Premiership Grand Final between Brothers and Eastern Suburbs. The previous record crowd, 31,470, saw Brothers defeat Northern Suburbs in last year's Grand Final. Coached by former Australian captain Brian Davies, they're favoured to retain the Premiership, which they've headed all through the season. A colourful, exciting atmosphere precedes the appearance of the teams as cheer squads prepare a rousing welcome. Led by 5'8" Eric Gelling, Brothers take the field. Renowned for their fast, open style of play, as also are their rivals, they've had 2 victories over Easts, including the major semi-final, but have twice been defeated by the Tigers. Captained by their coach Les Jeeves, Easts are contesting their first Grand Final in 15 years and their 8th overall, 2 of which they've won. Leprechaun Keith Huddlestone is confident he can bring the Irish that element of luck so vital in such a match. Brothers win the toss and Gelling decides to run against the wind, trusting it will come to the aid of the Irish in the second half. But the Tigers are geared for a strong challenge. High pitch of excitement as the game is about to start. East's fullback Lobergeiger's kickoff is directed deep to the corner where Kenning fields safely and punts downfield, hoping to drive Easts back into their own half. But Firth gathers in Brothers' territory, only to be well tackled before making headway. Connell strives to work play to the open wing, but the fast-moving defence fiercely contests possession, and there are some heavy exchanges only 2 minutes after the start. With rivals lending a restraining hand, peace is restored by referee Pat McGrory. Brothers regain possession, but Gelling is forced across field by the close defence of his counterpart, Wackerley. The Irish forwards combine to send Abdi flashing through a gap at top speed. Stepping out of Lobergeiger's tackle, Abdi crosses for the first try after just on 5 minutes of play. Brothers lead 3-0. Coming in field, Denman fails to hold an awkward pass. When Brothers are ruled offside, Lobergeiger has a comfortable penalty shot from inside the 25 and almost in front. Right between the posts, and after 9 minutes, Brothers lead by 3-2. Using possession to greater advantage and displaying a keener sense of penetration, Brothers pour through the confused defence. Dashing down the middle, Abdi launches a brilliant thrust featured by polished teamwork and magnificent backing up. Bursting through Lobergeiger's tackle, Abdi finishes the movement, crossing for his second try after 13 minutes. Brothers lead 6-2, but skirting the ruck, Cressini runs the ball out and finding support in Connell turns the attack. Connell fires a pass inside, but Pine is covered by Monty, whose solid tackle jolts the ball free, and it's swooped upon by Kenning. Spread the attack to the centres, who use rapid passes in their endeavour to outspeed the defence, but Brothers chop the movement off. The forwards also are unable to pierce the Irish line, as with sharp anticipation, defenders comfortably hold them. Solid tackling produces fundamental errors, and Brothers regain possession. The Tigers supporters are patiently awaiting the chance to roar their team on, but Easts are unable to penetrate Brothers' impregnable defensive pattern. Burke wins the scrum, and shooting around the blind, Smith goes in to score Brothers' third try. The conversion attempt is from the 25, about 10 yards in from touch, and Harmon is on line to take Brothers to an 11-2 lead after after 33 minutes. Brothers are penalised, and from a yard inside the halfway, Lobergeiger's kick is online all the way. East's go-go cheer squad acclaim the mighty goal, but the Tigers will need to lift their game to remain in contention, as at half-time they trail by 7 points. It's Brothers 11-4. The Tigers supporters are hoping for a breakthrough, but Brothers scrummaging provides their backline with an equal share of the ball. And with Kenning coming up into play, they continually make ground. To have any prospect of getting back into the match, East must prevent the Irish from using their greater pace to advantage. The Tigers' forwards are in tight formation and make penetration more difficult than in the opening period. Spinning the ball along the backs, Gelling sends the roving Monty through close to the flank and is positioned for the reverse pass. Gelling dives to the line and goes over close to a corner. Brothers go to a commanding lead of 14-4. From a scrum penalty about 30 yards out, Harmon lands his second goal and Brothers increase their lead. It's 16-4. Abdi is late tackled when reverse passing to Cannon. Spearing through a narrow opening, the second rower is taken by Connell and Elliott as the linesman moves in to report the Abdi incident. The brilliant lock forward is in need of ambulance attention. East's prop, Danny Ryan, is called out and immediately ordered off after 14 minutes. Trailing 12 points and now a man short, East prospects appear hopeless in the face of the high standard being produced by the Brothers combination. Sighting a gap, Cannon dashes away up the middle and has Monty supporting him on the inside. A well-timed pass allows Monty to breach the defence, and he positions Maguire for a finishing effort. The winger outpaces Pine and Wackerley, and after a 60-yard sprint, goes over for a spectacular try in the corner. Harmon improves Brothers' 5th try as they virtually seal the match, taking a 17-point lead at 21-4. Faulty handling again gives Brothers possession, and Abdi clears the 25 before whipping a pass to Gleeson. On to Dowling, who steps past Lobergeiger. Backing up, Abdi rejoins the movement and sends Kenning up the centre. Kenning reverse passes to Abdi, who gathers and dashes for the corner. But it's no try, as an unintentional forward pass has been ruled and play is recalled. Abdi sends to Smith, but he's forced to cross field as Denman tries to take him into touch. An intelligent infield pass keeps the ball in play, and Harmon sends to Kenning as the Irish backs move up in support. A poor pass, and Maguire is unable to hold the ball in a tackle, and East have one last chance to cross Brothers' line as Webster wins the scrum. But the Tigers are weary and well covered by the dominating defence. The match is over, and from all parts of the arena, spectators invade the field to acclaim Brothers, who retain the premiership by 21-4, the largest winning margin they've registered in any of their 9 premiership triumphs. And by winning in successive years, they equal the performance of the 42 and 43 teams who defeated Souths and Valleys, respectively. Having led the points table throughout the season and scoring 5 tries whilst keeping their own line intact in the Grand Final, as they did against Norths last year, Brothers are indeed true champions of Brisbane's Rugby League. Skipper Eric Gelling proudly holds aloft the Kirk's Cup. Rated one of the most consistent players of the season, Gelling was a member of last year's team, which was led by Kangaroo prop forward Peter Gallagher, now retired from the game. And as he promised, that perky little leprechaun brought luck to the Irish, but even he would admit they had the ability to use it to the full. Brisbane's Lang Park, where a capacity crowd hails the arrival of Bally's Gladiator mascot before the diehards Norths take the field to decide the Rugby League Premiership.
North's mascot is far from overawed by his warlike counterparts, but symbolizing the fearless gladiators, the diehards warrior holds no fear for the North's devil. Mick Retzless leads Valleys. He played a major role in the diehards' winning try against Wests in the final, a try that assured Valleys. Barry's fullback Clark's kickoff goes deep into North territory, where the Australian rules convert. Barry Spring kicks well downfield, taking play inside Valley's 25. The Devils cheer squad urge North's on as the slow-motion camera defines a backline thrust that comes to ground when Harrison fails in his attempt to step inside the converging defense. A clever reverse pass by Retzless gives Capper a chance to make ground, but North's defensive overlaps frustrate Valleys. Endeavoring to change the point of attack, Retzless passes to Martin Scanlon. On to Throlfo, but he's taken down about 15 yards out. Yule stands out of the scrum to protect the blind side, but Valleys are penalized inside their 25 and slightly to the right of the uprights. A good chance for Gordon to put first points on the board. Through the center, and after just over 20 minutes, North lead 2-0. Making better use of the ball, North hammer away at Valley's defense in a series of sustained attacks. They finally break through as Massey goes over in the 27th minute. North lead 5-0. Attempting a counterattack, Valleys can't find a weak link in North's line, and Gill is forced to cross field. But on the 25, they employ intelligent passing and back up, probing for openings on the blind side. Hooker Wilson tries an up and under and follows the ball through, but it's taken by Katanach. North use their forwards with Massey running wide and Hall bursting down the middle as they clear the 25. Kicking from their own half on the fourth tackle, North then move up fast in defense, frustrating Valley's efforts to straighten up. North's coach, Bobby Bax, urges his Devils on, but it's bad luck for Valleys as winger Abraham sustains an injured shoulder. Wally Pusky replaces him. With the fourth tackle coming up, Fowler sends a long pass to Brown. On to Hall on the burst with Massey in support. Beating Wilson and Pusky, Hall sends Matassa flying for the corner, and he's in. The Devils cheer squad goes into action to acclaim the fine try that takes North to an 8-0 lead. Here's the try again from another angle. And at half-time, it's 8-0 in North's favor. It's a big lead in a grand final, particularly with North producing their typically safe type of game. They appreciate the value of percentage football, keeping the ball in play and waiting to pounce on their opponent's mistakes. Valleys are to make changes during the interval. Regular lock forward Ron Gurnett, out through injury for 2 games, is to replace Pusky. Coach Henry Holloway is feeling the tension as Valleys are constantly turned back by North. North hooker Bob Fowler receives ambulance attention for a head injury, but soon returns to the field. Valleys are penalized for being inside the 5 yards, and a shot for goal is to be taken within comfortable kicking distance for Gordon. Right on line, and North increased their lead to 10-0 after about... A perfectly timed pass from Threlfo to Martin Scanlon gives Valleys a chance as Norris streaks for the corner, but he's dragged down inches short. North's hooker Fowler is penalised for striking with the nearest foot, giving Valleys a simple chance to open their account. This could be the boost they need to lift their game. Clark is online, but Valleys still trail by 8 points. A scrum penalty against Valleys provides Norths with a chance to add to their score, although the kick's to be taken from a sharp angle. The flags are up and Norths lead 12-2. Valleys need 2 converted tries to make up the deficit as Maguire, Payne and Myers combine in a ground-gaining burst. Paul is a constant threat, but Garnett and Payne crash the big prop to the ground. A quick play the ball and Massey goes the blind side, but has little room to move. Norths are in command, but Martin Scanlon continues smothering their attacks. Valleys tighten their defences in the rucks and have the blind side well covered. Brown tries a left-footed shot for goal, but the kick is well wide of the post. Clark seems to have the ball under control, following it to the dead ball line. It stops rolling, and with Harrison charging through, Clark is forced to kick into touch. Norths enjoy a larger percentage of possession, but there are periods of ragged play as the hard game takes its effect on both sides. Gradually, the Devils get within striking range of Valleys' line as Williamson is taken by Garnett and Kappa. Fowler to Matata, but he's crashed into the corner post also by Garnett and Kappa. It's no try. The diehards reserve warriors that love to be in the thick of the battle. Norths charge again, but Valleys desperately endeavour to keep them out. The Devils are within 15 yards of the post as Brown sends a long pass back to Spring, who pots a field goal that just about seals Valleys' doom. Norths lead 14-2. With little time left, Garnett sends the ball to the open side of North's forwards, bunched on the blind. Their defence is scattered, but quickly regroups to take Clark before an attack is established. In an exciting bid to snare the season's biggest prize from a well-nigh hopeless position, Valleys set out on another raid, but Norths have them well covered. Martin Scanlon kicks over the head of the defence to follow on, but Harrison fields the ball within seconds of the finish. Norths keep their line intact, and it's all over. Norths win 14-2, 11th premiership in all. They won 6 in successive seasons from 1959, the longest winning sequence of any club since the Brisbane Rugby League competitions began in 1922. North's captain Brown acknowledges the tremendous contribution made by Bobby Bax to North's victory. In 15 years of coaching in Brisbane, Bobby has won 9 premierships. Brown receives the Kirk's Cup as the Devils prove Brisbane's hottest rugby league combination of 69. Led by John Brown, Norths take the field at Lang Park for Brisbane's Rugby League Grand Final. Last year's premiers, they're highly fancied to retain their title. This is North's 17th appearance in Grand Finals, 11 of which they've won to head the list of Premiership victors. Equal second to them are their opponents today, Valleys, captained by Mick Retzlis. They've made it to the big one the hard way, scraping into the final four in the last round of competition matches. 7 times previously, Norths and Valleys have clashed in Grand Finals, Norths winning 5. Referee Ron Ward signals the start of play. Lobergeiger's kickoff, directed deep to the corner, is gathered by winger Norris, who almost reaches the 25 before being taken down.
The tackler was Harrison, North centre, now Trelfo, Valleys half-back to Scanlon, the 5'8", out wide to the full-back Clark into the movement, Abraham the winger, a good run from Abraham, down the touchline, whipped back inside, here's Scanlon backing up beautifully, and Valley moved right downfield. Abraham pushed into touch and slow getting to his feet, but Valley now in a good attack as it moves across to Gill. Gill lobs one out wide now into Smith. Smith looking to his winger Norris, and Norris is pulled down and into touch, 20 yards out. Trelfo back to Clark, the fullback, line side, and North's in quickly to Clark. Another Valleys player, apparently following the incident with Smith.
Yes, and I think you will find that there will be a penalty awarded to Valleys as Harrison claimed Smith after he had kicked the ball.
Norm Clark comes in for the kick, and there it goes. It's a good kick from Clark. Looks good. There it is. The flags are up. Valleys have opened the scoring, and Valleys lead Norths by 2 points to 0. Play has been in progress for 6 minutes in the first half. Back to Retzlis, kicking down over the halfway mark. Lilly seems to have it covered. It's a great kick from Retzlis, and it's into touch. A beautiful kick. 35 yards out from North's line. Trelfo plays it back. It's sent back to Ray Smith. A field goal attempt from a long way out. Is it there? Yes, it's there. A very good field goal from Ray Smith. And Valleys go to the lead of 4 points to 0 after just on 12 minutes of play in the first half. Taking a lot of ground as Hall plays it back. Wilson tries to pick it up, and in the meantime something happened to Wilson. He was kicked by the Valley player on the ground, I would say, and couldn't pick the ball up. It was Crilly who kicked at him as he'd played the ball. Lobergeiger attempting to put North's first points on the board, and he should just about kick this one as he comes in, and there it goes. It looks good. He's raised the flags. It's 4-2. Not much in this game, but we've seen plenty of incidents so far in the first 15 minutes of play.
But still, the Valleys defence is meeting them, and it will certainly be interesting in the second half.
And this could make it 4-all in the 1970 Grand Final. There it goes. And it's there. It's even Stevens after 30 minutes of tough, hard football. And Trelfo will play the ball back to Retzlis. The field goal attempt from Mick Retzlis is not a bad attempt. Is it there? Yes, it's there. A good kick from Mick Retzlis, and Valleys have hit the front again to lead Norths by 6 points to 4. Valleys 6, Norths 4. Still Scanlon. Swarming in comes Massey. As
offside. Yes, I think
the Valleys.
Yes, I think the rule says something about 5 yards.
Yes, he'd hardly in again. Referee for the match, Ron Ward. Valley ball and Gill. Penalty to Norths. Lobergeiger attempting to make it 3 out of 3 and level the scores at 6-all. 2 minutes of play in the second half as Peter Lobergeiger comes in for the kick. It's a pretty good attempt. It's there. It's 6-all. But Valleys have moved up to the close to the halfway mark, and here's racing through went Adams to bowl Maguire over. Did you see that? And Adams lost the ball. Valley, the pressure right on North now. The field goal attempt from Smith is very close. It's there. The field goal attempt from Ray Smith, and Valleys have hit the lead again. Valleys leading North by 8 points to 6. Well, what a match this is. 20 minutes remaining. Valleys leading 8-6 as it comes back now to Trelfo. Trelfo then out to Retzlis, and Retzlis breaks the line. It breaks away from the tackle by Adams. Over the halfway mark goes Retzlis, kicking downfield. Here's Valley's chance, but look at Richards racing back with Lilly. Lilly picks up the ball and forces it over the line, which is the only thing he could do. Third tackle indicated. North send it back. It's back to Lobergeiger. The field goal attempt from Lobergeiger, and there it goes. Was it away? It's there. It's there. It's 8-all. 14 minutes of play remaining. In it goes. Moves across to Scanlon. Scanlon to Retchless. Retchless to full-back Clark. Clark running strongly. Here's Valley's chance now. It's whipped across to Abraham. Abraham back to Smith. And Smith rolls it along the ground to Trelfo. Play on to the referee. And the referee's knocked over. Referee's in the game. A few were ready to leave when Norman Clark was taking that kick. I don't know how much it missed by. It was not our angle. We couldn't see that kick from our position. It was on the other side, but Geiger kicking deep into Valley's territory, over Clark's head, back over his try line. Clark to run it up now. 10 yards out. Massey dives in but misses him, and Adams is there for the tackle. The third tackle indicated. Look at Geiger coming up for the field goal attempt. He was getting into position for it. A long pass out wide, and look at Adams flying to the corner. Jimmy Adams is over. Adams has scored the only try of the match. Norths have scored and hit the front to lead by 11 points to 8. Jimmy Adams scored in the corner. Norths leading 11-8. Geiger attempting to make it 13-8 in this first 10 minutes of the time-on period. Peter Geiger, a long kick from out on the touchline, a very difficult place to kick goals from, and into the breeze, and it looks to be in front of the post. It's waved away. Norths hold a slender lead of 3 points, but the game's not over yet. Making sure that he didn't pass the ball. Gill runs from the dummy half position. Lilly underneath him, and Perkins running strongly, very nearly in. Got the pass away to Gill, and Gill dives to the corner. Gill's over. The second try of the match, and it's 11-all. The crowd have gone wild, completely wild. One try each. A great fight back from Valley, and there's Clark's kick, and it's a good kick. Look at it, right down the middle. A goal. Look at the crowd, they've gone wild. Valleys have hit the front again. There's the whistle. 10 minutes is up. 10 minutes remaining in the game, and the kids think the game is over. They're all running onto the ground. They don't understand this rule of the 10 minutes each way extra, and are about to be chased back off the field again. Gordon in the dummy half position. Ian Massey said, I'll swing this one across as it comes on to Brown. Brown to Peter Hall, and Hall's going to try to go through himself. He sends it back to Wilson. Wilson sending it on now to Stapleton. On it comes to Brown. Brown back to Richards, and Richards flying to the corner. Gordon running. Gordon's over.
Flags up.
Flags up. Flags up. I thought for a moment it was out to the wing of Richards, but it was Gordon inside of him. The flag is up. Just put his foot out. There it is. Crowd roaring. The play must finish. The scrum has to go down. Time is up. Crowd roaring onto the field. It's a Valley ball, and it looks to be all over now. No, it's a North's ball. Whose ball is it? Johnny Brown has the ball, but it's just about to go dead as Valley's hold it up, and it's all over. Valley's have won the grand final. Well done, Valley. A tremendous victory. Congratulations, Mick Retchless. You certainly deserved it, playing in your 4th grand final. You deserved this victory. A hard, tough match. Congratulations, Valley. Congratulations, Norths too, on a great game. It was well worth seeing. There's 30,000 people here enjoyed every moment of this great grand final. But it's all over for 1970, and Valleys have defeated Norths by 13 points to 11.
Valleys win 13-11 to take their first premiership since 1957, when they defeated Brothers by a single point. It's their 10th premiership overall, but the winning margin is the smallest of any of the 8 grand finals Valleys have contested against Norths. Mick Retchless proudly holds aloft Brisbane's most coveted rugby league trophy, the Kirk's Cup.
Brisbane Rugby League's first Sunday grand final between Valleys and Easts attracts a record crowd to Lang Park, headquarters of the Code in Queensland. Valleys mascot receives a boisterous welcome from some of the Tiger fans. The intense rivalry between the teams ignited when Valleys were responsible for East's first loss of the season. Overcoming the setback, the Tigers accounted for Norths in the semis and Souths in the final. Now they're ready to give of their utmost to bring Easts their first premiership in 21 years. But they face a Herculean task. Second rower Des Morris leads Easts. He has the huge responsibility of leading a team, 11 members of which are playing in their first Grand Final. It's anticipated he'll have a marked influence on the scrums, where hooker Johnny Lang is expected to win at least an even share of the ball. Mick Retchless captains Valleys. They're a bigger side, but possess the same speed as their opponents. A much more seasoned 13, Valleys' experience was a contributing factor in their second semi-final win over Souths, and it could be of the same significance today. As Valleys follow on from the kickoff, Fullerton drives the ball back to their half. Anticipating keenly, Abraham fields the ball and cuts infield, where he's securely grounded by Curry. Valleys fail to guard the blind side, and Lang dashes along the flank more in the manner of a winger than a hooker. Kicking infield, Lang holds McCabe back. Following on and favoured by the bounce of the ball, Denman goes in for the first try after 3 minutes. Fullerton's conversion gives East a 5-0 lead. Positioned wide of the ruck, Perkins draws the defence to set up Fitzpatrick. Stepping through the scrambling Tigers, Fitzpatrick has Abraham in support. A clever dummy and a perfect pass sends Abraham sprinting for the line. The try again in slow motion. Midway between the half and 25, Easts are penalised for hooking with the nearest foot, giving Clark a goal-kicking chance. Valleys even the score after 10 minutes. Forced wide by the converging defence, Morris is grounded by the hard-working Retchless. His pass goes astray and into touch. The halves are having a keen struggle. Threlfo's alertness giving Valleys a chance to run their backs. A reverse pass from Retchless sends Scanlon tearing through an opening. Cutting out Fitzpatrick, he sends Norris flying for the corner. Finishing off the movement, he leaps over to score. More constructive now and running onto the ball, East join the defence. Changing their point of attack to find the open spaces, Eel slices through. An ankle tackle by Clark brings him down inside the 25. A reverse pass from Eel splits the defence. Backing up, Curry sidesteps his way through to dive over for the Tigers' second try. An easy conversion by Fullerton, and East hit the front. Backline make good use of the ball, Clark coming up to make the extra man. Exploiting the overlap, Fitzpatrick sends the unmarked Abraham down the flank. His well-directed kick infield is cleverly gathered by Denman, who comes across from the opposite wing to cover. The linesman's report to referee Ron Harbottle results in a penalty against Easts right in front. A ruling disputed by Morris. Clark's kick levels the scores. From a Valleys penalty, Fullerton has a chance to send East into the lead. But he's wide of the mark, and Clark, using a well-concealed dummy and change of pace, cuts through to beyond the 25. On to Hughes as Valley storm towards East's half, but there's no weak link in East's line. Valley's ball. Threlfo's pivoting pass gives Scanlon room to move. He beats Fife, but the referee and Threlfo go down in the one tackling movement about 8 yards out from the East's line. Stepping wide of the marker, Retchless spears through to reach out and score under the posts. A thoroughly deserved reward for Retchless, who's having a great game. Clark converts, and Valleys take a handy lead. Fitzpatrick is down, and the linesman's in to report. Back in possession, Valleys hammer away at East's defences in the Tigers' half. The forwards of both sides are feeling the strain of a non-stop duel. But spotting an opening, McCabe gets the ball from Hughes and is pulled down a couple of yards short of the posts. On for Maguire, Crilly to Retchless, who pots a field goal. That almost makes Valleys safe, as East would have to score twice to take the lead. They have sufficient time, but the way Valleys are playing, the odds are against them. Easts keep trying to the limit of their capacity, and Valleys cannot afford complacency. Easts are becoming ragged and probably lose their last opportunity. A penalty to the diehards just inside the 25. Though the angle is reasonably acute, it shouldn't be too difficult a shot for Clark. That puts the game well beyond East's reach. Full-time and victory to Valleys, 18-10. Scoring 3 tries to 2, they take their second successive premiership and their 11th overall to equal North's record. Moose Maguire comes out to share in the celebrations. Players show their appreciation of Mick Retchless's captaincy. Although sustaining injuries which twice necessitated ambulance attention, he maintained a high personal standard, whilst always exercising firm control over his team. Proudly displaying the Kirk's Cup, the diehards take off on a lap of honour. Acclaimed almost to a man, the 1971 Valleys combination brings distinction, not only to their club, but to the game of rugby league in this Brisbane Golden Jubilee year.
The stands are packed. It's a capacity crowd. The spectators wait for Easts and Valleys, and they bear the preliminaries with scarcely disguised impatience. The match will virtually be a repeat appearance for the two teams. In the 1971 Grand Final, Valleys defeated Easts 18-10.
And they're out to make it 3 premierships in a row and become the only team, apart from North's, to have achieved the feat. East's last Grand Final victory was in 1950, 22 years ago. It seems a long time, too long. So for this game, the pressures are doubly intense. Valleys are going for that hat-trick. To stop them, East will be striving for their first Grand Final win in more than 2 decades. In less than an hour and a half, the goal will be attained, or lost. And out they come, the 26 men who'll take themselves to the limits of endurance in the quest for the Premiership trophy, the Kirk's Cup, and all that goes with it. The preliminaries take but a few minutes. The players would want it no other way. The nerves are already ragged, the mouths dry, the muscles taut. It's never any other way at Grand Final time.
There's Valley's centre Rose kicking off. And East fullback Fullerton knocks on. That's a bad mistake so early, with Valley's gaining opportunity very close to East's line. Players run in for the scrum, and almost immediately there's a brawl. Must be Grand Final nerves. Lang. Morris with a burst. He's tackled, but Stevens has it, and East are trying to split Valleys up the centre. But East are penalised. Scoring chance for Valleys. But who'll do their kicking? They're not as strong in this department as East. Front rower Quilly is chosen. And his kick is good. 2 points to Valleys. Lang, the dummy half. And look at East move the ball. Fight. Morris, the captain. Inside to Eels. Khan, high pass. Cassini misses it. Atkin. He scores. A brilliant try by Atkin. That deflection by Rose actually worked against Valleys. But no, it's been disallowed. He was fairly tackled short of the line. No try for East. But soon after, here's 2 points for East from a penalty. 2 points. Some compensation for the disallowed try. Gill. Hughes. Gill again. And he's streaking for the line. He's home. It's a try. Right in the corner. First try of the match for Valleys. 5-2 to the diehards. Just 9 minutes into the match. The conversion by Quilly. And the score goes to 7-2 in favour of Valleys. Then a penalty to East. And Fullerton raises both flags. 7-4 in favour of Valleys after 21 minutes. Watch this. The ball's worked to Cassini, who's just over 10 yards out. He speeds up and crashes through at full pace for East's first try. Great football from East. Well, we thought they weren't moving the ball. What can you say after that? Cassini elated. Congratulations all round. 7-all. Easy conversion by Fullerton. East lead 9-7. Lang to Morris. Khan. Denman. On to Atkin. He's taken by Mills and McCabe. The referee signalling a penalty to Valleys. Double movement by Atkin. An unfortunate mistake by the East player. Denman. Pierce. And East are on the attack again. And this looks dangerous. Curry has it. Desperate defence keeps him out, climaxing a thrilling 40 minutes. And at half-time, East lead 9-7. Very even match up until this point. Both teams playing fast, open football. Very adventuresome play for a grand final. Physical fitness will be a factor in the second half, and East will run with the breeze. Back to Pierce. The referee rules a forward pass. Penalty to Valleys. Quilly takes the kick. It's another good one, and Valleys even the score, 4 minutes into the second half. Now Fitzpatrick, Trolfo. To Rose. Quick pass to Scanlon, now to Gaylor. He sprints infield to beat Atkin and Morris. Well-timed pass to Hughes. He charges towards the line. It's going to be a try. Yes, Hughes goes over. Billy misses the conversion. It's 12-10 to Valleys. Lang starts a quick movement. Morris dummies to Cressini. Rose and Trolfo hang on, but Morris is going over. Yes, it's a try to East, right in the corner. The referee seeks the linesman's opinion and then confirms. The linesman complains at the crowd being so close to play. Fullerton's unsuccessful with the conversion, but East have the lead, 13 points to 12. And they're only 10 yards from East line. With time running out, this is desperate play. Quilly to Gala. And he's over for a try in the corner. $15 all, but there's a lot less than that to go. The clock stopped. There's only 4 minutes left. Quilly fails to convert. That kick could have won them the game. Valley's ball. Trolfo to Scanlon. To Rose. Reverse pass to Scanlon. To Fitzpatrick. Trolfo. To Scanlon again. Trolfo knocks on. Morris in possession. Morris to Lang. Held by Gill and Calivan. Seconds left. East hard on the attack. To Fife. A snap field goal almost as the final whistle blows. It's the first he's ever kicked and gives the match to East 16 points to 15.
And they've done it. East have won the grand final, the most dramatic ever played. Their performance has contradicted mid-season critics. Hard play both in defence and attack with several memorable individual performances. They've won their first grand final in 22 years. And all the emotions that go with the triumph spill out as the effect of the win registers with the players.
What's it feel like, fellas? What's it feel like? Good. Beautiful. Well done. How's it feel, fellas? Hey, a couple words for Kelly. How's it feel? Oh, bloody great, man.
The moment Easts have sought for 22 years. The presentation of the Premiership Trophy, the Kirk's Cup.
The most magnificent grand final we've seen has been won by East.
The crowd erupts. Des Morris, the victorious captain, finds himself cheered by fellow players and supporters. The scene of elation is a fitting end to the game. East have deserved their win, marked by pace, thrust, combination and power. And the snap winning field goal reflects their enterprise. All that remains is for coach Ted Berenkamp and captain Des Morris to explain how they did it.
Ted, did you expect it to be this close?
No, I didn't, Ray. I didn't expect it to be as close as that.
Was there any stage that you felt the Valley forwards might be getting the better of you?
For a little while in the second half there when we weren't making much headway. Our blokes started to panic a little bit just after half-time, but I thought we settled down pretty well and come back into the game and went on to better things.
That exciting match winner, the drop goal, was that planned?
I didn't see it. I was on the ground and when I looked up I thought it was Lee Hutchinson that kicked the ball, but apparently Jeff White's come in and pulled one out of the bag and picked the field goal inside.
Well, congratulations to you, Des Morris and Ted Berenkamp. A wonderful win from a wonderful game.
Redcliffe put me on my feet. They repossessed my car because I was backing them. But now they're worth plenty of bloody money for me tomorrow.
Over the last 5 or 6 years, we've been in the finals.
and we've got more experience than them in grand final experience. They're running very well, and I don't think there's any reason why we can't win this grand final.
Valleys have come straight into the grand final this year, whilst Redcliffe have done it the hard way from 4th position. In their 3 matches this year, Valleys have won 2 and Redcliffe 1, but no more than 6 points have separated them in these clashes. Today will be just as tight. Ron Raper kicks off deep into Valley's quarter. Mills gathers and takes play to just over the quarter line. The defence from Valleys is tight, and it takes a cleverly delayed pass from Cameron to put Obst through an opening at top pace. Fitzpatrick lunges desperately and halts the first clean break of the game. Lee smothers Beatson and is penalised for knees in the back. From almost in front, Crilly puts first points on the board. Ross Strudwick knocks the ball from the winger's grasp and is promptly penalised by 26-year-old referee Bernie Pramberg, who's having an impressive game for his first major grand final in Brisbane League. Raper hooks the ball right between the posts, and the scores are level. Crilly gives notice of his intentions and puts up a well-judged kick. It's close, but no try. And for the first time, tempers become a little frayed. Cameron to the ever-present Raper, to the strong-running Lees, who breaks through 3 tackles to go over in the corner. Raper's attempted conversion is well wide, and the score remains Redcliffe 5, Valleys 2. Valleys are really pressing now, and Gill's pass sends the tireless O'Doherty in for a well-deserved try under the posts. Crilly's simple conversion puts Valleys into the lead for the first time in the match. Valleys are penalised from a scrum infringement. And Raper makes no mistake with a kick to level the scores at half-time. Raper turns the ball inside to Cameron, who slices through, and it takes a desperate tackle by Mills to bring him down. The Dolphins throw the ball about, and Tiny makes the final dive. Pramberg has a careful look before ruling no try. The score remains 7-all. Valleys are beginning to find breaks in the previously solid Redcliffe rucks. Rathborne gets a good pass away to Beatson, who's played since before half-time with a broken right arm. Scanlon shows his class with a perfect dummy to Strudwick, then turns the ball inside to Gaylor, who spears through the confused defence to score Valley's second try. Mills misses the conversion attempt, and Valley's lead 10-7. Redcliffe surrender position close to the halfway line, and Valleys are on the attack once more. Gaylor to Scanlon. Strudwick. Rathbone. Back to Scanlon. Mills, who dummies and cuts back infield, gets the ball to Scanlon. A reverse pass to Perkins, who splits the defence, passing to Gaylor, who backs up inside. O'Doherty on the blind to Perkins, who stopped just short of the corner. Winnie still dangerous from the scrum base. Orchard on to Raper, still directing play. On to Lease, who sends Carriage speeding through an opening. Redcliffe against Valleys. A centre challenged by two forwards, and Gill and McCabe combined to bring down Carriage just short of the line and fought the movement that could have meant victory for Redcliffe. Scrappy play. Gill with the ball, and the forwards combined to send McCabe in for the try that seals the premiership for the Diehards. Mills misses the kick, and Valleys lead 13-7. With Raper off the field, replacement Sparrow is at 5'8", and Cameron is in the second row. With the game almost over, Valleys are finishing stronger than Redcliffe, but the Dolphins are not giving in. Redcliffe are penalised just outside their quarter line, and Mills drives the ball through the press to take Valleys to 15. Redcliffe 7. From the kickoff, McCabe seems intent on making 2 tries in a row, but rugged defence puts an end to his charge as the final siren sounds. Valleys win 15-7, their third premiership in 4 years. Defeat is no disgrace for the Dolphins. Maybe next year. The oldest team in the competition has defeated the newest in surely one of Brisbane's most memorable grand finals.
They're the Diehards.
readiness for the 1974 Brisbane Grand Final, and that's Thomas the lock forward. Inside Brothers quarter line by 3 or 4 metres. Simmons to distribute, and that's Sartori getting a good pass to Quinn, centre. Tremendous roar from the crowd with Graham Quinn making good ground. Ball comes back to Fitzy and picked up by Harrington. Brothers Prop and now Cox. Sartori, or rather McNamara out wide as his pass comes to Sartori. Just inside Valley's territory by 4 or 5 metres. Close to centre field. Right, Fitzsimmons, and out wide Bennett. Wayne Bennett losing the ball, dived on by Gill. Knock on to be played. Gill going. Savage. Great play, Valley. Just outside Brothers quarter line. O'Doherty in the dummy half position. And penalty to Valleys. Strudwick the kicker. And there it is. Waved away. Quilly. Good break from John Quilly. Look at the break up to the halfway mark. Strudwick, Scanlon, Hughes out wide. There he is, the big fella. Making good ground, Valleys. And that's Beetson, the centre, following through. That's a penalty to Valleys. Strudwick's kick. And it's there, and Valleys score the first points, and they lead by 2 points to 0. Make a break. Only 10 metres out from the line. To Mills, a pulled back field goal attempt from Mills, and it's there. Valley 3. White ball is this time. 70 Brothers. Ian Dow's kick. It's there. And Valley's lead 3-2. O'Doherty, Strudwick, Scanlon. And Scanlon's very nearly through. White just got to him. A little half-back. Danger and trouble here now for Brothers as it comes on to Hughes. Full pressure on the defence. Beetson, the centre in the dummy half position. There's Beetson. And racing through Fitzpatrick. Strudwick. And it's there. Valley's going to a lead of 5-2. Quilly. And that's Gurnett. Abbott. Gill's pass to Hughes. Look at the run by Hughes over the halfway mark. What a great run. And gets it back inside to Gaylor. The knock-on to be played. It's the Brothers ball, White losing it, and dived on immediately by Gurnett. So Brothers won the scrum and then lost the ball. This is Strudwick. Valley's over the quarter line, back to Mills. Fifth tackle indicated. 12 metres out from Brothers line to Strudwick. A field goal attempt from Strudwick. And it's there. That's the second field goal for Valleys today, and they lead by 6 points to 2. Half-time hooter sounding now, and that's it for half-time. Valleys are leading Brothers by what's a Brothers ball as usual almost in the scrum. That's Quinn and Bennett. Wayne Bennett striding straight through a tackle there with Beetson's, and a great run caught by Fitzpatrick. 30 metres out from the line. Ian Dowse, the dummy half position. That's Bennett, the 5'8". Back to White. Over the quarter line. Brothers supporters roaring now. Bringing him up 10 metres out from Brothers line. And Strudwick appears to be on the ball, and it's a penalty to Valleys. And John Quilly kicked this goal and sew up the 1974 premiership for Valleys. Quilly's kick, and it's there. Valleys go to a lead of 8-2. And that's
certainly looks as though it's going to put the seal on this year's 1974 Grand Final. One might say that this Grand Final hasn't been a great one as far as the spectacle is concerned, but let's face it, Valleys don't let a team play well. They tackle very strongly. In their own attack, they're methodical rather than being brilliant, and that's exactly what we've seen today, with forwards rucking down the centre all the time and just backed up by a back line.
That was Studwick tackled, and Gaylor has now left the field. And as a replacement, Beecham has come on, replacing Gaylor. Beecham in number 2 jersey, who is under a cloud with an injury, but he's come on to replace Gaylor in 2 jersey. Now players 30 metres out from Brothers line. Herbert in the dummy half position for Valleys, and there he is. Valleys are only interested in holding the ball and not giving away any points or leaving any chances of that. This is Hughes. 1 tackle to go. Very close to full time, and there's a field goal attempt from Mills, and it's there. Well, what do you know about that? There's the full time movement as it goes down to Mills, and Mills will have to take it up. Beats the first tackle, and he's got to beat 100 other people on the field, or thousands of kiddies. He's down on the quarter line, and it's all over. Valleys has won the 1974 Brisbane Rugby League Grand Final, beating Brothers by 9 points to 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Premier's traditional lap of honour, led by Marty Scanlon.
Capacity gate in excess of 40,000. We estimate about 41,000. Barry Muir, great to see you at Lang Park. How long have you been with Redcliffe?
This is my 3rd year, Doug, and second time I got to my grand final.
Barry, there's a great deal of talk about the needle between you and one of your former players, Ron Raper.
Ronnie Raper, yeah. Well, of course, Ronnie was captain of Redcliffe in 1973 when we made the grand final, and I was the coach. And, well, you know, I suppose that Ronnie's quite happy now he's coaching Western Suburbs, but they all reckon he knows my moves, but that was 2 years ago.
All in readiness for the start of the 1975 Brisbane Rugby League Premiership. Referee is Ian Smith with Pearce starting play. West running with a northeasterly breeze behind them, and that's McCarthy, the fullback. No changes to the advertised teams. West in possession, running from the northern end of the ground, and that's Bradshaw. in this 1975 Brisbane Rugby League Grand Final. Wayne Stewart, West's goal-kicking winger, just outside the quarter line, right in front, the northeasterly breeze behind him. And Stewart's kick, can he open the scoring? It's there, and West lead 2-0.
Reserve grade grand finals, and he's one of the boys that Wests are going to be relying on.
10 metres out. Redcliffe defence, pretty fragile then for a moment or two to Oliphant. Richardson's there, and away to Cameron. Cameron's through. Cameron's over for West for the first try, and West lead 5-0.
Beautiful work then by firstly Oliphant and then Jeff Richardson with magnificent hands that he has. Quick passing onto Cameron, and Cameron did the rest. A very, very strong player, Cameron.
And a great start to West. Slight favourites for this match over Redcliffe, leading by 5 points to 0 as a result of a penalty goal and now a try. There's the kick. Look at it, right down the middle, no doubt. And that's a penalty to Redcliffe, with West standing up 20 metres in from touch. West are leading 7-0 after 14 minutes of play. Ian Pearce, the kicker. It's pretty close, and it's there. First points to Redcliffe. West are leading 7-2.
No doubt the Redcliffe supporters would be happy to see Bunny Pearce get that first kick over, because he has been off with his goal kicking in the recent weeks, and they'd be very, very happy to see those 2 points registered by Pearce.
Jones and Halley. Back to Jones. A longer one to Williams. There's Pearce, and back to Bullow. Moving the ball about well, but the defence is still there all the time, 10 metres short of the halfway mark. Redcliffe. Williams kicking over the head of McCarthy. McCarthy's ball. Williams is moving up, but he comes inside. And across to Stewart on that left wing. Back it comes to, oh, Cameron, what a beautiful heading rather, the other centre. Whipped across to Carr. Carr losing it. Wayne Stewart attempting to put more points on the board for Wests, and the kick from Stewart. It's there. And West lead 9-2, just on 22 minutes of play. And that's a high one for Richardson, but he said thank you. And getting it back in turn to Heading. Heading's over the quarter line now and switched across. Here's Cameron. Away we go again, onto Bradshaw. Bradshaw's through, and he's over for the second try, Bradshaw. And West lead 12-2.
Another great West try, and young second rower Rod Bradshaw showed tremendous enterprise and thinking then to step back inside Grayson and dive for the line. A big future in the game, this young fellow.
Wayne Stewart attempting to take the kick. Another good kick from Stewart. Look at that. Up go the flags, and West go to a lead of 14-2.
Bobby Jones, a great little hooker, a youngster from Gunnedah in New South Wales. The Redcliffe hooker.
Oliphant's ball in. Penalty to Redcliffe in front. But West is still leading 14-2, only about 7 minutes or so before half-time. And there's a player leaving the field. West lock forward Carr is leaving the field, and he's being replaced. We'll pick him up in a moment. There's the kick at goal. Up go the flags. And Redcliffe take their total to 4, but West still lead by 10 points. Redcliffe hooker was coming back onside, ran into the ball, and it's a penalty to West in front. West are leading 14-4. There it goes, and up go the flags. 5 out of 5 to Wayne Stewart. Great goal kicking. And West go to a lead of 16 points to 4, only 4 minutes before half-time. Referee for the match is Ian Smith as it comes back to Williamson. And straight on to Brother. Henry over the halfway mark. Henry making it look so easy, looking for the support, and away goes Henry Williamson. Away from Obbs coming at Williamson, very nearly there. Stopped less than a metre out from the line. McCarthy's up there, the fullback. He got there quickly. Decides to go on his own, then dummies, and McCarthy's over. It's a third try for West, and he did it so well. And West lead by 19 points to 4. They're running away with it.
McCarthy, he only looks a jockey-sized fellow, although not in height. He has a little bit of height about him, but he shows remarkable strength.
The kick from Stewart is away, so didn't miss by very much, I suppose. 5 goals out of 6 to Wayne Stewart. West from the southern end of the ground in the second half. Penalty to West in front, only 30 metres out. And up go the flags. 6 goals from 7 attempts to Wayne Stewart, and West lead 21-4. Jones and Winnie, and that's Obbs turning play, and Obbs tries to get. Obbs is very nearly over. Tony Obbs to get the ball down. Yes, very well done, Tony Obbs. and West lead by 21 points to 7. There's the kick from Pearce, and up go the flags. And West lead Redcliffe 21-9. 10 metres inside onto Oliphant, very close to offside. On it comes to McCarthy. McCarthy's over the quarter line, looking round and can't get it back. And we're going to have a penalty to West. Another kick for Wayne Stewart, a very easy one right in front. Another 2 points to West coming up, and up go the flags. And West go to a lead of 23 points to 9 after 12 minutes of great acceleration. Brown in the dummy half position. Oliphant and the other Williamson, Max Williamson, trying to charge through and take some stopping and allowed to get it back. As on it comes to Oliphant. Richardson's out there now. A long pass into Heading. Heading flies to the corner. Here's another try coming up for West. And Heading's over for the 4th try. And West race away, 26-9. Wayne Stewart, the kicker. And waved away.
Harry Cameron once again very strong in defence.
Pearce there, and Ian Pearce flies to the line and he's over. Very well done. Ian Pearce, the second try for Redcliffe, and West lead 26-12. And it's coming onto the field, and there's the kick from Pearce, and it's up. Up go the flags, skims across the bar, and West lead 26-14. Inside West quarter line, Lease, Pearce, and there's Russell, and the pass across to Bullow, standing in the tackle, back to Mason. One-handed pass onto Jones. Jones the hooker. He's got support. Racing through comes Tiny, and Tiny very nearly over and puts the ball down. Russell. Russell scores for Redcliffe, and that's their 3rd try. West lead them by 26 points to 17.
By Barry Muir to send this young, sharp player on.
It's been converted. Been converted. Yes, Ian Pearce kicked the goal. And so Redcliffe are within 7 points. To Russell. Reversing play. A long one, Bleakley. And Bleakley out of the first tackle. Bleakley for the corner. Here's a chance. Bev Bleakley's nearly over. Is he over the line? Very close, yes. A try to Bev Bleakley. Very well done. 4 tries each. And West lead 26 points to 22. It's getting closer.
And of course, I think that's 4 tries each, isn't it?
4 tries each. And there's the kick from Pearce. And up go the flags. It's only 2 points separating the team. West leading Redcliffe 26-24. 2 minutes left in the game. Now, what's going to happen? 24, but time is running out. Less than a minute left in the game. Crowd spilling onto the field as Peter Lease tries to get it away. Heading comes in and wraps him up, gathered by Tony Obbs. Richardson wraps him up and knocks him down, and yes, he stopped him with assistance. The 6th tackle, the scrum to back down. The full-time hooter is not far away.
And Redcliffe, over the last 15 minutes, has finished on much the stronger.
There's the full-time hooter sounding. Williams kicking. Look at the crowd running onto the field. This is stupid. The game's still in progress, and the ball is down and into touch. Fortunately for that, because the crowd would have ruined the end of the game, stopping any chance Redcliffe might have had, but it's all over. And West have won the 1975 Brisbane Rugby League Grand Final, defeating Redcliffe by 26 points to 24.
Grand Final day 1976, and here comes the Panthers. Have a listen to the crowd. Roughly 40,000 people here. Completely packed outer, and Western Suburbs being led onto the field by Bob Green, their captain for this afternoon. Has been the last couple of games. Stewart there, very important member of Western Suburbs team, Wayne Stewart. Panthers on the field. We'll now wait for the Tigers. The big Tiger emblem there, waiting for Des Morris to bring his Tigers out from Stone's Corner, and here they come now. Have a listen to the Eastern Suburbs supporters. Morris breaks it, and here he comes. Followed by Rod Morris, Johnny Payne there, Lindenberg, Jeff Naylor, Johnny Lang. And the stand, there's the grandstand. East and West, both players on the field. There's the end of the national anthem, and Bernie Pramberg blows the whistle, and away we go in the 1976 Brisbane Rugby League Grand Final. Rebo with the ball, first man. Bumps off Abbott, but in comes Payne and down goes Rebo. Rod Bradshaw. Lang, Lindenberg. Sees a little gap, steps through it. Oh, beautiful tackle, Rebo. Lovely covering tackle from John Rebo. Payne, a drop at a field goal. Over! Johnny Payne puts a 1 point on the board. 5 minutes into the first half. Eastern Suburbs leading by 1 point to nil.
Well, from where we sit here, of course, the angle very difficult, but Mr. Premberg, right from the start, what is it, 8 minutes in? Near enough to 8 minutes in, has been standing on the 5-metre mark on the defensive side, and East were well in front of it. And this is the easy one for Stewart.
East leading by 1 point to nil. Capacity crowd. Stewart hits this one. That's up and over. Stephen Creer to play it back to John Rebo. Rebo, Oliphant, Richardson along on a Pickett. Pickett gives it out, no pull down.
Oh,
Final
great
tackle.
defence, Eastern Suburbs.
Final tackle, he's over. He is over. 5-1.
And quite correct, sir. They all left Prickett, left him, well, like a shag on a rock, because they thought they had to cover. Opened up like a,
tin of sardines.
Yes, like a tin of sardines, like butter going through a hot knife. Prickett is injured. Well done, Western Suburbs.
13.5 minutes gone. The first try of the 1976 Grand Final. Let's watch it on instant replay. Richardson along on a Prickett. Prickett gives it out, no pull down.
Oh,
Final
great
tackle.
defence, Eastern Suburbs.
Final tackle, he's over. He is over.
They got that sudden urge and away they went. And there's another 2 points.
Straight over the dot. Wayne Stewart, 2 out of 3. Western Suburbs, after 15 minutes in the first half, lead by 7 points to 1.
Let's watch them this time.
Final tackle coming up. Payne off Oliphant. He's got it back. Out it goes to De Bruin. He's on the back leg. De Bruin grab, put out. He's lost the ball. Rebo has the ball.
Oh, Payne has ironed a bloke in the background. Oh, it was a bad. I think he's boxing though. Basically.
Stewart's kick is over. Another 2 points.
He's making East work really hard.
Richardson running now. Beautifully done, Richardson.
Oh, he dummied
Oh,
off.
and he's lost the ball, but picked up and play on. Final tackle. Suburbs, they need a try. They need a try badly. Lindenberg gives it to Payne. Payne to Morris. Rod Morris is over. Now he's out. He's out.
Oh,
good football.
Great football from East. What lovely short passing.
Johnny Lang, Greg Holborn, John Payne. Payne now to Kewen. Beautiful. Johnny Abbott to Callis. He's up the ball. Up. Lindenberg, long pass to Payne. Payne has Abbott with him. Now to Abbott, and he has Nikolai with him. Into Nikolai. Nikolai back inside to Lindenberg, and Lindenberg held on to. Final tackle, a scrum to pack. Final tackle. Prickett running from dummy half. Flies the ball back. West keeping it alive. Richardson puts the kick in now. Bit of open space. Richardson sprinting through. Kuhn's there. He's lost it. Richardson has it. Oh, Oliphant's got it. Oliphant down to Rebo. Oh, yes. Rebo, the try scorer. What a try. Let's have a look at it, Mick, from when Richardson kicks the ball. Just watch him sprint after it. He really determined to get that ball back. Let's watch it on instant replay. Half. Flies the ball back. West keeping it alive. Richardson puts the kick in now. Bit of open space. Richardson sprinting through. Kuhn's there. He's lost it. Richardson has it. Oh, Oliphant's got it. Oliphant down to Rebo. Oh! Well tackled by Gary Prickett.
Oh, cover defending. That guy's everywhere. He's hurt. He's no. He's.
Lindenberg puts the sprint in. Away he goes. Puts the kick in, and a good one. Tough football from Wayne Lindenberg. Very, very quick off the mark. and has put East on the attack if they can get the ball. Just inside the quarterway. East with a chance now. Holborn, De Bruin, Farquhar, and Naylor. Naylor to Callis. Callis steps, still going. Putting this aboard. Now he gives it to De Bruin. De Bruin 12 metres out. Eastern Suburbs attacking. West defending grimly. Jeff Naylor. Naylor into Roddy Morris. Rod Morris 10 metres out. Final tackle. West lead by 12 points to 1. 2 tries to nothing. Lindenberg, Holborn. Jeff Naylor to Farquhar. Out it goes to Abbott. Abbott to Callis. He's dropped it. He's dropped it.
Oh!
Would you believe it?
Oh, I've got a groan because that was a try. Just bombed by a top team. East playing shockingly.
And again, gets away. Taken now. There's a biff on between who is it? Des Morris and Rebo. Yes, DJ's giving him heaps. Richardson plays on. Scrum it up.
Short one.
Yes. Mr. Pramberg has been pleading with Eastern Suburbs to get back right in.
Well,
have you noticed him?
You stand back the 5 yards there, you call the players back with you, and I think you can only give them so much tolerance before the penalty comes.
Well, he's on East supporters, so they'll be sitting home crying, I'd say. Stewart's kick. Good. Over. Stewart kicks the penalty. 14-1. Western Suburbs leading in the 1976 Grand Final on Channel 7. I think Mick, final tackle, 10 minutes of play remaining. Richardson, high kick, good kick, Green sprinting through. Thomas is there. It's on the ground, and East have it.
Offside.
Offside.
It's got to be offside.
Yes, he was offside.
Oh, dear. Off an East player, and another East player picked it up.
That is bad luck, but it's still offside.
Oh, yes, he's correct.
Yes, Ian?
In those situations, of course, it's the great temptations when the ball's so close to the line is to grab that loose ball, and that's what the East player did, and he was in front of the last player on his own side who played the ball, and the penalty to West.
Because I thought that they could contain that attacking machine of Kewen and coming into the back line, which in the back. He has told guys out there who rather throw a punch than throw a pass not to do anything illegal today.
A West ball, and well, they might chant West, West, West.
Well, it's that number 12, Prickett, on the ball again. I think he's had an absolute blinder for West this afternoon.
Away goes Richardson. What about Richardson to Thomas? Thomas inside the Norman Carr. Carr back inside to Thomas. He can't handle it.
Oh, West on the fly.
Premiers. 16-1 the score at present. Yes, Mick?
There's the guy with the ball, Williamson. He's certainly put a bit more all in when he came on to replace his brother. There it is. It's all over. Western Suburbs have won the 1976 Grand Final. Kids are on the field. Take the tackle. Callis has done the wrong thing, but no doubt about it. West have won the 1976 Grand Final to the funny score of 16 points to 1.
Look at the crowd on there.
That is bad.
A crowd of about 40,000 here. East have won the toss in the 1977 Brisbane Rugby League Grand Final, and it's Redcliffe running from the northern end of the breeze as Des Morris, the skipper of East, takes the ball. But it's Redcliffe in possession. Here's Forrester Grayson, the hard-charging second row forward. The lock forwards there, and it's a penalty. It's a penalty to East.
Something that Ian Tiny does quite regularly, and Forrester Grayson did it then, and that's walk forward before he plays the ball.
But East have got the chance to get away to a very good start. Holborn's kick. And up go the flags. East lead 2-0, a great start. Caught in a pretty high tackle. One of the tacklers was high, but it could have been partly reflex action on the heart of Holborn. And now this is the front row of Bullo making good ground, spreading tacklers everywhere, particularly Abbott, who went flying back from him, now to Oliphant. And there's Grayson racing through. Look at Grayson bursting through. Grayson's over for the first try of the match, and Redcliffe leads 3-2. A great try.
What a tremendously determined run it was from Forrester Grayson, and this is where I feel Redcliffe should be playing the match, using those big fellas, and the two big fellows involved.
An exciting start to the game, and Pearce raises the flags. And
Redcliffe lead by 5 points to 2.
And already in this match, we've seen a different Redcliffe team to the one that we saw here a fortnight ago when they just narrowly defeated West.
Moffat, Oliphant, Williams, and further out then to Pearce and then to Lease. Over the halfway mark, Lease, a good run and breaks out of a tackle. Further ground and only about 28 metres out from East line. Play has been in progress 22 minutes. Redcliffe are leading 5-2 with the ball coming on to Morris. A long one out to Holborn. Look at East moving now. There's Farquhar outside of him. Farquhar's over the halfway mark. He's got Callis inside. On it comes to Callis. Callis racing away, breaks away, and Callis will score. Callis racing in to score. East first try, and it's 5-all.
What a brilliant try that was. That went over 3/4 of the field. In fact, they were in their own quarter when that started, and it was good work from Des Morris. That's the Rugby 4. John Abbott taking the tackle. Watch now as Morris noticed the overlap to the left-hand side of the field. It goes to Lindenberg. Then to Morris. Watch him now as he throws a long pass. That's Holborn making the running. Draws the defence beautifully. Gets it into Farquhar. Watch Farquhar time his pass. Brings Obst in. Almost didn't time it to perfection because Obst was able to get back to Callis, but Callis had too much pace for Obst. Farquhar could have drawn Obst in a little further. Another 2 paces would have seen Callis clear, but Obst was able to get a hand to him, so he wasn't drawn completely in by Farquhar, but a good try.
Holborn the kicker. And East are in front. East are leading Redcliffe 7-5. And it's really brought this crowd of 40,000 to life. Bells ringing, cheering, great tension here again now in what has been a most entertaining grand final. So left behind, Stacey takes it. Stacey takes it from Gardner over the quarter line. Stacey breaks one tackle. Stacey still going and held up by Heatwood. Ever so close, 5 metres out. What an exciting game this is. Holborn's there, Lindenberg further out to Woods. Des Morris is there. Lobbed that long one. Look at the men over they've got as Curry races through. Then on to Farquhar. Farquhar must score. Steve Farquhar's in for the second try for East. And East lead 10-5. What a game. Midway between East quarter line and the halfway mark, as out it comes to Williams, further out then to the Lease and Obst. Lease again. Oh, look at Curry. Wow. A big wrap-up tackle to stop that movement with some sort of an arm injury. And it's a penalty to Redcliffe against that loose arm in the scrum by Alan Noonan, and it's a very easy kick for Bunny Pearce in front, which should take them within 3 points of East. It's only about 8 minutes before half-time. Pearce the kicker. Up go the flags, and so it's East still leading, but Redcliffe have reduced the lead. East 10, Redcliffe 7, about 8 minutes before half-time. Cross to Rod Morris, running hard on the blind side. Only about 2.5 minutes before half-time, and it's a penalty to East.
A knee in the tackle from Forrester Grayson. Give East an opportunity to possibly put another 2 points on before half-time.
For premierships, 47, 50 and 72. Here's the kick from Holborn. And the flags are up. The flags are up. East lead Redcliffe 12-7. And 10 metres inside Redcliffe territory. It's East in possession. Lindenberg playing it back. That's Lindenberg, and look at the gap. Lindenberg straight through. He's got Obst to beat. Obst can't get near him. Lindenberg races away for the third try for East. What a start to the second half. East are leading 15-7. East overcome with joy. Steve Farquhar and Stacey, everyone running up to Lindenberg.
Here it is on the replay, and what a brilliant player this fellow is, and we all thought that his pace would be a key factor in this match. That's the fullback, Roger Kuhn, taking the tackle. Moffat the tackler. Watch now, Lindenberg dummies, goes through the middle. Look at his pace, accelerates away. Obst had him covered, but then he veers away from Obst, and his acceleration and pace scores the try. A great individual try by a brilliant footballer. Redcliffe were getting bottled up in their match against West with a double around, and Oliphant was far too slow, and again being caught in possession.
East ball, penalty to Redcliffe.
It's against Lindenberg this time, but still a scrum penalty. Lindenberg, the ball coming out of the tunnel the same way, and Lindenberg kicked it back with his foot. A little trick that halfbacks do at the base of the scrum. Rather than touch the ball with their hand, they try to rake it back with the foot and try to get that away with that at the base of the scrum, but referee Ward saw that.
Redcliffe trailing 15-7. Ian Pearce takes the kick at goal, and up go the flags. And so that puts Redcliffe a little bit closer, 15-9, only 6 points in the game, but 6 points, a very difficult number of points to gather up. Just short of the halfway mark. The lock forward, Tiny. Here's Williams, further out then to Tony Obbs, then cutting out Pearce onto Lease. Lease moving well over the halfway mark. He's got the winger outside of him, Peter Lease. Lease still moves back inside to Obbs. Obbs breaks away from the tackle. Obbs gets it on to Vic Tye. Vic Tye almost through, bouncing away, but good defence again. Redcliffe looking almost certain to score in a strong attacking position, 10 metres out the line. Here's Buddy Pearce, further on then to Oliphant. Oliphant changes his mind and decides to go up the middle. As you can see, one of his supports was well and truly covered, but the referee is indicating a penalty to Redcliffe in front.
The second tackle there on the halfback, Greg Oliphant. The tackle had been made and an East player came in to make the second tackle on Oliphant, who's on the ground injured now. East defence, they moved the ball left and right, and they moved it wide, and they caught the East defence all in the middle of the ruck, and then they moved it to the right-hand side of the field, and it was Tony Obbs who came into the back line, and they had 3 or 4 men over to the right-hand side.
And there's the kick, and up go the flags. And so only 4 points separate the teams, and it's still a pretty open match. Although East have had the better of the play most of this game. They only lead 15-11. They've scored 3 tries to 1, and they lead by 4 points. Noonan, Moffat. And look at Obbs coming into the line, the fullback. Moffat behind there, but he's playing the ball forward, and it's a penalty against Johnny Lang in front, and Pearce will certainly take this kick.
John Lang conceding penalties once more, was the man that was penalised there because he didn't get in front of the man playing the ball.
The guidance of the very popular captain, coach Ian Pearce. And here's the kick from Pearce. And up go the flags, and Redcliffe draw within 2 points of East. East leading 15-13, and is this game wide open again?
And there's no doubt that East are causing all this trouble. They're certainly losing the game themselves if they do lose it, because penalties are going Redcliffe way, 11-3 and 6-0 in the second half penalties. And that's
30 metres out in the Redcliffe line. Lindenberg's pass to Naylor. Grayson right round the ankles. And Williams in, the other snowy-headed player, in round the top. And it's a penalty. Goals from 5 attempts. 3 from 6. 3 from 6. East have scored 3 tries to 1. They lead by 2 points, 15-13. This is 28 metres out, but right in front with the breeze behind him. It should be a certain 2 points. See if Holborn can kick it. Out go the flags. And the Tigers go to a 4-point lead, leading 17-13.
I think the most vital thing about that kick is the fact that it's just the thing that East needed to probably lift their game a little. To give
the full-time hooter will be with us at any moment, I feel. There it is. And East down. It's all over. The game's over. East have won the 1977 Grand Final, beating Redcliffe 17-13. A great win.
That looks better. Over! Great kick from the Eastern Suburbs halfback. Wayne Lindenberg draws first blood for the Tigers. You're watching Sevens Big League of the 1978 Rugby League Grand Final. 7 minutes gone. It's 2 Valleys 0. Just outside his own quarterway. Penalty going to Fortitude Valley for Ians. McNeil on the quarterway, getting plenty of assistance, and it could get there. It does. Oh, a bit wobbly. A bit wobbly, but first points to the Gladiators. 2-2. Penalty for Eastern Suburbs now. 2-2 to score. 11 minutes of play gone. Frank Roddy, Mark Payne to Roger Kuhn. Kuhn to Callis. Can Callis make up for a couple of mistakes? Pulled down by McNeil. Great defence from Vic Whelan on Roger Kuhn. He is SICK, I can tell you. John Abbott. Abbott fires it back to Rod Morris. East applying the pressure. 3 left in this lot of 6. 2-2 to score. After a try, there's room out there if they move it. Now it goes to Morris, straighten up again into Wally Lewis. 10 metres out, 2 left in this lot of 6. Bruce McLeod, Greg Holborn, Holborn to Lindenberg, Lindenberg, away goes Lindenberg, fires it back to Curry, Curry inside the Holborn, Holborn towards the line to Roddy Morris, he's over!
Beautiful stuff.
A great try it was too. Eastern Suburbs 5, Valleys 2, 13 minutes of play gone. You're watching Sevens Big League.
3 scrums to Valleys.
Can Valleys score? They need a try. Down by 5 points to 2. A man over now. Vic Whelan has Neil in support. Well done, Whelan! Hey, yes! A great try! Oh, beautiful. 5-all.
Oh, superb stuff. Upping and waiting for the pass, and I didn't think Whelan was ever going to give it to him, but he knew what he was doing. Valleys back in the game with the one they needed.
Oh, that was a great run from Vic Whelan. That's one of the best movements I've seen from a centre three-quarter this whole season. From the sideline, no goal. 5-all, 21.5 minutes play gone first half. Take Bruce McLeod's head off.
Oh, well, he was just protecting Hello inside the 5 metres. They'll be slipping up inside the 5 metres once again. Oh, he's missed that one, hasn't he?
Oh, yes, he's missed it. Oh, could be a very costly mistake. Strudwick, left foot kick, over Backer's head and into touch. Well, I don't know whether that's good or bad with the scrums against you 7-3. What do you reckon?
Well, they've been pinned down there, George. I think he's getting a bit frustrated and desperate to get out of the joint and can't. We'll see what happens. Very
critical stage of the game. 7 minutes of play remaining in the first half. And Eastern Valley's locked at 5. All away goes Backer. Brad Backer inside a DJ Morris. Morris struggling towards the line. And lost the ball.
Oh, dear, he'll go mad. Somebody should have been there.
Gerard Fitzpatrick. Half-time in the 1978 Rugby League Grand Final from Lang Park. Fortitude Valleys and Eastern Suburbs. 5-all. Is inside the quarterway. Greg Holborn. Holborn from dummy half to Alan Curry. Curry puts a Terry Randall type bomb up. It'll come down with snow on it. Wally Lewis drops it. Oh, it's knocked on by Eastern Suburbs. Knock on. From the scrum. Locked in there. Penalty goes to Eastern Suburbs.
Once again, that loose arm of Trevor Johnson.
It was McDonald. He makes sure of that one. Eastern Suburbs regain the lead in the 1978 Rugby League Grand Final from Lang Park. Gentlemen 11 metres inside Eastern Suburbs territory. Each lead by 7 points to 5. The first try in the second half, very vital. Tom Duggan. Duggan through the gap, and away he goes. Has McLeod inside, but the pass goes over his head. Picked up by Fitzpatrick to Vic Whelan. Whelan missed, and goes to Slows over. Oh! 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 Whelan scores the try. 8-7.
Well, what a lovely run from Tom Duggan to start it off. He had McLeod in support, but it was a shocking pass from Duggan to McLeod. Couldn't pick it up. And Fitzpatrick coming along, slowed down, and top marks to the old fellow Fitzpatrick. Eased right off. Didn't try and pick it up on the burst. And didn't he fire it at Whelan? He nearly knocked his rib cage into the middle of the Frank Burke stand over there. And I thought, if he hasn't knocked the wind out of him, he might be a chance to score, George. Well, he's done it. That was a strong finish.
Valleys have scored 2 tries to 1. And now lead by 8 points to 7. Valleys 8, East 7, you're watching Sevens Big League. East 7, critical stage of the game. 12 minutes of play gone second half. Wally Lewis, Lewis is away, puts the kick in. A race for the ball. A try. No.
Oh, he was pushed going for the ball, and Lewis is saying, I was pushed, sir. And he was pushed badly.
John McLeod. The crowd has been in a complete uproar for this whole game. Both teams really turning it on.
Oh, hello, they're having a dance at Lang Park.
McNeil. Yes, no! No goal. Valleys 8, East 7. There it is, 15 minutes of play gone, second half. Can Valleys hang on? Or can Eastern Suburbs score a try? Valleys leading by 8 points to 7. We've still got 22 minutes of play remaining. And penalty going to East this time. In his favour. Can he kick it? Over! 9-8. East leading Valleys. You're watching Sevens Big League of the 1978 Grand Final from Lang Park.
Wasted 3 tackles.
Wally Lewis. Lewis breaks one. Away goes the kid. Looking for support. He's a great footballer, that kid.
Aye, he's getting better and better and better.
Oh, he may even get a kangaroo side. You never know your luck in a big city. 9 minutes of play remaining. East 9, Valleys 8. The 1978 Grand Final in the balance.
McQuarter's walking, mate.
McQuarter.
Yeah, very slow.
Penalty against Rod Morris for dislodging the ball.
Oh, dear.
Once again, another silly penalty being given away by...
Strudwick plays on. Another penalty.
Minutes has had a shocker for mine. There it is. It's up and over.
Valleys hit the front. Wayne Roberts is very happy. Valleys 10. East 9. Eastern Suburbs turning it on. Johnny Lang. Lang into Backer. Backer shifts it back to Rod Morris. Back to Lindenberg. They're keeping it alive. Lindenberg to McLeod. McLeod into Hoban. Hoban for the corner! East 12. Valley 10.
What a ripping try. That's the way to play rugby league. Valleys were hitting with everything except the goalpost. They thumped and thumped, but still East unloaded the ball. Just watch it on the instant replay. Really great stuff. And that little guy is like a rabbit without myxomatosis. Greg Olben came out of the ground to back up, and didn't he go for that corner?
McDonald from the sideline.
It looks beautiful.
Oh!
It's there.
What a kick! So Valleys have to score a converted try. The grand final in the balance. 3 minutes of play remaining. East 14, Valley 10. You're watching Sevens Big League.
Really had a superb game. McQuarter a little slower today at 5'8". I think he was nursing an injury. Struddy was always there, the rat. He tried to get Valleys going, and there it is. They won it, and the kids run onto the field.
14-10, Eastern Suburbs have defeated Valleys in the 1978 Grand Final.
And what a ripping final it's been. It's had everything. It had left the Sydney Grand Final for dead. Not only that, I think both these teams played lots better football, and I'll be disappointed if some of these guys don't make a kangaroo tour. I've given the George Simons to Vic Whelan, the centre for Valleys, and I've given the suit to the little halfback.
Wayne Lindenberg.
Wayne Lindenberg, I think he really deserved it, and he could have got 2 suits the way he played. He really got those Eastern Suburbs players firing.
The final score in the 1978 Rugby League Grand Final from Lang Park in Brisbane. East 14, Valleys 10. You'll see highlights next on 7 National News. George Doniger
and Mike Vivers
and Ian Smith. Good afternoon. Has the loss of last year's grand final still in your mind?
Yeah, that's what I think made the team all that more determined not to lose this one. You know, it's no use coming 2 years of football and losing 2 years grand finals, just like Parramatta and Sydney. Can't do it.
Okay.
The feeling of the South's back line, and if Malcolm Meninga fires this afternoon like he did last week with this near try, Valleys could be in trouble.
Get chased by Backer. He shoots Backer. He might score. Oh! No, it's a touch. And here's the Southern Suburbs team taking the field right now. Have a listen to the crowd. Gibson at fullback, Graham and Bracken on the wings, Meninga and Astlin the centres, Keeley and Sol of the halves, Argyros at lock forward, Weir and Lumbey in the second rows, Kellaway and Brown the props, David Gould, and there's the team. Mills at fullback, Neal and Falvey on the wings, Close and Whelan in the centres, McQuarter and Strudwick the halves, Lewis at lock forward, Sommer and McLeod the second rowers, Duggan and McGuinness the props, and Paul Richards the hooker, of course. David? There it goes from Eddie Ward, and Valleys have the kick-off. Lewis sends it well downfield. Tony Gibson under the ball for the first touch for Southern Suburbs. As we said previously, a capacity crowd. I'd say all of 35,000 people, and the first penalty goes to Southern Suburbs, and listen to the Southern Suburbs supporters. No score to either side. McQuarter, Strudwick, long one to Mills, Chris Close will score! Yes! Great football, Fortitude Valley. Close has scored the first try. Valley 3, South nil. The first try of the 1979 Grand Final to Fortitude Valley, and a great piece of work from Fortitude Valley. Strudwick dummies McGuinness. There's McGuinness. Goes to Mills. Quick pass. Mills. Close has just pulled it in from behind him. They can't catch him. He's too strong and too fast. And Close scores the first try with it. Has to judge the breeze. And I think he's judged it. Beautiful kick. And the Valley fans in the outer. Very happy with that one. In this 79 Grand Final, and Valley's leading South by 5 points to 0. One try. Strudwick puts the chipping in. Lewis is after it. Could get a bounce. Takes it. Finds McQuarter. Now he shoots it inside of Strudwick. He's overrun it. And Meninga has it.
Here it is on the end-on replay. Down goes Sommer. And there's Weir coming in. Trying, nothing vicious in it, just trying to slow up the play.
And a bit of a boo for Neil, but that's all the way. Out of 2, McNeil. The Valley's supporters have something to cheer about. Valley 7, South nil.
There's Wayne Bennett up on the end tower we've got up there, the Reckier Tower, and he's get a bird's eye view from there as he likes watching the play from behind his own side.
Just inside their own quarter, Southern Suburbs. Kellaway, Connell, long one to Meninga. Meninga gives it now to Bracken. Bracken comes infield, fires it back to Astle. Good football, Southern Suburbs. Southern Suburbs players are Queensland representatives, so plenty of experience out there in both sides. Penalty going to Fortitude Valley. And of course, McNeil will kick for goal. The rooms, there's about 8 minutes of play left in the first half. McNeil, it might sneak over. It does. It hardly got further than crossbar height all the way. But 3 out of 3 to McNeil. And 9 points to 0. Valley leading South with about 8 minutes of play remaining in the first half, David.
George, I think
Meninga. It looks good. No goal. No goal. Valley still lead by 9 points to 0. Rush with the ball now. Half-time, precious seconds away. There it is. Referee Ward's heard it. John Solar back inside of Mal Connell. Can they score after the bell? Connell, how it goes to Argeras to Bracken. He looks inside. He's away inside the corner. Lewis is after him. Mills is after him. He lost the ball. Oh, what a way to end the first half. Valley's lead at half-time by 9 points to 0. Bracken can't believe it. Valley's 9, South 0.
Or get that one-pointer over that he was attempting for. I think South would find it very hard psychologically to fight on in this match.
Room to move now. Keely's through the gap. Meninga looming on his outside. What a tackle. Wally Lewis. 3 left in his lot of 6. Paul Richard to dummy half. John McLeod. Over. 12-0. John McLeod is the try scorer. It was inevitable, David.
Yes, George, and here it is on replay. And McLeod, they used the blind side, and McLeod charges hard, and that's determination because he had to go through 2 South defenders and sneaks across and just gets the ball down. McNeil moves in for the conversion.
Taking his time, he's kicked 3 out of 3. 4 out of 4. Had to wait for that one. She just dropped through and that was all. 14-0. Valley's leading with about 14 minutes of play left in the 1979 BRL Winfield Grand Final here at Lang Park, and you're watching Channel O's action. David Brown in our pre-match interviews said that they held no fears for each other or for any other man on the field. And by golly, both of them have played that way, David.
Yes, it's been a very strong match.
To go, Wally Lewis to McQuarter. What about that Wally Lewis as a footballer? McQuarter puts it down.
I think he might have knocked it on, George. I think he's fairly lucky.
We'll soon find out on the replay if he has. But Eddie Ward will take it slowly. Way you go.
And here's McQuirter. McQuirter to Lewis. Lewis comes to the defence and he's decided he's got to put the little kick in. He gets past one. There's the little kick. And no, it did come off a South's hand.
Touched by Brian Weir. Yes.
Oh, he's definitely right. I thought it was Lewis's hand when I first saw it. The replay tells the story.
Look at Bob Callaway trying to get hold of him. And as we said before, it takes a brilliant player like 2 converted tries in the space of 4 minutes in the second half. The 25th and the 29th minute, a field goal from Wally Lewis. An extra point. Thinking all the time. Has all the skills, as Des Morris said. Lewis with a big grin on his face now. An extra point. Valley's lead by 20 points to 0. Richards, Studwick, a drop and goal. Another one. An extra 1 point. 21 points to 0. 2 field goals. And it's a long time since we've seen field goals, and Des Morris has sweet memories of field goals. 72, Des. Tell us about it.
Well, it was a bit later than this, I think, in the game, and Jeff Price plucked one out of nowhere. We won the game 16-15, but that was 8 years ago. And
that was against Fortitude Valley.
That was against Fortitude Valley, that's right.
Neal, Lewis, long floating pass. If they pick it up, they'll score. Whelan picks it up on the bounce. The Wally Lewis pass. The Rugby Union background of Wally Lewis. A beautiful torpedo pass. Just watch how far it goes. There's Lewis. It goes a good 25 metres. Rick Whelan just has to accept it to score the try. 4 tries, 24 points to 0.
And also Peter McQuirter, as I said, in the defensive department. Mick Neal converts it and makes it 6 out of 6. And the score, 26 points to 0, turning out to be a real thrashing.
Grand final will never be the same ever again, Des.
George, as you can see, there's thousands of kiddies running on the field now. And
well, George, I thought it was really Valley's defence in the early part of the second half that saved the game for them. When South threw everything at them, it was Valley's defence that held. And then after it had held, they just hit the accelerator and their attack was much too good. Strudwick for the $100 Metro Ford Man of the Match. Ross was in everything and must be a very happy man right at this moment.
Thank you, David. What a tremendous win. Mate, it was only 12 months ago, almost to the second, that most of us guys were sitting here with tears in our eyes and wondering, well, will we stick together or won't we stick together? I sound like a politician. Here we are, 12 months later. And we've got it under our belts. What a tremendous win, mate. That's bloody tremendous. Fellas, let's hear the song, eh? Good.
Here's the grand final history. South have won 4 premierships in 1945, 49, 51 and 53. And Northern Suburbs 11 premierships, 34, 38, 40, 59, 60, 61, 62 and so on. Last grand final for Norths was in 1969. Here's the kickoff. Referee Eddie Ward did the kickoff, and there's Malcolm Meninga putting it deep down into North's territory. Eventually going to be taken back there by Bird. Time to Naylor. Quickly wrapped up over there. North's getting up pretty quickly. And there's a little bit of a scuffle going on. A penalty coming up to North. Now a few of them into it. Naylor and Jews in there. And now they're breaking up to 3 or 4 different groups. 4, maybe 5 people going through the air. And they're all over the place.
One in, all in. Actually, there was a little bit of going in on the tackle. Look at this out wide here. Meninga and
Dutton.
Oh, that's as bad as I've seen in the grand final.
And
not
still
good.
Still it's going on plenty of other areas. What do you do in a situation like this, Ross?
Well, I don't think you get involved the way these players are out there now. Somebody's going to get hurt, and it's probably a key player that does get hurt, and I think it's very silly of the 2 captains letting the players carry on the way they are at this stage.
The crew's still going Cadassia, but Sully's underneath. And they'll put him to the ground about 30. Penalty coming up now against Naylor on that occasion. Penalty to Northern Suburbs. Okay, here's Warnock back onto his mark, kicking for goal. Pretty strong wind at that end of the ground. That'll give you an idea of the kick. He's coming in. It's on its way. Let's have a look at it. It is there. First points on the board in the 1980 Brisbane Rugby League Grand Final, and Norths lead Southern Suburbs by 2 points to 0. There you see the big charge through by Morocco, and eventually goes to the ground. We'll have the Meninga on his way. He's right on time. Straight through the centre by Malcolm Meninga, and that is the equaliser. Souths and Norths are 2-all.
Forearm, and he's not feeling too well at all.
That's Graham out wide for Kilroy. Here's a go. Kilroy through the gap. He's up over the quarter line. He's got Glenn in front of him. He bumps away. Glenn still going, but eventually put down. A nice run by the fullback. This is Henrik again. To Bird, the winger, coming into it. He's found away up the centre as he got away from Lumbey. He's coming up to Glenn. He's looking for his support. He could find Warnock, his winger. Warnock comes back inside. Tackle over there by Astle, and Lumbey a couple of metres from the line.
Norths, I think, have got to pray that they keep the ball for at least 60% of the rest of the game.
Warnock successful with that shot at goal, and so now Norths move back into the lead. They lead by 4 points to 2. Away to the supports. That's Murray. Henrik got it away this time to Draper coming through. Back to Henrik. A little fella moving around, dodging, weaving, found Graham. Then away to Walker. Walker got it back to Murray. Murray got it away to Kilroy. This is nice stuff. Kilroy claps on the pace. He pushed away. Astle, he's lost his balance. So a good run by the fullback. Bird's up as the dummy half. Back over to Murray. On it goes to Bernarden. They've got him running at 6s and 8s at the moment to Henrik. He gets it away to Walker. Bounces across over there to Draper. Draper turns it back on to Dunn. The big fella still going. He's over the quarter line. He's still going as Dunn. He got the way to Henrik. He'll score. Henrik's in for the try. Nice football, Northern Suburbs. They've swept to a lead of 7 points to 2.
And watch this one on the replay. It's as nice a try as you'll see in a final, because defence is usually very tight, but they move the ball from one side of the field to the other, and as Bill nominated, they had Souths really strung out. But watch the backing up and the slick moving. A man to pick up a loose pass like that. It was Draper on that occasion. Back to Brian Dunn. Nice strong run from Dunn. Look at this. Souths' defence shot to pieces, and that little man who comes up out of the ground, Henrik, everywhere.
And they still had a couple outside.
Yes, still had men to burn.
Midway between the quarter line and halfway, down in Souths territory, Mark Graham. Unloaded to Kilroy. Kilroy still going. Up to Glenn. Back inside it goes to Bird, and he's pulled down. Oh, so close to the line, but a forward pass. And you wouldn't have noticed, Mick, but with some of the young ladies with the summer gear on today, all I can say is roll on summer.
Well, I did notice it. Don't say things like that.
But you love cows. Here's a penalty to South. We'll see the kick at goal coming up by Malcolm Meninga. A couple of steps back. He's on his way. Here's a kick. Let's have a look at it. It is waved away. Let's get a try before half-time. Johnston, Sully, Lumbey. Oh, this has got to be it. Meninga. Quick hands and they'll do it. No, he dummies. Goes himself. Out of a couple. Still going. Meninga. He'll score. The strength of Malcolm Meninga has won through. Southern Suburbs get within 2 points of Norths as he goes in for the try. Norths lead by 7-5.
Now watch Meninga. This is sheer power, and you can nearly hear the checkbooks being pulled out by those Southerners as they watch this guy go. Lumbey's there again, getting in the road a bit now. Meninga, his support was crowded, so he decided, I'll have a go my own. Now look at this. That is just sheer power. He's bumping guys off.
And Dave Brown's not really quick, and there was so much room there that nobody got near him until he got to the fullback.
Here's a kick. It's on its way. It looks all right from here. It's there. That's the equaliser from Meninga. Souths are 7 and Norths are 7, and it's almost on half-time. Back over to Meninga. He's going to put the boot underneath it. Well, if Joe Kilroy likes the boot to come down at him, well, he's away. If he wants to have a bit of a run, here's the chance. Back into his own goal, into his own quarter, rather. Now turns around, starts to go up the centre. Run he's doing. He's up over the halfway mark. He's still going. He's coming up to Glenn. Gets it away over there this time too. Done, and he's stretching out and going for the line, and he's over. Nice piece of work. Joe Kilroy. What a scorching run. What a way to start the second half.
I tell you what, if South thought that they were going to... Here's the replay. Meninga puts it downfield, which is not a bad idea to do. And as Ross said, Kilroy said he wanted him to kick it and he'd have a run. Well, this is what we get. A big run. As good as... I tell you what, these two tries that Norths have scored in this Grand Final is as good as I've ever seen. Now, here he goes, a determined runner. He beats 5 men so far. Astle couldn't catch him. There's the support outside. And, of course, Meninga, in a state of complete shock, endeavours to chase him, but far too late.
And now Gary Warnock's on his way. Let's see what he can do with this one. He's put it over. Nice kick by Warnock. And Norths have sprung to a lead at the opening stanza of the second half and go to a lead of 12 points to 7. There's a lot of life left in this grand final yet. Chance of getting the pass away, but the pressure's still on. Morocco to Dave Brown. He got the pass back to Morocco. Morocco's going for the line. He's over. George Morocco in. And if any South player deserved to score a try, George Morocco's the one. It'll be pretty interesting, Mick.
Yes.
Let's have a look at it from here. Cross over there to Dave Brown. That's him going up. Grabbed up there by Walker. There's about 4 Norths players there. Still managed to get it away. Now here's Morocco. Dived up by Henrik. Kilroy and Bernardin over the top.
Smooth.
Here he goes with a kick. He's missed it. He has missed it. And Norths retain a lead of 12 points to 10. And a bad miss for Malcolm Meninga. Playing it back inside. Henrik. Murray. Graham gets it away this time to Dutton on the burst. Lost his footing. Can he get it? Oh, he pops. He cuts back inside. It's a try. All the defence kept going the other way. Dutton back inside. And a try for Northern Suburbs. And that'll really make it interesting from here.
Actually draws 2 or 3 players to put Dutton through a very small gap.
That's him with the ball now. Yes, he does. And away it goes to Dutton. Now have a look at this. Almost lost his footing. Was about to go up. Now look at them all go. They've all gone to South Brisbane. And Dutton just came back inside.
South Brisbaneville.
Oh, West End, anywhere else.
And Brad Testman ready to come on, I think, for Lumbey, possibly.
Here's a kick by Warnock, and it's there. Good goes. So, Northern Suburbs are now leading South by 17 points to 10.
Put the points quickly on the board.
Thompson back over there to Phelan. Morocco to Lumbey. A long one over the top to Keeley coming into it. He sends it back inside to Astle. Astle got away from Dunn. Still going as Astle looking for support. There's Brad Testman onto it. Testman will get away to Mickey Graham. Comes up to Warnock. Grabbed by Murray. Got it back over there this time to Keeley. Keeley, oh, if it had been able to get it to Morocco, but he gets it to Astle. Astle exploding for the line, but is pulled down just short of it.
On that occasion, I felt he should have been the one that was pinged.
Now he takes a tap. Picked up by Morocco. Over to Lumbey. Got it away to Johnston. There's the gap. He steps back inside. He's over beside the post. Billy Johnston beside the post. Bully, you won't miss this one.
Well, you nominated a try. It'll make it a cliffhanger. Well, you've got just that.
Certainly is. 17 to 15. Can Southern Suburbs come back strongly with some 7 minutes to go? Lining up to come on for Northern Suburbs. Back it comes this time to Sully, then away to Keeley. He's put a bit of dash into him since he's been there. A big one over the top. It'll be taken by Glynn. Got away to Graham. Graham with a bit of room to move. He's up the touchline. He decides to go himself. He's still going. Mick Graham looking for support. Can he get it back? No, he can't. He's into touch. Take the tap. Now he puts a little kick. That's adventurous. Follows out after it. Takes it. That was adventurous. Here's Meninga. He's going to kick it upfield. Oh, he's kicked it out on the full and just as well because there are kids going everywhere, but it's all over. And Northern Suburbs have won the 1980 Brisbane Rugby League Grand Final in a boil-over finish. They've defeated Southern Suburbs by 17 points to 15.
It's a nostalgic return for Big Artie. 16 years since he last won a premiership for Redcliffe here at Lang Park. But for Souths, it's even longer. 28 years since Mick Crocker's Magpies last took out a premiership for Souths. What's more, Bob McCarthy's team has lost the last 2 grand finals under Wayne Bennett to Valleys in 1979 and last year under Bobby McCarthy very narrowly to Norths. Looking at the two sides, they're unchanged. Firstly, Redcliffe. And whilst the veterans Bunny Pearce, Tony Obst and Arthur Beetson will face their pressure from the hot conditions, the youngsters, 19-year-old Trevor Benson and later Atoy and 20-year-old Steve Bleakley will find nerves their greatest enemy. Souths, and for them, 7 of their starting lineup played in last year's grand final, so they have the advantage of that experience. And Bunny Pearce is given the honour of leading out the Redcliffe side, and why not? The 34-year-old veteran will be playing his last game today. It's his 150th A-grade game for Redcliffe. Probably close to 30,000 people. It's very hot, but nevertheless they're enjoying the sunshine. The atmosphere is electric at the moment, and leading them out will be Bruce Astle, their skipper, I'd say. Yes,
Bruce Aspel, captain of the Magpies, possibly playing his last grand final today too. He's hinted that this may be his last season. And look at him, he's psyched up. You can hear him talking to the crowd, talking to the players. And these Souths players may be smaller in stature, but they're big in heart. Stan Scamp, the referee, has blown the whistle, and the game is underway. A good deep kick goes to Mick Waller. Put down just inside the quarter. With the Rossman's gold medalist last year, Tony Obst. Sully, Harry, Meninga on the burst. Look at him hit that pass. So the first opportunity in the game for Redcliffe to put points on the board. Bunny Pearce, a 32-metre kick. He's hit it out to the right. It's coming back, and there's first blood in the grand final. Redcliffe 2, South 0.
Opportunities won't come.
Redcliffe easily pushing Souths back that time. And Souths getting the penalty against Redcliffe, collapsing the scrum. They've taken the tap. They've floated past to Thompson. He's in. No, the referee's blown the whistle.
Forward pass. The ball's gone forward. Stan Scamp has ruled it, and not an offside play, just a ball going forward. Here it is again. Quick tap here from Sully. Good thinking from Sully. And good position also there from Billy Johnson to get up out of the scrum. Over the ball goes, and obviously a forward pass. Scrum.
Harry in. Harry scored the try. So Souths have scored the first try of the game. With Sully it was, not Bruce Harry. Taking the initiative again, catching Redcliffe unawares, and they go over and score the first three-pointer of the game. I must admit, I was looking at the replay, and it was hard to pick that one up, but let's see it again, and you'll see Brad Sully, the man who took the tap, going, we can't pick you up for a replay of that because we were showing you the previous one. The scorers, here's Meninga with a fairly simple kick. It's just a matter of accuracy. He's got it. 5-2. Billy Johnston appeared to be packing with a loose arm there, but Redcliffe have got it. Part. Benson Pearce. Pearce striding through a gap. Benson. Great run by the veteran. They've still got an overlap if they use it properly. Atoy. Cherry. Stepping one. Stepping another. He'll score. No, he stopped short.
Penalty.
Yes, penalty, double movement. Lovely that from head on. Lumbee at dummy half. Johnston. He's looking for Meninga. He's got it to him. The big fella bumps Benson out of the way. Didn't he hit Benson then? And another player's down too.
Concussed for quite a while, and it came about from this charge from Meninga. The inside pass here, a nice neat one, and Meninga crashes his hip, runs wide. There's Meninga taking the ball now, and then he takes on Abbott coming in low there. There's the arm to knock him away, and then crashes into Beats, and see you later, Big Artie, because Malcolm Meninga's here, and that's the sort of inspiring stuff they're going to need from Meninga today.
Sully's kick, you can see Lumbee indicating it's going to go up. It'll be a bomb. Instead it goes to Harry. It's a field goal attempt. It's charged forward. Another shot at field goal, this time by Spencer, and it's hooked across. Yes, it's there. What a kick. Well, have a look at that one from end on. That was an amazing one. 2 field goal attempts. The first one charged down, and have you ever seen that before, Dave?
Never before, Peter. That could be the omen for South's day, because here it is, right back to Harry. Can only do one thing, and that's have a shot for field goal, because he's that far back. Jones does well to charge it down, and of all people, it lands right in the arms of Ken Spencer, around about 30 metres out to the right-hand side. Great set move, this from South, and then Spencer just lines it up, and as cool as you like, bang, we'll have another go, and gets a one-pointer out with only seconds to go before half-time. In fact, the ball hits the post, as you can see, and goes in. So a one-pointer, it gives South the lead of 6-2. It's anyone's game still, Dave, but I still feel this heat might affect Redcliffe more than South. I think it has, Peter, already. South looking the best side by far. They're finding gaps, they're backing up well, and of course their defence, I think that's what's really put them in such a good position. It's been impregnable. Everything Redcliffe has thrown at them has been just to no avail. They've had a challenge when they've had their backs to the wall a couple of times. They've had players off, and here's an interesting penalty. This is well within Bunny Pearce's range, and would surprise me if Pearce doesn't take the 2 points here, and it would be a good start in the second half for Redcliffe. Bunny Pearce once again. So far he's kicked 1 out of 2, and here's his third attempt. It's over. Griffiths. Oh, charging tackle by Darryl Higgs again. My geez, tackled well in this game. Last tackle. The bomb again. More pressure for Spencer. Bunny Pearce knocks it down. Yes, he's given the try. How did Bunny Pearce hang on to that one? The ball bounced back to him. He seemed to just wedge between his thigh and his arm, and Bunny Pearce has still hung onto it to go across for the try.
Behind his back.
Unbelievable stuff from Bunny Pearce, probably one of the best handlers in the game, and that's why Bunny says he's retiring, but gee, he's still got those brilliant ball skills. The perfect bomb from Tony Obston. Spencer getting heaps of pressure. There it goes, up she goes. Spencer underneath it, but boy, these are hard to take. He keeps his eye on the ball. He does everything right, but he just doesn't take the ball, and that's the most important thing. There's the ball coming down. Tiny obstructs him. Here comes Bunny Pearce, hooks it somehow. Brilliant reactions there from Bunny Pearce. Holds it behind his back. How did he do it? I can't believe it. And Bunny Pearce grounds the ball.
He's got it behind his back, and he's kicked the goal as well, but Bunny Pearce scoring a try with the ball tucked in behind the small of his back that gives Redcliffe a 9-6 lead. Sully, Harry. Chris Harry's fended off Benson and hit the clear. He's looked for support, found Thompson, and Thompson picked up by the covered fence. Lumbie was unmarked. Offside.
Professional penalty.
Now, if Meninga kicks this goal, the difference will be only 1 point. It's almost straight in front. A simple kick. Yes, 9-8. It's out. Johnston. Back to Harry for a shot at field goal. It's low, and it's missed.
And then a field goal's always at last resort.
2 minutes left. Redcliffe lead by 1 point, 9-8. Souths have used up 1 tackle. Phelan. Strong run from the 1981 Rothmans medalist. 2 tackles gone. The crowd going berserk. Lumbie's left it on the ground, knocked back. Sully picks it up, 3 tackles. Meninga coming across to the right, but it goes to the left. Darryl Higgs. That's 4 gone. Now Spencer's in behind the ruck. He's calling for the ball. It's gone to Sully. Sully trying to set himself for a kick. He's made the half break. 5 tackles gone. 1 minute left. They're running it. Phelan. Meninga. Reardon will score, I think. He's in. That could be the one that wins it. Mick Reardon's gone berserk. So too is the crowd. And that puts Souths in front. 11 points to 9. The kick to come. Could be 3rd time lucky.
Yeah, it is 3rd time lucky, and Souths are ecstatic. Great work from Phelan to get this side of the ruck. He knew there was that Redcliffe were in trouble. So did Meninga. Quick hands from Meninga. Bang out to Reardon. Reardon's on the spot to score the try. He goes for the corner. Toy infield. He can't get to him. There goes Reardon in the corner. That's the winning try. That's a grand final try. And really, Souths, I think, had deserved to win this match. It would have been an injustice, I think, because Redcliffe haven't done one thing in the second half apart from put that bomb there. They haven't been able to get out of their own half. And there goes Mickey Reardon with plenty of room to move. The cover defence coming across, but a toy isn't going to get to him. Mickey Reardon scores a grand final winning try, a premiership try, and Souths get their just desserts. Good.
There's Meninga's kick. That could be the icing on the cake. The crowd's gone berserk. The players are running around with their hands high above their heads, and Souths take the premiership back to Davies Park for the first time in 28 years. The last time they won it was back in 1953, and Mick Reardon sets the seal on a fairy tale finish. 3rd time lucky for Bob McCarthy's Magpies, and they win the 1981 premiership and the Winfield Cup, defeating Redcliffe 13 points to 9.
Hello everyone and welcome to Lang Park, and this is the big one, the grand final between Souths and Whittam Manly. That's an aerial shot. You can see what it's like from upstairs, but down here on the ground the atmosphere is electric as the build-up for this tremendous match, and a huge crowd at Lang Park and lots of red and green out there.
Final at fullback, Colin Scott, Terry Butler, 3 tries last week, and Warren Green on the wings, Brett French and Gene Miles in the centres. The halves also going very well, Walsh and Dawes. Sean Johnston is locked forward, Seaton and Batiste, the second rowers. And Zillman, Morris and Green make up the full complement. Full complement now. Spencer at fullback. Thompson and Chalice, the speed on the wings. Meninga and Belcher, what a job they've got. Harry and Sully are the halves, and 2 good halves.
Alan Power playing lock forward. I thought Argyris might go in there, but Power is definitely playing lock forward. Tessman back in the side for his first A-grade final. Lumbey out of the second rower. Higgs and Grinky the props, and Billy Johnston the lock forward.
Billy Johnston, the little motor mechanic from Cunnamulla. A proud moment for him as he leads out the mighty Magpies. Rod Morris, the 32-year-old prop forward who's a lay-down misère for the Australian Kangaroo side, leads out Wynnum Manly, the sentimental favourite for today's grand final.
This is it, the 1982 Brisbane Rugby League Grand Final. Gene Miles puts it high in the air to Ken Spencer down there to take it for Souths. Souths coming from the northern end of the ground. And this is it. This is the testing material. All he helps. This is Chalice. Chalice deciding to have a little bit of a run, but not for far. Got away from one tackle. Still going as a South swinger. Great run there by Chalice. Ball now. Southern Suburbs to Bruce Harry, who's going to kick for touch. Can he find it? No. Warren Green's back there.
Well done.
The Manly winger runs it up, but Chalice is there. Got it back to Walsh, however. Walsh across to Colin Scott. Colin Scott running backwards now as Belcher's out after him. He got away from Belcher.
Oh, yes!
Now here's the gap coming up. Prince up over the halfway mark. And the Butler, and Butler's away. Terry Butler will score. There's no doubt about it. And Wynnum get the first try of the match underneath the post.
Oh, look at the crowd, look at the crowd. And here it is. You'll see Scott come across. And Belcher had hold of him. Belcher grabs him now. And Scott gets away from him. There it goes. Just long enough to start a forward movement. He gets the pass away, but it's the next pass that does it. It's the next pass that does it. French goes away. He's only got the fullback to beat. A bad position for the fullback. You can't do a thing about it. Terry Butler's got 30 metres to run, and there's no way in the world he wasn't going to score as soon as Scott got the ball out to French. It was a try, and here comes the kick. Over! 5-0.
Here's another South's ball. Sully gets it across over there to Bruce Harry.
Oh,
now
yes.
there's a gap coming through nicely as Belcher away to Meninga. There's nothing wrong with him now as he gets over the quarter line. Back inside this time to Chalice. Chalice over the top to Sully. Sully going to be pulled down 8 metres out.
Good football. Great football.
From Ash Lumbey will be the dummy half to Sully. Harry. Can South do something here? Over the top, taken by Meninga.
Here he goes.
Meninga through the gap. He's up over the quarter way. He's pushing it away. Left, right and centre. Ball rolling loose. Going to be taken by Green, but a penalty, South.
Offside.
Coming up as dummy half to Brad Sully. Sully through the gap.
Yes.
He's away. Still going. Ash Lumbey. Lumbey going for the line.
Just the
reaches
ball.
out.
No.
Try.
Yes. I thought Lumbey lost it from him. Watch the pass. Look at it. Just cuts him out, straightens up, goes infield, 2 hands to it. Lumbey's just going to run to the corner. The cover comes across at Scott. He's got him by the legs. He puts the ball out. Oh, from the front on, we'll be able to see it a lot better.
Get a good idea from here. The ball's now way to the left. Way to the left-hand side of the upright, so it remains. Wynnum Manly leading Souths by 5-3.
Hey, yes, I was watching that.
Warren Green coming up for the shot at goal. It's on the way. It is there, straight as a gun now. Straight through the centre. And Wynnum Manly move away 7-3. Wynnum Manly holding their half-time lead of 7 points to 3 as South win this one. Hurry to Sully to Spencer. Then away to Meninga. Meninga straight ahead. He gets away from the tackle coming in from French. Still going as a big fellow onto the quarter line before he's going to be wrapped up. Johnston. Tessman. Lumbey. The second rower on the go again. Cuts back inside. Still going. Couldn't get it to Thompson, however.
Having a top game, Ash Lumbey.
Wynnum hanging on to their lead of 7-3. Sully picked up nicely this time by Alan Power. Got it back then to Belcher coming around. Meninga gets it away to Chalice. Chalice cuts back inside. Got it away this time to Belcher. Back to Meninga. Oh, he tried to get a one-handed pass to Chalice but lost it. Up to the quarter line. Final tackle coming up. Belcher. Belcher still going. He's only got Scott to beat. No one around, and final tackle. 7-3 the score. Wynnum leading. Just under 9 minutes remaining. Gene Miles, Walsh. Oh! That's it. French is in, and it's over.
Oh, there it is. There it is. The green and red horde on the outer at Lang Park. What a day for Wynnum Manly. Have a look at them, will you? They have gone crazy. They have gone absolutely crazy. Brett French has scored the try. The dancing magpie in the outer
is doing back somersaults. The perfect pass scores the try. Gene Miles, Brian Walsh. Walsh, the great game he's had. French, and once French has hit the ball, it's all over. Shut the gate. 2 tries, 10 points to 3, and all from unfortunately, from a mistake from Kenny Spencer. Warren Green, who's kicked 2 out of 2. Can he make it 3 out of 3?
On its way there.
13 points, 12 points to 3. And here's the try once again from front on. You'll see the work that Walsh does. Here it goes. Quick hands was on. Gene Miles, watch Walsh. Dances, then away it goes. Once again, perfect football. The pass beating the man, and in the try goes. 12 points to 3. Winnamanny leading back with the football.
Okay, well, that's just about wrapped it up now. Just under 7 minutes to go, and I perish to think what's going to happen at the end of the game, George. I've just about pulled the fence down here.
Well, I'm pleased I'm up here, and I'm pleased I haven't got to get home in a hurry. And I've got a red shirt on anyway. I better find a green hat or something.
Bullock is the dummy half. Bullock will send it across to Rod Morris. Morris almost through. Back to North. It's away.
Yes.
Halfback is in. Underneath the post.
Oh! Rodney Morris, and there's Des. Des is pretty happy now. He's pretty happy now. And 3 tries. That's tied it right up. DJ's clapping himself, getting congratulated from everybody. And obviously talking to 4BC at the moment. Look at Rod Morris. Rod Morris got the pass away to doors. Mark Zillman's congratulating him. And look at the crowd in the outer. The red and green streamers. Greens kicks over. 17 points to 3. It's worth looking at again from front on because you'll see what Rod Morris does with the ball. Where's the front on replay? Watch Rod Morris. Terrific international, this fella. Now he gets the ball at 2 hands. Almost down on 1 knee. And away goes Dawes. Couldn't believe his good fortune. As I said, look at the grin. He can't stop smiling, and that he might well keep doing as well. Final seconds of the game, Billy Smith.
Counting it down with 7, 6, 5. And it's all over. Winnamanly, the 1982 Grand Final winners, have defeated Souths by 17 points to 3.
And there it is. Des Morris, the man on the sideline. What a happy boy. I'd say for Southern Suburbs, my player of the game, Ash Lumbey. Top game from the second rower, Ash Lumbey. Never stopped trying, scored their try, almost scored another one. There he is. And on the wing for at the 5/8 position for Winnamanly, Brian Walsh. Walsh coming into his own, and what a great game. Rodney Morris being cheered from the field. Congratulations, Rodney.
Very proud day and happy day for the club.
Ladies.
Okay, getting ready for it. Referee Eddie Ward blows the whistle. They're underway in the 83 Brisbane Rugby League Grand Final. From the kickoff, Colin Part feeds it away, and coming up there will be the winger in John Chapman, out in brand new jerseys today. Coming through, yes.
Oh, silly play by the 5/8.
Steve Blinkley coming up to kick the ball away then as Mark McDonald went to take a quick tap, and now that allows Shane McNally to have a shot at goal.
And they're the mistakes Barber does not want his team making. McNally's gained, what, a good 15 metres, 12 to 15 metres there. Not that he needed it in the first place. He's a magnificent kicker.
Form at Lang Park. Here he is on the way. Are these the first points in the match? They certainly are. 2 points on the board. Eastern Suburbs, after only just over 1 minute of play, go to a lead of 2 points to 0. Shot of the outer, and you can see there's not too many shirts floating about out there, Michael. They're down to the nitty-gritty.
Yes, it's real beach-going weather. A good crowd at Lang Park here.
Yeah, this is Paul Kahn. A lot of room up the centre against Valleys. Bernardin is the dummy half, but it's played forward. Going ahead is Carter. Now he puts up a bomb. Payne is back there. Bernardin's pouring down on top of him. He's lost the ball. It's picked up by Brown. Brown cutting across field, but runs straight into a pile of defence over there. He'll play it now. Bleakley is the dummy half. Bleakley across. Coming up is Benson. Benson going very close to the line. As I said, there's not a great deal of him, but he used what he had there, and he's only about a metre out. He'll play it now. Back on to Part. Part gets it away to Fullerton Smith, then to Cherry. Cherry flicks it back inside. That's Brennan. Brennan all ball rolling loose. Picked up by Fullerton Smith and crashed to the ground.
Good defence from Eastern Suburbs. Yes, East have been down here for about 4 or 5 minutes. I want to get out of here.
Lindenberg says, I agree. He puts up a little kick. He's following out after it, but it goes over his head. Cherry ends up with it. And Cherry eventually put to the ground. He's midway between the quarter and halfway. Still in Eastern Suburbs territory. That's where most of the players been so far. Brown, right over the top. This is Brennan. Brennan up over the quarter. Into touch. Dummy half Kelly. Back on to Lindenberg. Now he puts up a little kick. He's following after it. There's plenty of players there. Forster's got it. It's juggled out of his hands, but oh no, they've claimed it. Player back behind Forster was half-back Colin Parts. Redcliffe
helped him recover.
Goal line. So it's Redcliffe still not out of the horrors because they have another goal line dropout. And this is Payne coming across field to take it. That's McDonald. Going to Patterson. Patterson got it out. This could be trouble if they let it go. Backer gets it on the bounce. Chapman coming at him. He's away from Chapman. Gets it on this time to Kelly. Kelly pulled down 5 metres out. He's putting on plenty of pressure now. The final tackle. Fullerton Smith from dummy half. Fullerton Smith back over there to Bernarden. Bernarden has another little kick. Carrying across fields. Oh, going for it was Cherry. They're still going. Did he get a hand to it? No. No try.
Oh, that was close. Yeah, it took off like a startled gazelle.
It covers a bit of a surprise. Here's a kick now by Trevor Benson. But it's not into touch. So Gavin Payne will run it out. Payne now gets it away to Kelly. Here's a bit of a chance to Brad Backer. There's plenty of cover on its way. He got it back to Kelly, though. Kelly stepping out, centre kicks, not a bad idea because here comes Payne up the centre. Will he get there? It'll be over the dead ball line. No! No, no try. Drop out from underneath the goal now.
Support slow to get to Fullerton Smith then.
Bernarden dummy half. Now back on to Mitch Brennan. Brennan moving solidly here. He's got Payne to beat. Coming at him from behind was Backer. Payne will pull him down about 10 metres out from that line. He'll get up to play it. Bleakley's up his dummy half. Kick through his legs, but it's into touch.
Oh, exciting first half.
So Bernarden sending it back onto Colin Part. Part almost through. Just a couple of metres out. His territory, the tackler there was Max Sale. Bernarden cross to Part, then to Bleakley. Outside of Paul Kahn. Kahn tackled by Kelly, but he got his pass back. They're still going. This is Bleakley. Bleakley gets it away to Cherry. Cherry tackle. Is he into touch? Yes, into touch there on the far side of the ground there.
And Cherry.
Quite a decision to make. So now Eastern Suburbs take the tap inside the quarter. No tries on the board as yet at Lang Park. Both teams defending quite desperately. Lindenberg running across field. Now he gets it away to Gavin Jones. Here's the big second rower on the bustle. He's going for that corner, but oh, he's into touch. Bernarden is dummy half. Puts in a little chip kick. Not much of a kick. Knocked back. It comes into the hands of Benson. Benson over the top. Here's Chapman for the corner. Can he make it? No. Barreled out.
Great defence from Eastern Suburbs. Superb.
One would have thought he was there, Mick.
Oh, he was going for the line. Top defence from Eastern Suburbs. Because that's the team that will win the 1983 Grand Final.
So this is Wayne Lindenberg. Lindenberg still going. He got it back inside to Tengdall. Tengdall up over the halfway. Has he got the pace? Tengdall stretching out. Chapman making a bit of headway at him. No, he's in. Tengdall will run around and score underneath the post. And Eastern Suburbs in for the first try. That could be the secret of the whole thing. He's over for the try. They have a lead of 6-0.
Oh, waiting all day, Eastern Suburbs, for this. And it was Lindenberg, the fancy little lad who got the short pass, and Tyngdale ran onto it. And this bloke is a former winger. No one was going to catch him. Chapman was going up and down in the one place. He dived, but it was shut the gate. The horse had bolted, and all the Eastern Suburbs players saying, here, round here, let's put it down near the post.
Well, Brad Backer was right behind him. He had Backer there if he needed him, but Tengdall put his head down and decided, this is it, I'm just going to go. So you'll see that from here. There it goes. Now here he is from the head on. Here's Tengdall stepping out. There's Chapman, the only one with any chance. Backer was outside of him. He had one little look. Chapman had to have a go, but he just couldn't touch him. And he's driving for the line, taking notice of Brad Back, who's saying, take it round, and still talking to him all the way around. So Eastern Suburbs in for a try and a lead of 6-0. Shane McNally attempting to make it 8 points to 0. And he does. So Eastern Suburbs lead Redcliffe 8 points to... So now it's Benson getting it away this time to Brown, rather. Brown up over the halfway, shaped a kick. He's tackled, got out of that one. Still going over in the centre. He's lost a boot in the process. Tackled by McDonald right on the quarter line. So back to Brigginshaw. Brigginshaw to Lindenberg. Lindenberg got away from Kajewski. He's setting up the centre. Back to Larry Brigginshaw. Then away to Leman. Leman gets it on to Patterson. Patterson starting to move solidly. Gets it away to Backer. Backer taken ball and all over there by Forster and into touch. So over to Wayne Lindenberg. Lindenberg through. No support, has he? He has Backer. Flicked the back inside. End up beautifully in Backer's hands. And this will be a try. Brad Backer away with 3 Eastern Suburbs players inside, and that'll wrap up the 83 Winfield Cup as Brad Backer is over underneath the post. And Eastern Suburbs career away with a big lead now of 12 points to 0.
And it's taken a little while for that man called Lindenberg to weave his magic. But just watch this replay. Just watch how he goes down that sideline, stands 2-3 times. He stands up the opposition. Here he goes. Once. Through he goes. Now watch this. Twice. And then the short pass inside, and there is no one there. Only McDonald. And he's wishing he had the ball as he follows Backer around under the post.
Brad Backer having a cursory glance over the...
Oh, and they've earned it. I've been watching Lindenberg all day. There's Backer in the corner. Well, he wasn't. He was right under the post.
There's a kick by McNally. It's over. And the game is as good as over. It's been a top-class final. 4 minutes remaining. And Eastern Suburbs have a lead of 14. Mark Murray, no they won't because he's lost it, so back it goes then across to Gavin Payne. Payne will be grabbed by, oh no! Breaking away Steve Cherry with the try.
Oh, how easy was that? Payne absolutely crestfallen there. They wanted to keep Redcliffe tryless. Watch this.
So did I at the double.
Well, the ball is knocked on. It goes back to Payne. Right now, he runs with the ball, and watch this. Cherry goes, oh, thank you very much. Extracts it from him and bolts it earlier.
There's the kick, and it is through. John Chapman converts the try. Eastern Suburbs leading by 14-6 in this grand final.
Well, 50-50. And counting down.
Counting down, all right. Crowd getting ready to come onto the field. The hoot is just about to go. And referee Eddie Ward calls it off, but it's all over. And Eastern Suburbs have won the 1983 Winfield Cup. And I would imagine a very elated Johnny Lang down there with all of the Eastern Suburbs supporters, and also, of course, their... Manly, and a great crowd out here at Lang Park under pretty warm conditions, ready for the big one this afternoon.
Well, people have said that they have the best club side scene running around Brisbane in the last 20 years, 25 years, and well, it'd be a brave man to doubt that, because when they play together and they play well, Wynnum look an unbeatable side.
Probably about 70% of people out here today would be supporting Wynnum Manly. They've only won one grand final. That was a couple of years ago. They've been in the competition for 33 years. But if you have a look at Southern Suburbs, Mick, they've picked up, I think, something like 9 premiership wins. They're a lot older team, of course, a lot older club, but they've done pretty well just the same.
Yes, and they've been in the 4 of the last 5 grand finals.
The only Wynnum problem that they've had, of course, has been the bruised ribs of international centre Gene Miles. The state lock forward Bob Linder, Mick, one of the most exciting prospects in this state at the moment. He's resuming after a back injury, and no doubt he'll be a welcome addition to the ranks of Southern Suburbs today.
Run.
Okay, here's South coming from the northern end of the ground. The kick-off by Meninga, deep down into Wynnum Manly territory. It'll be taken back there by Brian Walsh, dropped it back behind him. Walsh up into the field of play. Walsh normally, well, he's played lock forward, he's played 5'8", he's played everything but front row. It is Eddie Muller. Green works the blind side to Lewis. Lewis got away beautifully over there. Cutting through is Warren Green. Green up over the halfway. Pulled down to the tackle by Peter Jackson. A dummy half, nil all the score. And 8.5 minutes of the grand final gone by. Meninga gets it away to Belcher. Belcher up over the quarter line. Cuts back inside. He's still going. He's going for that line. Pulled down about a metre short of it.
Double movement. And that's a good decision from the referee. Wynnum will do that all afternoon.
Peter Dawes to Lewis on the blind side. Lewis holds it up. Now he accelerates. Here he goes. Back inside to Ian French. He's got some toe, this fellow. He's over the quarter line. He's going for the line. Jackson out after him. Gets it to Green. And there's the first try of the match. Warren Green in for the try after 10 minutes of play. Wynnum Manly score the first points of 4-0.
Oh, beautiful work from Wally Lewis. The magic of the man. Watch him. Here he goes. He moves with the ball and they just stand and watch him. He ran past Callaway like Callaway was a silent cop. And this Ian French stretching out beautifully. Knows the support is coming. Jackson can't get to him and does then. Green gets it. Beavers comes from the other wing to nail him, but far too late.
So it's Sully. Coming through is Gary Belcher. Belcher's away up over the quarter line. He's being chased by Lewis. Lewis ankle taps him, but he doesn't get him. French will get him. French pulls him down. 20 metres inside Wynnum Manly territory.
That was a good run from Belcher. He's one of the unsung young heroes of South. 7/8 of the crowd is Wynnum.
Here's a kick by Meninga. Let's have a look at it. It's there. I'm involved in the tackle. Gene Miles. Big Gino up over halfway. Still going. Oh, it's picked up beautifully this time by Green. Green back inside to David Green, and David Green will score underneath the post. Beautifully picked up there by Mel Green, the second rower.
What beautiful play by Wynnum Manly. I must admit, Big Gino took off, left 3 of them, drew in 4 of them actually, and that was beautifully picked up by the second rower. Belcher went for the intercept, and David Green, the hooker, and captain over under the post. Souths are just not at home, and some of those forwards, as Wynnum had the extra 2 points, should not be on the field.
South Mick have missed 17 tackles, Wynnum missing 6. To play it, Muller the dummy half. Sully. Back inside to Callaway. Callaway striding up the centre, still going. He's up over the quarter. Only has the full back to beat. Walsh is hanging on to him. And Butler comes across. Lewis there to cut it off. Dummy half Meninga. Kicked away. And it's a Wynnum ball. South lose their chance. So close to the line. Dummy half David Green. Wynnum roaring up again. Played forward by Dowling and a try. Played it forward. Leant over. Put his hand on it and a try. He eventually does. This will show it very well. He's got Ash Lumbie in front of Samarco. Well, he's only half up. He just towed it forward, leant across, put the big hand on it, and said, thank you very much, I'll have 4 points. So Wynnum streaking away to a lead of 14-2. It's now 16-2. And 3.5 minutes to the half-time break.
Against a man out there this afternoon. Halverson will remember this game.
David Green floating it, Dowling kicking it across field. It's still okay. Brian Walsh will pick it up, and this will be a gift try. Walsh in for an absolute gift of a try. David Green, dummy half. Lewis. Miles. Miles. Over to French. This is trouble. Over the halfway. Terry Butler outside. Beavers has a go. Now to Butler. Butler's on his own. He cuts back inside. He's looking for support. French is back onto his feet, and French is going to score in the corner. I thought it was French first up, and I thought it couldn't be. He'd been knocked to the ground, but that'll give you an idea of how much time Butler had to go, because there's French, and he's well and truly put to the ground in the tackle. So Butler says, I'll have a bit of a run now. Gary Belcher said, where in the world are you going to go? Butler cuts back that way, and blow me down. Here's French on the way. Brett French powering across for the try. Lumbie dives at him at the end, but it's too late. It's all over. And Wynnum Manly in for another one and have a lead of 24 points to 2. I'm amazed, Mick, that a player can be tackled, get up, and still score a try.
And he was well tackled too.
So Warren Green attempting to convert this one. He's failed, so the score at Lang Park remains. Wynnum leading by 24 points to 2. Still haven't got David Green down as yet. Now Dawes to Lewis. Lewis, the long one. Brian Walsh into the back line. Then away to Terry Butler. Butler back inside. This is Lewis. Lewis got away then to Miles, and Miles is in. Gene Miles in for another one. And the procession continues.
Great football, Wynnum Manly. Wally Lewis, the long one to that man Walsh. I told you he could play great football. Butler hardly touched his fingers and he shot it back inside to that man Wally. And there's Big Gino, who's been following Wall all this year.
And they're racking up a cricket score. It's 28-2.
Else not doing too much. There's Wayne Bennett. I wonder what thoughts are running through his mind. Self-destruction or some sort of Harry Cowrie, Bill?
Anyway, that's the way it goes. Here's a kick by Warren Green, is there, and that is rubbing it in. 30 points to 2, win a Manly lead. And they're in all sorts of trouble, South Mick, when you have a look at them just on fitness-wise here.
But he's going to give his team a bit of a spell, and yes.
No, he's going to take the tap, puts his head down and dives for the line. Can he get it down? Yes, he can. He's got it down. That's a try. Wynnum in for another one. 34 points to 2.
Well, he wasn't giving it, as you see on the replay. Now watch Green. He walks in and puts his hands up in the air, but he's not saying anything. A pretty good ploy, and then away he goes. 3-1, and South still can't hold him out.
Kick is going to be successful. Ball running into it is Bob Lindner. Ball roll loose. And it was Green able to stand up and get it away then to Dawes. Dawes back inside to Lewis. Lewis crashing through, and here's another one. Lewis over underneath the post. And Wynnum Manly hit the 40 points.
There that would just open up.
We might get a... There's the kick converted. So it's 42-2. Souths have missed 34 tackles. And that's a conservative estimate. As opposed to Wynnum Manly's 12. The scoreboard says it all.
And I think if you've been watching the game all afternoon, you would know that positional play was non-existent by the South players, and they didn't want to tackle anybody.
That's Bob Lindner putting a little kick. Is this going to be South's try? There's 2.5 minutes remaining. Lindner pulled down short of the line. He can't get over. Getting up to play at final tackle. So back to Bruce Harry. Harry a big long one. Ash Lumbie takes it. He gets it around the corner to Meninga. Meninga gets it away to Abbott. Abbott's going for the line. Tackled by Walsh, but he's in for the try. So South getting in with 1 minute and 42 remaining in the match.
As you'll see on the replay, ball is thrown long and wide. Ash Lumbie to Big Mal. Mal throws a wild one over the top. I tell you what, Abbott did. He nearly put that one down too, and there wasn't anybody around.
Attempting to convert. He's spot on line. Beautiful kick from the touchline. Makes it 42 points to 8. 10 metres out from his own line. Crowd starting to pour onto the field already. It hasn't finished, but it's all over now, and that's it. Wynnum Manly convincing winners of the 1984 Grand Final. They've taken it out by 42 points to 8. And somewhere out there, Michael, is our man of the match to receive $200 worth of Canterbury gear.
Well done, Brian Walsh. There he is.
Well, he's there somewhere, Mick.
Yes,
Kids everywhere. There he is. You can see him over the back there. With number 1 jersey on, Brian Walsh is our man of the match. $200 worth of Canterbury gear and the System 21 stereo from NEC.
Near capacity gate of about 35,000 people, a very warm, fairly still afternoon. We'd think the temperature to be about 25 or 26 degrees.
Thanks, Arthur. We've got a replay here of last year's Grand Final, of course, and that was when Wynnum Manly thrashed South 42 points to 8. I don't see that happening this afternoon, though. South's a much improved side, and Wynnum Manly not in the same form they were in 1984. South's, on the other hand, different kettle of fish. They played particularly well this season. They won 10 out of their last 11 matches, so their form is really first class. And I think the Magpies, if they can control possession, and that's so important, you must keep the ball away from Wynnum Manly. They're too good in attack, and you must control possession if they're going to beat them this afternoon. We've got a replay of last year's Grand Final, 42-8, Wynnum Manly won it. Is this side a better side that you got this year than the one last year?
It's a better team, David.
Have you learned anything from last year, and what in particular have you learned from that one match?
Oh, I learned quite a few things. I suppose that the most important thing I learned that you have to have players that maybe not as flashy as some other players, but they play with a fair bit of determination and courage for the 80 minutes.
Thanks, Wayne, and good luck today.
Thanks, David.
And there we are, a sign there saying farewell and best of luck to Mal Meninga. And of course, Mal Meninga has signed with the Canberra Raiders for next season, and this will be the last time he plays for South here at the Lang Park Stadium. Well, there they are, the Magpies taking the field, and all eyes on the tunnel now to see whether big Mal Meninga will come out for South. Under a severe injury cloud prior to the match. There he is, the big fella, and he comes onto the field. Of course, he's had injections in that knee, and good news for the Magpies that Mal Meninga is able to take the field in his grand final, the last grand final he'll play. They're the Winner Manly side as they take the field, captained by David Green. There's been an injury cloud over 3 of the players. Colin Scott, Gene Miles and David Green himself, the captain, have been on injury clouds during the week, but they've all come through it okay.
So it's Wally Lewis to start play in the 1985 Grand Final. A very deep kick as it goes well down to Belcher. And South fullback 10 metres out from his own line. And the first mistake by Winner Manly.
Lewis in great cover defence to fix up his own mistake.
He can kick through in the play of the ball, and it runs into touch.
Penalty.
Penalty.
Yes, you're not allowed to kick, and Wally Lewis querying that. The rule states the ball must be on the ground. So's David Green querying it.
Gary French attempting to put first points on the board. It's a pretty good attempt too. And the flags are up. The Magpies go to an early lead of 2 points to 0.
That's just the sort of tonic that South would have been looking for.
Cross to French, out wide to Meninga. Meninga sends that pass to John Elias, the second rower standing there, back a bit risky, that pass picked up by Meninga. Meninga, oh, look at that. Players bouncing some players off there.
I think Big Mal's fair dinkum today.
Hooker's pass across to the 5'8" French. There's Meninga. And starts to get going, Meninga. Look at Meninga tripping, getting over that area. Sends his pass, goes astray, picked up by Wallace. And Wallace has it for South still. Almost lost it for a moment. Also Meskel in there, the front row forward. Flips across from Dawes to Lewis. A longer pass out wide to Brett French in the centres. Gets away from Meninga, gets around Meninga, over the halfway mark. Brett French kicking ahead, and the chase is on. The bounce favouring Winner Manly. Brett French gets it eventually, and almost there. Butler, how close did Butler go to plucking it out of the air? But French picking it up eventually. The bounce favouring Winner Manly. The luck of the game, it's a penalty to Winner Manly, being held down by Souths. The scores, he's got a 64% record this season, and there it goes. The flags are up, and it's 2-2 after close to 14 minutes of play. Eddie Muller, the hookers there to distribute. French, Tromp, the second row forward. Peter Jackson in the centres, and found the gap there between Dowling and another player up there. And a good run from Peter Jackson. Good run indeed. Winner Manly defence held off there. It's a penalty too against David Green.
Craig Ferrugia, I think it was, after who was playing back at fullback with Colin Scott getting attention on the sideline. Let's have a look at it. That's a great tackle there from Ferrugia.
Very even match so far.
Yeah, nothing in it.
French kick, there it goes. And it's there. So the Magpies hit the front again, leading by 4 points to 2. Muller, and switch back to Jackson on that blind side. Peter Jackson tries to get he does get his pass away to the fullback up there. Fullback gets his yes, he broke away from that tackle, Belcher. Belcher did very well then. He was stopped several times it seemed, but now with great determination and strength he's 30 metres out in the Winner Manly line. Cullen's pass out to French. French sends it on to Elias. Elias starting to move now, running strongly. Look at John Elias over the quarter line. The pass comes back inside now to Norm Carr. Gets up off the ground. Carr, can he keep going? And he got the ball down. Norm Carr, yes he did. It's a try to Norm Carr, and the Magpies lead by 8 points to 2.
Great try from South. It first came from a great break down that right-hand side with Belcher chiming in beautifully to go a long way downfield. Winner Manly had never recovered, and then South got the ball back out along their back line. I thought John Elias maybe had picked the wrong time to run, but he really accelerated. Elias has read this game so well. Here it is again. This is where it comes back along the left. Have a look at this. That's Elias deciding to straighten up. Winner Manley had plenty of defenders. He goes straight through the middle of them. Peter Dawes missed him. So did Greg Jones. Beautiful pass back on the inside to Norm Carr. Norm Carr had Gary French there in support. Gary French throws his hands up. Norm Carr not held, and he reaches out and just gets it on the line for a great Magpies try. Here it is again from the head on. There's Norm Carr struggling toward the line. Terry Butler just not quite strong enough to hold him out, and David Manson in perfect position to award it.
Gary French's kick, and the flags are up, and the Magpies go to a lead of 10 points to 2. That's a pretty handy lead with just 7 minutes before half-time. 5 minutes before half-time, Souths are leading 10 points to 2.
Mick Beaver's there in centre screen with his new curly haircut.
Long kick over halfway. Good long kick from Belcher. And it's running well over the quarter line. An excellent kick from Belcher. And Scott right back near his own try lines to score points before half-time as Wally Lewis puts up the bomb. Fullback Belcher's underneath it, and Belcher takes it, and very well done. Belcher gets away from a lot of them. Good probably for the first time in the match, starting to look really good. Here comes Coyne. Coyne sending it back now onto Adam. Adams charging through, get the ball down, turning in the tackle, can't get it down. Yes, he's got the ball down. Adams has scored for Winner Manley, and the first try has been scored by the Seagulls. Souths are leading by 10 points to 6.
Boy, have we got a game on our hands. You could see it coming though. Winner Manley stringing the passes together. It was a beauty that put Ian French away. A couple of tackles previous to that. Souths, after this whole match, have had their defence hardly breached. They've always been in a position to contain them. After this, they were a little bit at 6s and 7s. Where's the straight line? They're a little bit lost for a straight line here. Gary Coyne gets it back to Craig Adams. Look at the determination on this young fellow. Replace Craig Perugia. Ken Gittins gets a hold of him. Gets caught down just before, certainly not a double movement. Reaches around, spins around, and gets it right down on the line.
Would take the Seagulls, Winner Manley within 2 points of South. There it goes. It's raised the flags. And so it's an open game again. Looks like a cliffhanger. 2 points. Souths leading Winner Manley by 10 points to 8. Inside the last minute now as it comes to Wally Lewis, sends it on to Brett French, and wow, he was wrapped up in a sandwich tackle between Meskel and Peter Jackson. David Green, the captain, is there, just outside South's quarter line. There's Wally Lewis, sends the pass to Miles. He's looking for him, but the ball has been knocked down. Fight for possession. South ball knocked on, and so a scrum.
Winner Manley, loose head and feed, should win it. Brett French getting attention. Against the head. Souths have got the ball, and that should be the ball game.
Yes, it should be the grand final to Souths now. 22 metres out in their own line, in possession. Up there is Chris Phelan's in the dummy half position. Chris having his last game, and wouldn't he love to go out with the grand final? There's the countdown now. Chris Phelan certainly would wait. And Souths have sunk the Seagulls. The Magpies, Souths, have really shot down the Seagulls.
Yep, and look at the elation. There it is, I think. Souths really wanted to win that one. They tried so hard over so many years, haven't been able to do it. They wanted it more than Winner Manley today. They played some of the best football, finals football, some of the most controlled final football that we've seen here for a long time. Defence was magnificent. Winner Manley threw everything at them, but it was the defence around the forward pack. Norm Curran, brilliant cover defence. Look at Wayne Bennett. Congratulations, Wayne.
Certainly a fantastic grand final, a real cliffhanger, with Souths running out winners by 10 points to 8, only 1 try to each team. So a great day out for the Magpies, winning 3 of the 4 grand finals here today. They thoroughly deserved their victory in this major grand final, and congratulations to them, and congratulations to Winner Manley too for a really top performance. Souths winning the grand final by 10 points to 8. Thanks very much for being with us.
Welcome everyone to the climax of the Brisbane Rugby League season, the 1986 grand final between Winner Manley and Brothers. There's no doubt that Winner Manley are hot favourites, but David, will complacency be a problem for the Seagulls?
Well, I doubt it very much. I think the fact that they lost the 85 grand final when they were also red hot favourites to Souths, that will really be something that will spur them on. They've been hurting for 12 months, Winner Manley. Captain coach Wally Lewis, first year that he's been captain coach, and of course this should be the last game that these players will put together.
Well, Warren, I'm sure the officials are delighted with the crowd here at Lang Park. Estimates that the crowd wouldn't reach 20,000 have been proven wrong.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 1986 grand final of the Winfield Cup, the biggest day in the Brisbane Rugby League calendar. 9 teams have given their all in the search for Rugby League's ultimate prize.
There's the brothers team coming out onto the field now, and they look very serious. There's the brothers team. Moore at fullback, the young fellow. O'Brien and Burns on the wing. Late replacement yesterday. What a shame for brothers. Joe Kilroy can't take the field, but the experienced Johnny Tapp comes on to partner Robert Grogan in the centres. The halves, Gill and Greg Smith. And in the forward pack, Staines, McElwain, Gary Smith, Baumba, Bailey and Carter. The coach, Ross Sprudwick. The Boos, captain coach of Winner Manly, captain of Australia, Wally Lewis. Looks fair dinkum, as does the remainder of the side. Peter Dawes running out there too. Have a look at that, the Winner Manly side. What a side it is. Probably the last time we'll see them together. Colin Scott at fullback, Scott Lewis and Scott Nichols on the wings, Naylor and Miles in the centres, Lewis at 5'8", Dawes with the injury to his arm, lining up once again, not 100% fit, Lindner, French Green, Jenner, Ferrugia and Dowling. What a football team it is, capable of beating any side in Australia, any club side in Australia. They've been equal of anything in Sydney, but they still got to produce it on the day. There's Wally Lewis. He realises the disappointment of last year. They were red-hot favourites last year too, when they came up against the Magpies, who had Mal Meninga, Belcher, Elias, and certainly there was plenty of pressure on them then. There's more pressure this year.
Wally Lewis had a very angry look on his face as he came out. Very determined, Lewis. And there's the kick-off for the 1986 Rugby League Grand Final. Lewis putting it down into the in-goal. Burns has to reach high to gather. Now running it up to meet the Wynnum defence. In they swarm. Jenner there with Ferrugia. Referee keeping a close eye on it. Dowling takes a mark. Oh, strong tackle from Carter. Bang, he goes into Dowling.
Crowd appreciating it too. Mistakes inside their own territory. Penalty inside the 5. The brothers' backs, Bill in particular, coming up too quickly.
Should be able to hit this one over. It's at low, but it's through the post. So first points on the board for Winner Manly. They lead 2-0 after 7 minutes. Lindner close to the ruck.
Got him to offside again. And he's right too. Brothers have been coming up very quickly. Be interesting to see here whether Scotty has a shot for goal.
30 metres out. It's this one well, and 2 more points. So Wynnum skip away to an early 4-0 lead on the back of the penalties. Ferrugia, Lewis in their working play. Good pass to Dowling, but he's knocked it on. And Dowling would have had the momentum probably to crack that line.
Yeah, I think.
Greg Smith. Cut out pass for Grogan in the gap. Comes to Lewis. Bounces away from him, but Lewis made the tackle. Wynnum is thin out wide. Gill holds up the puck, goes himself, straight through, race Peter Gill, first try to brothers, and evens up the score, 4-all.
What a great try from Peter Gill. We saw him have a terrific game last week. The supporters have gone crazy, so have the brothers team. Well, let's have a look. Brothers had Winner Manly in trouble out here on this left-hand side. You can see how thin the Winner Manly defence is. Greg Smith fires the ball to Gill. The dummy, the step, Naylor went the wrong way, so did Gene Miles. The second step, straighten up, go for the line, son. Wally Lewis can't stop him.
And the flags are up, so brothers hit the lead, 6 points to 4, 15 minutes remaining in the first half. David, as you said, suicidal. Brothers, rather Wynnum is still trying to throw the ball wide, even when the brothers are up quickly.
Here's a good scrum, this one. Look at the push there from both. That's a good effort from brothers. Both hookers with the feet wrapped around the ball, and it was the brothers' scrum that won the day against the head.
No reaction there. Smith, Gill, Grogan again goes wide. Tapp. Pops a beautiful pass for Moore. Moore heading to the try line. Desperate defence holds him 1 metre short. Should be 6 more. Long pass to Dowling. Miles throws a little dummy. Back inside, beautifully handled by Lindner. Back inside, the ball's gone loose, but it's play on. Naylor knocks on. Play on through the referee. Burns picks it up for brothers. Burns sets sail for the try line. Chased by Mel Green. Has support inside. Gets the pass. Is knocked down by Green. It's play on. Tapp dives on it. Tries to throw it back. Still picked up again by O'Brien over the touchline. Dramatic end to the first half, and that's the break. Burns, good tackle from Miles, and he's lost the ball. Lindner picks it up. Lindner racing for the try line. Lindner's over, but he's called it back. Lewis clasped his hands around his head.
There it is. There's Burns going into the tackle. Well, look at Lindner come over the top. Good cover defence from Lindner. He has tackled well out wide, and they thump him into the ground. To all intents and purposes, the ball went free, I would think. Let's have a look at it. Burns is hurt in that tackle. The ball comes out the back, and Bob Lindner goes to pick it up. Eddie Ward is not in a position really to see exactly what happened in that tackle. Certainly Linda didn't steal the ball. It was there lying on the ground. Should have been a fair try.
Dowling, little dummy, and then up the middle. Can't handle the pass.
Yes, he was held back.
It's hit, and it's straight between the posts. The flags are up. The score 6-all, midway through the second half. 20 minutes to go.
There's Strudwick on the bench, looking concerned. He knows Winnemanley are in that try-scoring position.
Lewis to French. French away from the tackle of Bournemouth. French for the line, slips it back inside. Lewis onto it. Play on. Lewis for the line. Lewis stretches out. It's a try. It's a try to Winnemanley. Wally Lewis reaching out over the line. It takes them to the lead, 10 points to 6.
Well, the Emperor's done it. I don't know how he did it. We'll have to see it on replay to see how he got that ball down. What a magnificent effort from Wally Lewis. A solo. He's been knocked down by one of his own players there as they come in to congratulate him. Took one right on the nose. But I don't think he's hurting too much at the moment because he just put his team in front. And it took some pretty concerted attack there from Winnemanley. Look at the two of them work in tandem here. Wally Lewis, Ian French. Look at this fella run the football. Brushes out of one. Looked like he'd go all the way. Then a desperation pass in behind him. Lewis still in backup position. Looked for support. Said, no, I'm going to do it myself. Stretches out through one. Reaches out right on the try line. Got it down. Yes, what a super effort from Wally Lewis to get that one down.
The most difficult of the lot. And he's pushed it away to the right. So the score remains Winnemanley 10, Brothers 6.
They've got a 4-point advantage at the moment. I think he wants to play it down this end of the park.
Switches it across to Jenner. Jenner in the gap. Back inside for Scott Lewis. Leaves it behind. On it goes to Mal Green. Slips it to Attell. Attell for the try line in the corner. And it's a try. Well, that must be the winning of the grand final with only 5.5 minutes to go. Winnemanley leading by 14 points to 6.
14 points to 6 is their lead. Very difficult for Brothers with only about 5.5 minutes to go. Look at it from behind as Winnemanley change the point of attack. Brothers defence going one way. Lewis says, hang on, we're going back the other way, fellas. Fires the ball back on the outside. Jenner had been put into a bit of a hole here as Brothers started to lose their straight line of defence as Scott Lewis came back on the inside. The ball went onto the ground. Just a little bit of luck here for Winnemanley. The ball just gets flicked up almost there. Mal Green, what a brilliant pick-up that one was though. And then through the line of defence, fired the ball out to Phil Attell, and he goes across in the corner for Winnemanley and the 1986 Winnemanley Grand Final. Wally Lewis.
Wally Lewis is going to take the conversion attempt, only half a metre in from touch. Hits it well, just swings away from the post. It was headed towards that right-hand upright. So the score remains Winnemanley 14, Brothers 6, 8 points in it with 5 minutes to go. Still tackling, courageous performance from them. Lewis, and that's full time. Winnemanley have won the 1986 Grand Final by 14 points to 6, defeating Brothers. What a performance from both sides, of fitting in to the season. Both teams have given it everything they possibly could. The class of Winnemanley finally winning out.
He's the captain, the coach. He's also the try scorer. He set up or scored the try that put Winnemanley in front, and of course he dictated the whole play. Great effort from Lewis.
Good afternoon everyone and welcome to League 87 and our live coverage this afternoon of the 1987 Winfield Cup Rugby League Grand Final between minor premiers Brothers and Redcliffe. And it's also good afternoon to David Wright.
Good afternoon, Bill, and it's really with a touch of nostalgia we go into the grand final this afternoon, because with the entry of a Brisbane team into the Sydney competition next year, we won't really see the competition in its current format ever again. And what a chance for both these sides to go down in history. It's 1965 since Redcliffe last won a premiership and 68 since Brothers have, so plenty of incentive for both sides.
For Brothers, fullback Clinton Moore. The three-quarters, Joe Kilroy, Robert Grogan, Jeff Burns and Mark Coyne. The halves of Peter Gill and Greg Smith. And the forwards, Lockford, Brett Leman. The second row partnership of Tony Ray and Gary Smith. And the front row, Steve Carter, Trevor Bailey and Jim Stafford.
A look at the Dolphins side then, and Darryl Vandervelde, as has been usual in the last few weeks, won't release his side till about 5 minutes before the game. Let's have a look at one in the program. Greg Donlier was injured last week. Could be Brett Rolls in there in his place. On the wings, Shane Knuth and Robin Thorne. The centres, Teven and Cherry, we think. Doyle will probably sit on the sideline. Benson and Sandy the halves are a very good back line. And in the forwards, looks to be a good one as well. That's where Redcliffe's strength has been all season. Bleakley, Keogh and Tapia in the back row, and an international front row in Niebling, Kinescu and Brown.
And here they come out onto the field. First team out for the 1987 Grand Final, the minor premiers Brothers. And led out by their captain for this afternoon's match, Trevor Bailey and hooker. There they are, led out by their little mascot, the Leprechaun. Brothers, probably slight favourites to win this match.
And as expected, a late change for the Dolphin outfit, and the changes come from the medium of Robin Thorne. Robin Thorne won't be playing. He will be wearing number 5, sitting on the bench, and there we just saw Brett Rolls wearing 14. He takes his place in the sides.
The 1987 Brisbane Winfield Cup Rugby League Grand Final. Redcliffe kicking off down to Brothers. That's Coyne. Throws the ball across to his supports. And Smith will be taken down just 10 metres short of his own try line as the roar goes up. Brothers, Smith, Gill, the little chip and chase. Brothers player streaming through, sits up for Burns, he regains, now it's on the ground, knocked on though. Carter juggles, then takes them on. And slips his pass, still going, Bailey to the try and he scores! The first try of the match for Brothers when they open the door.
What a try, what a smile from the captain. Beautiful pass from Steve Carter. Had a suspicion about being forward. Eddie Ward didn't think so. But Steve Carter took them on straight up the middle. Brothers hit back the blind side first up. Let's have a look at it. Beautiful pass. That was okay. Picked up beautifully by Bailey, not a forward. And Bailey showing good pace. Gets away from Bleakley. Then to the fullback, Donnelly. Look at the stride on Bailey. Had his sights set on the try line. He wasn't going to get caught. Donnelly should have made a better attempt to tackle on that one. And Trevor Bailey, the Brothers captain, gets across for the first point of the game. Here it is. Carter. Great front row play. Goes in to protect himself initially. Then gets his hands free. Fires it up to the ever backing up hooker, and he breaks out of the tackle and then steps again to go away from Donnelly. Caught Donnelly flat-footed, and Trevor Bailey streaks across for Brothers' first try. They lead 4-0.
As he moves in to try and add the extras, it looks so it's across the face. Waved away, says the touch judges. The score remains Brothers 4, Redcliffe 0. Off. Smith to Gill to Leman. Leman supports, recovered to come back inside. Stafford are keeping it alive. Gill spots a hole, still going. Gill has the ball. Bailey. Now it's Carter. Carter draws the defence to Grogan to Kilroy. Kilroy pulled out and lost. Beautiful ditch tackle by Keogh coming across.
Champagne Rugby League. You wouldn't get it better than that. Joe's got the ball in the wrong hand. Keogh picks him up beautifully. Takes him in a touch.
The clearing kick. Coyne again. Beats safe all day. Comes up again. Beats, doesn't beat Rolls, but unloads his pass to Moore. Moore beats Tapia. Moore into open spaces. Up towards the quarterway. Can't beat Sandy's tackle. Benson, Kilroy, across the cover. With a try of Brothers. A try of Brothers.
Joe shows his orange mouth guard. He's exhausted. He'd only just barely recovered from the last cover defending tackle. Had to juggle that one to put it away. Great build-up once again. Brothers showing from broken play. There's the man who started it, young Mark Coyne. He took the ball beautifully back from the deep kick downfield. Redcliffe were under pressure. He'd given the ball to Clinton Moore. Clinton Moore there, tries to stand up Jamie Sandy. Just gets his hands free long enough. Tony Ray, beautiful backup. Out to Joe Kilroy. Look at Joe juggle it. Just gets a hold of it. Cover defence too late. Here you go, Brothers, for their second try.
Away. So Brothers now 8-0.
Well, I think the value of Breezes depends very much. There's another pass from Tapia gone astray.
Coyne for the try line. The cover defence will come across, but they won't catch him. And Coyne will score. And Brothers, that's their third try. They lead now 12 points to 0.
Well, you can just about put your glasses down, I think.
That's inexcusable from Redcliffe. Another try from a mistake. Certainly that the tackle was a heavy one. Redcliffe
at 8-0. Okay, wasn't what they wanted at half-time, but it was certainly better than this. 12-0. There it is to Pyer, trying to get the pass away. Crunch! Steve Carter, what a hit. The ball goes loose. Picked up quickly by Brothers. Here it is, the ball bouncing around. Tony Ray it is. Look at him search straight for his winger. Always had it in mind to get out. Beautiful pass, little flick of the wrist. And Mark Coyne, he's a speedster. Dave Brown, he could have had a jet behind him. He wasn't going to catch this fellow. He scoots away. Neither was Keogh. And Mark Coyne, the young speedster, puts it down for Brothers' third try. But once again, we've got Redcliffe making mistakes. Okay, this one was brought about by a fantastic tackle, but it really shouldn't have come because they should have tidied it right up.
Tony Ray with the kick, looking to add the extras, and hits the uprights and bounces in. That's his first kick. 1 from 3. That will be the half-time score. Brothers 14, Redcliffe 0.
Penalty. And a penalty to Redcliffe. Should take the 2 points, I reckon.
Bob Keogh moves in to this attempt at goal and looks pretty true. Up go the flags. Redcliffe, their first points on the board. A trail by 14 points to 2. As you say, Dave, that could well be now a confidence booster. Fired back. Greg Smith. Carter running wide. Carter. Another beautiful pass to Gill. Gill gets his pass up the closing. Goes out to Burns. Fingertips and gets it. More. One to beat. Gilroy. That was 4 goes. Went forward.
Joe's going to put it across the line anyway. What a spectacular player. Joey thinks he scored it. Shakes the head.
Bailey with the kick. On their screaming through, Brothers. Up they go for it. Come down, Brothers way. 6 to go. That's a try.
Tony Ray on the spot. Once again, Brothers challenging for the ball. It was touched by a Brothers player. Should come backwards though. 18-2 the score now as Brothers race away with it. Good kick out of dummy half. Once again, Brothers have a great licence to kick out of dummy half. Good one from Bailey, the captain. Hung up in the breeze. And Peter Gill and Brothers in there very quickly to try and harass Redcliffe. They couldn't handle it. Tony Ray could. And Brothers 18-2 with the kick to come.
Pretty well in front. Moves in, makes no mistake. Up go the flags. Brothers move out now to lead by 20 points to 2. Sandy, little chip kick through. Plenty of chasers. Loose in goal. Sandy dives on it. And that's a try. A consolation try to Redcliffe. That's their first try of the match.
Well, the only way they were going to crack their defence. They weren't going to run through it. They had to kick through it, and it's surprising they haven't done a little bit more of it.
Scrum string around. Brothers have it. Gill. Some more. Moore spots a hole. Still going. Clinton Moore. Clinton Moore for the try line. Shoot the gate. Clinton Moore will run all the way and score. Breaks it round underneath the uprights. That's the ball game for 1987. There they are, the brethren. They're the premiers.
He's on his way to St George next year. Here he is coming out the other side. Clinton Moore streaking away. The danger always was that Brothers' backs were going to do the damage, and we've seen Kilroy, Mark Coyne and Clinton Moore finish off some great attacking movements as he puts it down under the sticks.
Tony Ray to add the extras right in front. Up go the flags. Brothers add another nail to the coffin. With 4 minutes remaining now. Just under 5 minutes, in fact. They lead 26 points to 8.
There's a little leprechaun. He's been on their side today.
Brothers player slowly to his feet. There goes the hooter. And Brothers, deserved winners of the 1987 Winfield Cup Grand Final by 26 points to 8. And what a happy bunch they are.
There's Strutty. He's a happy man. But all credit to Brothers. They really fought on strongly. And I think the scoreline really shows their supremacy this season.
Good afternoon, Chris Bombolas for Nine's Wide World of Sports. Welcome to our coverage of the Winfield Cup Grand Final between the Diehards and Ipswich. Well, the scene down at Lang Park is electric. Supporters from both clubs are enjoying themselves, and there's plenty of green and white from Ipswich, and of course the royal blue from the Diehards.
Well, thanks, Chris. Grand final day from Lang Park. It's not a bad day, Mick. In fact, it's a glorious day sun-wise, but this breeze is going to play havoc out there, and it's going to be a vital part of this grand final today.
You're not wrong, Al. It's gusting from the southwest,
and whoever's going to have the scoreboard end of the ground in the second half will have the advantage.
And the diehards, McVivers, come on to Lang Park for the 1988 Grand Final. Well, the Gladiator does. It's the same thing.
Well, here they come now. Firstly, the little ball boy, and then there they are.
Led on by Peter Coyne. And here they come, the Jets. Led out by Gavin Payne. There's Dean Ponting, who's starting in front of Andrew Walters, and he'll be one of the hitmen early, I'd say, Farmer. There's the diehards team. Hegarty, the fullback, Buckley and Shields on the wing. The centres are Boys and Egan. Coyne and Daunt, the halves. What a difference they can make. Wayne Cullen, Boys and Strass in the second row. That's Richard Boys, he and his brother Stephen in the side. Kelly and Walker are the props, and Billy Holmes. Bit of an unsung hero is the hooker. As we look at the Ipswich Jets limber up, get all those muscles loose. Gavin Payne at fullback, Errol Hunter and young Tony Wattups on the wings, Ross Williams and Ken Robinson in the centres. From the squad, Craig Spark at 5'8", Ovens, Carts, Wolans, Ponting, Olsen, O'Doherty and Parcell.
I'm rather jealous. I wished I looked like him as we kick off.
Ovens down to his opposite number and Brett Daunt. And in comes Peter Shields. Paddy O'Doherty and Ben Olsen meet Shields. They put him to ground. Holmes a dummy half. Oh, Wolans has given Richard Boys some. And it's on Darren Wolans. He's not much of him, but he's the hit man for the Jets. And he's got Richard Boys after 33 seconds. Oh. Hunter. And Walker gets hold of Hunter, got him a bit high. And now he wouldn't let him play.
This will be a big plus if he can put this one over. The wind's blowing all over the place, as we told you earlier. So it'll possibly be a bit of a miracle if he can get it over. Here we'll see.
How's it look? Pretty good. Real good. It's over, a gem. Ipswich draw first blood. They lead by 2 points to 0. The grand final, you're watching it on Nine's Wide World of Sports. Ovens. Great Spark. Spark back to O'Doherty to Parcell. And he's just short of the line.
And he was looking for support, and it should have been there.
Now Ovens. Carts. Pass has gone to Olsen. They've got to score. Dean Ponting. Dean Ponting in to score. Oh, great stuff. The Jets, they're in front by 6 points to 0. As we look at the replay, and it was the quick pass here from Brett Carts. And Olsen did the right thing. He drew Daunt. And Dean Ponting said to me at training during the week, Alan, he said, you might think it looks funny, number 13 standing out. Waved away, no goal. And after 14 minutes of play, Ipswich lead die hard, 6 points to 0. Hegarty has got Payne out of position. That's a gem. So the diehards hoping to win one against the feed. Want to be good to win one against Parcell and his boys. He won 7 against the head here against East. Oh! Stephen Boyce has got Ovens. What has happened there?
Here it comes. Watch this. He didn't even have the ball.
Ovens. Ovens. Ponting. Ovens. Try line. 4 points. Oh, Ipswich are doing it so well. Ray Ovens has blitzed them. The Jets in front by 10 points to 0.
Oh, that is champagne football. It is beautiful. And Ponting is backing up, having a blinder. And how did Ovens get off the ground and run? Here it is. He hasn't lost any of the zip.
Pete Holmes.
And then the pass went to Ponting. Now he ran on it. Now watch this, back inside, thank you. Playing like a genius. And we're over into the red dirt.
You're watching the Winfield Cup Grand Final on Nine's Wide World of Sports. O'Doherty's gone without it. And that'll be Valley's ball. Buckley. 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 He's in. Oh, against the run of play. The diehards have come up with a try. Oh, that's what they needed, a little bit of luck. Buckley in to score, 10 points to 4. Let's have a look.
Here it is. It touches a Valley's player. All right, Andrew, you're spot on. And he wasn't too keen to pick it up for a moment. Now watch little Ovens. He does everything to try and stop him. No chance.
8 minutes to half-time. Ipswich lead diehards 10 points to 4.
Ipswich not defending as well this half.
Daunt, Coyne, boys. Coyne. Egan. Kelly Egan. Over the top. Try. Peter Shields is in to score. The diehards are back in business. Kelly Egan involving himself in the game, Nick. And it's only taken him 52 minutes to do it. They're back in business, the diehards. Ipswich lead 10-8.
And they're back in the game. And look out, because Ipswich's defence hasn't been good at all.
Andrew?
Well, once again, created by a man backing up, supporting the ball.
That looks pretty good. It's up and over. An even ball game, 10 points all, the diehards in Ipswich. Good sports. He'll run it straight, and that's a penalty to diehards for mine. Yes, Andrew Walters had the marker, and Buckley. It's coming back. It's coming back. Oh, what a gem. What a gem. He started that well out to the left. Brought it back right between the sticks. Diehards hit the front, 12-10. Here comes Kelly. 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 Down. Oh, what a great try. My word, that's a great try. Shane Kelly's in to score. You won't see better determination than that. Diehards in front, 16-10, Nick, and that's the gutsiest try of the year. An unbelievable effort from Kelly, who's not a big man.
No, well, it's believable if you go on his form in the major semi-final. I thought he was diehards best that day. Probably started a bit quietly today, like the rest of the Valley's pack, but they're really going now. Bill Holmes really picked his game.
So Hegarty, no, he's hooked that one away. So no goal. Diehards lead Ipswich 16 points to 10. 22 minutes left in the match. Now it's Holmes, away to Daunt. Field goal, over. That's the 7-point buffer. Brett Daunt kicks a field goal, and the Diehards lead by 17 points to 10. Frills with the ball now, and then Spark. Robertson, Kenny Robertson, can he beat Hegarty? Yes, he does, it's a try! It's a try! My word! And the people are coming back now, there's no need to lose. Kenny Robertson in to score. Hunter can't convert, 3 points the difference. The Diehards lead the Jets 17-14, 3.5 minutes to go. This is it! Whoa! He's died with the ball. Oh, it's a penalty. Offside. Quick tap. 2-1. The full-time siren's gone. That's all alive. It's a forward pass. Grand final's over. What a thriller. The Diehards win it. 17 points to 14. And Farmer, this has had everything.
It had everything. And those people that walked out the gate missed a great finish. And top marks to Ipswich. They came as the underdogs. They didn't win it, but they'll bring us back again next year. And that was a great, great standard of football. Top marks to the Diehards. We knew they could win. They really had everything to lose, the Diehards today, but they did play well in that second half. Well, there you see the Deputy Prime Minister giving it to Peter Coyne, and he's very proud of that. They've earned it the hard way. Everyone wanted Ipswich to win today.
Congratulations to the Ipswich guys. It was one of the hardest games we've played, or I've played ever, I think. They sort of stuck to their guns to the end. It was probably only after a few little breaks that we came out on top.
Improved as the business end has come up. They've got in here the easy way. They beat East a fortnight ago. And there's the team. Steve Hegarty, the fullback. The wingers are Shane Buckley and David Burke. Centres Darryl Pitt, Murray Fettner. 5'8", Peter Coyne. Halfback is Brett Daunt. Forward pack for the Valley Diehards. Prop Rob Knight. The other prop Lindsay Williams. Hooker Bill Holmes. The second row is Richard Boys and Ziggy Strasser. The lock.
Settle in their seats. David Manning inside his own try line. Now Daunt goes to dummy half. Catton, here's Strasser, but the cut-out pass goes to Holmes, who created the movement. They're only 8 metres out from the line, the Diehards, in the opening 2 minutes of the match. Over it goes towards Coyne. Back to Daunt. Here's Tony Catton. Andrew Walters takes him 2 metres out on the final tackle. It's now with Holmes. Over to Daunt. Where are the runners? Here comes Darryl Pitt. Flips it out the back. It's kept alive. Feckner comes back infield. Daunt. Strasser. Can they keep the ball alive? The answer's yes at the moment. Here's Buckley. Walters tries to get in. The kick's ahead. It'll go dead in goal. And that's terrific pressure from the reigning premiers.
Andrew Walters wasn't expecting it. Wasn't expecting it, wasn't for him.
So now Hegarty giving it to Coyne. Over the top to Buckley. He's for the corner. He's home for your team money, Shane Buckley. There's the first try of the match. Valley's in to score. Shane Buckley in on the corner. Valley's lead by 4 points to 0.
And I think we'll see the problems of playing a centre on the wing in this football from their side of things.
Hits it pretty well. Just away. No goal. Valley's lead 4 points to 0. 16 minutes gone first half. Pitch outside the quarter. Now Ovens, Walters. He can crack them, this bloke. And he found support from Morrissey. Oh, and here's trouble. Murray Feckner coming across his Parcell. He kicks ahead for Daunt. Ovens and Daunt, and what ups? Daunt will be there first. Will they? Won't matter. Murray Feckner will, and that's a try.
What a beauty.
Daunt didn't get the bounce, but the Valley's chasers were there. Murray Feckner was there. So was Buckley. Feckner gets the ball. 8 points to 0, Valley's lead.
Well, psychologically, what's that going to do to Ipswich?
Good kick.
Over. Valley's lead by 10 points to 0, and there's 12 minutes to half-time. And Watson towards the line. But once again, Valley's defence magnificent. Now with Parcell. Ovens now runs the open side to pick up Ben Olsen. And he's tackled about 8 metres out, and there's a blue on.
Wallens and Darryl Pitt.
This could be tactics here by Valleys to spoil and settle things down. David Manson in now.
Darryl Pitt and Darren Wallens will be the two they call out.
Did you see what happened, Rod? I was following the football.
Well, it was just a case of Darryl Pitt went up into the line in defence, and from my point of view, it seemed to be that Wallens didn't like it much.
No, with the right cross coming over the top. I guess he didn't as we look at the replay.
Well, I didn't see the punch strike.
Now there's a quick play the ball. It goes away now through Parcell and Cart. There's a chance now. Sam Smith will score. Ipswich are in. They've finally cracked the defence. Well, could this be the turning point of the game? Sam Smith in on the corner. Valleys had held on for 9.5 minutes in the second half so far, and they still...
Graham Albert stands his ground. He should be in there.
Now Coyne, what's on? Billy Holmes is what's on. And here's Hegarty in support. Inside to Hegarty. Murray Feckner's unmarked. He'll be under the post. Valleys have done it. Billy Holmes the man. Billy Holmes has created havoc. Murray Feckner supports. And is that the last nail? 14 points to 4, Valley's lead, but gaps opening up all over the park. And it's Feckner's second try.
Well, not only brilliant support play from Billy Holmes as he steams onto that pass, but also reads it beautifully. Maybe suggestion of a forward pass, but marginal. You couldn't really complain. And then Hegarty reads the call from Feckner.
Little as Hegarty tries to add the extras. He does so. And Valley's lead by 16 points to 4. We'll be back
on.
Right, there's a change. We'll just confirm that with Rod.
Fitzgerald on and Boys is off.
It says Richard Boys coming off.
They've tried too often to do it. The ball's gone to ground.
Coyne just outside his own quarter, tackle by Spark. Fitzgerald away from dummy half. Billy Holmes running. Floats a nice pass for Burke, who's missed by Walters. He's also missed by Watson. He's almost at the halfway. Daunt. Dummies. Buckley's beside him. Shane Buckley. That's it. That's the grand final. It's all over. Valleys have done it. They've done it because they're a tough professional outfit. They've been well skilled by Rossi Henrik. Shane Buckley in to score, 20 points to 4. Valleys...
Oh, done to perfection as well. Valleys have made it back-to-back, and they can thank the fellas like Brett Dawn who've saved their best for the last being grand final day. Superb play from Valleys.
So Hegarty should just about throw this over with his ability. He does so, and Valleys lead by 22 points to 4.
The heat was pretty bad, you know, only in the first half. It was very hot out there. Eh?
But it looks good for Valleys.
Yeah, mate, looks like we've got it sewn up now, 22 to 4.
Well, Darryl Pitt out there in the three-quarter line, you had a lot of defence to do as well, mate. How did that feel?
Oh, it felt great. You know, like they threw the ball around a lot. And Murray and myself were just running back and forth all day. I think we did more yardage across the field than we did forward. So, yeah, I have to credit the boys out there because the forwards went forward and, you know, we did our job. So, you know,
I think most thought, including yourself and me, that this would be a stronger outfit. But Rossi Henrik did say that, oh, Strasser. Ziggy Strasser, nice way to finish for this man. He's been a part of the Brisbane Rugby League scene for a long time, Ziggy Strasser. With Norths and Valleys, tries all day, and rewarded in the dying minutes with a try under the...
To recover from every match. Well, I reckon the celebrations, that'll add another 2 or 3 months to it, so he should be ready again in January. I reckon we'll see his face, but good play. The forwards went forward, and then the guys in the backs did their job well. It really was a team effort. People like Ziggy Strasser, the props, Robert Knight and Lindsay Williams, and of course the hooker Billy Holmes, they went forward all day, and that was the key. And the defences we've harped on can't afford that against Valleys.
28 points to 4, Valleys lead, 2 minutes remaining in the grand final. So he'll wind down the clock at 40 seconds. Can Ipswich get over with Walters? Floats one. The numbers are there. But so is the cover defence. But the cover defence, yes, the cover defence is good enough.
Lindsay Williams' determination still there with seconds remaining.
And so that's great stuff from Lindsay Williams and Valleys. In the dying seconds, Williams just dashing over.
Doesn't that say something about attitude?
Simpson going for the corner, and Williams knocking him dead in goal, or in touch in goal. And here's the countdown. And there it is. Full time, and Valleys have won the 1989 Rugby League Grand Final. They defeated Ipswich by 28 points to 4. Well, the shaking of hands. Ziggy Strasser and Ray Ovens, Rossi Henrik, absolutely elated. And so he should. This has been a fine coaching performance from Ross Henrik.
Tries to Shane Buckley. 2 tries.
Valleys winning back-to-back premierships, beating Ipswich by 28 points to 4.
Final day of 1989, the Valleys second rower and Ziggy Strasser. From Winfield and Channel 9, Ziggy, job well done, mate. I've got to ask the question, are you now going to retire?
Oh, well, I'll just take it as it comes, you know. I'll see what happens during the off-season, and if I feel up to it again next year, I'll definitely play again, but we'll just wait and see, I think.
The sort of game that Ziggy Strasser enjoys?
Yeah, well, I love it, you know. Like, I love being out there, being part of the team and being part of the winning, you know. Like, winning's everything, and winning the grand final back-to-back, you know, means everything.
And for Valleys, their 16th BRL premiership.
Through, back to balls, away! Yeah, now back is in. Chapman making a bit ahead by Andy. No, he's taken the run around and score underneath the boat.
And South have sunk the Seagulls. The Magpies South have really shot down the Seagulls. Lewis onto it. Try on. Close for a line. Lewis stretches out. It's a try. It's a try to win a man with Buckley's beside him. Shane Buckley. That's it. That's the grand final.
Premiers, Valleys are first out of the tunnel for the grand final, led out by their captain and Billy Holmes. They're the odds-on favourites. The fullback is David Burke. The three-quarters are Tony O'Neill, Cameron Gregg, Shane Buckley and Peter Shields. Peter Coyne's the 5'8". The half-back is Darryl Gray. The pack of forwards, the front row is Sean Rubisane. Billy Holmes, the captain, and hooker Frank Rolls. The second row, Ziggy Strasser retires today. Kahu Tweedy, the lock Tony Catton, and they're coached by Rossi Henry. Tony Catton, captain of the Queensland under-21s last year. Here come the Devils.
And what a day it is for the Devils too. Haven't been in the grand final since 1980, but they'll be all fired up today under Tommy Radonigas. Their side is Pat Cleary at fullback. The three-quarters are Guy Harvey, Brett Kelso, Wayne Williams coming into the centre, along with Brad Foster on the wing. The halves are Darryl Duncan and Neil Wharton. The forwards are in the front row, Scott Mackay, Troy Evans at hooker and Paul Dinty. The second row is Mackenzie and Elmore, and the lock forward is Darren Bell. Of course, they're coached by Tommy Radonigas. And what a day it's been. The rain's starting to fall here at Lang Park, Alan, and I think that's going to make a fair difference if it continues.
They are ready. And the grand final underway per the medium of Guy Harvey's boot. Cameron Gregg gives it back to Tony O'Neill. He's tackled by Bell. Evans in over the top with a swinging arm. North's trying to intimidate the boys in royal blue.
He's giving as much as he's getting.
Troy Evans and Frank Rolls together.
Dinger Bell and Tony O'Neill.
Then Billy Holmes is into Foster.
Scotty Mackay's on Holmes. It's totally out of control.
Oh, Shields going at Foster. Foster trying to line him up.
Well, Peter Shields has just been belted with 5 of the best uppercuts you'll ever see, and they came from Brad Foster, and he's the man who wants to be involved. They reckon the call was 99. Somebody else said it was Anzacs. I heard neither one of them.
Penalty goes to Valleys, as was originally awarded. It goes to him. A little stab to test Cleary's hands, and he's made a meal of it. This is a try! I don't believe it! It's a try underneath the post! Pat Cleary has made an absolute mess of it. And Peter Shields, well, he might have got a couple of uppercuts from Brad Foster. He won't feel any pain now.
Have a look at poor old Pat Cleary here. Just make a total meal of it. Could have taken his eyes off it for a moment, I think, and has just let the ball go loose, then couldn't put it into touch. And it's a 4-pointer for Valleys.
Peter Shields with a sitter. Coyne adds the extras. And after 17 minutes, Valleys lead the grand final 6 points to 0. Gerald's a dummy half. It's gone to Coyne. Cameron Gregg inside, and Darren Bell got him ball and all. Gerald, now Wharton. Duncan will have to start running the football. He floats a nice pass to Kelso. Now here comes Darryl Gray, and Buckley from behind got him first. The pass went to Williams. Can they come on? Oh, he only had to look left, and Guy Harvey was on his shoulder.
Guy Harvey didn't call.
In the sin bin goes Billy Holmes for 5.
5 and 2 are your first scorers.
Over she goes. Valleys lead North 6-2. 10 minutes to half-time. And tidied up well. Here's Coyne again. Nice pass now. Shields from the other wing. Back to Coyne. And there's the try line. Will he get there? He's in. Peter Coyne having a blinder. But Peter Shields was the man that created a bit of havoc coming in from his opposite wing. And we've seen Valleys do this all season. Their wingers play all over the park. And Shields virtually left his wing to come in as a centre. So Buckley's kick is wide, and Valleys lead 10-2.
Pressure from North.
And Burke's got straight through. Duncan's the last line of defence. And he's got him. Great cover defence from the tank. Valleys lead 10-2. Wharton, Cleary, Mackay. Holds it up for Mackenzie. And he's in. He's in to score. Great try from the Devils. They're back in the grand final. Valleys lead by 10-6.
The great inside pass, he charges at the line, and look, he gets the roll and the hand down comfortably on it. Excellent try, Northern Suburbs, and we have a grand final.
Well and truly on our hands, 10 points to 6, as Big Ian Mackenzie
That's great work, the way he rolled out with that arm. He was going to be short, and he was able to get it free of the defenders and put it down.
It's over. Norths are back in the ballpark. Valleys lead 10-8.
Some more long passes.
Foster. Here comes Gray in cover. Evans on his inside. The pass has gone to Evans. He's got Williams one way. And it's gone forward. This will be Valley's ball. Just touch it, knocked it on, and came from an offside position. And this should make it 10-all.
Yeah, there is a little bit of panic in the field. That's one man that's not panicking.
The imagination.
Over she goes. 10-all in the grand final. 14 minutes remaining. Fitzgerald goes up. So does Buckley. He's beaten them all. Here comes Strasser. He's too late. The pass has got to go to Evans. He's over. Troy Evans is going to bring it around virtually halfway between the sideline and the post. And are we looking at an upset? North lead by 14 points to 10.
If we follow the ball after he scores, look for the reaction, because it's a North jubilation at its highest. No, that's a perfect pass. Great camera work. Shows that it was a perfect pass. And Troy Evans, but just have a look. Look at Cleary. He's already jumping in the background. And then from here on, North's players come from everywhere.
Harvey makes no mistake. So Norths have a 6-point buffer. Inside the last 10 minutes, they lead Valleys by 16-10. Now it goes to Strasser. Floats a long one to Catton. Gone loose, 6 to go. Peter Coyne. Coyne. Back inside to Feckner. And he's over beside the post. But what about Trevor Shadell? He snuck on the field 1 second later. He's created havoc. 16-14 with the kick to come, and we could be looking at extra time. 6 minutes remaining. How's the pressure? Coyne puts it over. 16-all on its way. Shadell calls the shots. Coyne for a field goal. Sets himself.
Good
he
one.
slots it. It's over. Peter Coyne kicks the field goal. Elmore says to Manson he touched it. Manson said you didn't. Valleys lead 17-16, 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining.
Field goal. I think Elmore was trying one on there because it didn't look like he got a hand anywhere near it.
Here it comes.
Forwards out of the way.
Here's the field goal. Wharton's in position. He drops it. Is it over? It's wide. That's the ball game. He's missed it. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6.
Great grand
5,
final.
3, 2, 1. It's all over. What a great game of rugby league. Valleys make it 3 in a row. North's gallant in defeat. Players drop to the ground from exhaustion, and you've witnessed a great grand final. And whoever said the Brisbane Rugby League competition was dead? Far from it. Valleys win their 3rd in a row, 17 points to 16.
Well, from 10 points to 2 at half-time to 17-16 at full-time was a magnificent comeback from Northern Suburbs. They stayed with it all the way, but full marks to Valleys. They stuck with it also, and when it looked like it was going to slip away from them, they came back with the tries that were needed, and then the field goal from Coyne.
Got a badly broken nose, and they just sort of stuck in there, and you know, we run the ball towards the end of the second half, and we're getting away with it.
Congratulations.
Thanks a lot, Steve.
The diehards, they really did coin them this afternoon, and receiving their winners' medallions from the Premier Mr. Wayne Goss, and then off on their victory lap, holding the Winfield Cup aloft. Congratulations to Valleys, and one man who'll be very happy is Ziggy Strasser. He's just there on the left-hand side of your screen. He retires after today's effort and winds up a great career with the diehards.
And good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Lang Park on a super day for what no doubt will be a super game of football. The Brisbane Rugby League Grand Final between the minor premiers Eastern Suburbs, and they come up against the mighty Panthers from Purtell Park.
Easts, the high-flying Tigers. At fullback, Ken Jackson. The wingers, Kurt Wrigley and Andrew McGowan. The centres, Greg Street and Gavin Payne. The 5'8", Steve Dowden. At halfback, Andrew Neve. The lock forward, Bruce Crosby. The second rowers, Scott Nilsson and Darren Wolins. The front rowers, Paul Lusk and Ian Staines. And the hooker is Rob Rattiri. And the Eastern Suburbs coach, John Lang, is looking for his second premiership with the Tigers. The mighty Western Suburbs Panthers. At fullback, Paul Weaver. The wingers, Gavin Duncan and Mark Maguire. The centres, Sam Smith and Graham Strutton. The 5'8", Craig Bowen. At halfback, Adrian Lamb. The lock forward, Peter Taylor. In the second row, Tat Whaleboat and Paul Schuller. The front row forwards, Mark O'Reilly and Paul Childs. And the hooker for Wests is Paul Fitzgerald. The Panthers coach is Nev Hunter.
The mighty Tigers. Lot of boos. Now a few more cheers. But Andrew Slack wait for the black and reds. You have to go back to 1976 when Western Suburbs won the grand final. Andrew Slack beating East in a funny scoreline. Big moment because they're playing in a grand final at Lang Park. They're playing in front of a big crowd, the biggest crowd they would have played in front of in their lives. Now, down to the nitty-gritty of 80 minutes of football. Scott Nielsen. Cat Whaleboat leads the charge of the defenders off the ruck. Crosby split them. Who's getting with him? He dummies the pass. I'd say it was forward, but it's going to be play on. And over go Eastern Suburbs in the first minute of the game. Unbelievable. Steve Dowden goes in to score. I thought the pass might have been a little bit suspect.
Tigers had the support and realised it was there then. There is wrong-footed Tat Whaleboat and Paul Childs to make that break down the short side. Gavin Duncan at a loss to know where to go, and there's that pass that was perhaps marginal. Here, only looking at the defender. Now he picks up the support and gives it to Steve Dowden.
David. The extras are added by Ken Jackson, and East lead by 6 points to 0. Nielsen's calling for it, but it goes right. And that's as simple as you like, Andrew Neave. That is as simple as you'll get to score a try in rugby league.
Paul Fitzgerald from dummy half where Rattiri ran right, left the defence backpedaling, and there was no one there in cover. And Jackson for the conversion.
Makes no mistake. Eastern Suburbs lead 12 points to 0. We'll take a break and be back in a moment. Jackson sets himself for the kick, and once again Weaver's going to be tested, I would feel. And the chase, what was it? That's a field goal. That's a ripper. That is unbelievable. Ken Jackson just stood on the halfway mark and just rifled it. Absolutely rifled it, and was never going to miss from the time it left his boot. 13-0.
To Barry Canning or Nev Harmon, who is it? But it's halfway, it's the left foot, bang, no problem. I don't reckon he even hit it sweetly. It'll do though.
Went over the dead ball line on the full. Screaming to his players, come on. Now, here's Kurt Wrigley. Oh, there's men inside too. He might need them. The cover will want to be quick. Lamb will have to get him, and that'll be a double movement, I think. He's awarded the try.
David Manson right on the spot, and right on the side where he could tell whether Lamb had good contact with the lower part of Wrigley's legs, which we'll see from this angle. There's the other missed tackle from lock Peter Taylor. Here comes Lamb, gets him.
He's lost him.
Go, bang, over the wall.
East leads 17-0.
The thing he has got going for him is an experienced reserves bench with the likes of Wayne Cullen and Wayne Treleaven there. Of course, Cullen, member of the 85 South Premiership side, 88 Valley side.
But in the meantime, here's another one. Wrigley number 2. Kurt Wrigley makes it a double, and West just do not have an answer here this afternoon.
Bit casually, putting it down one-handed. Doesn't matter if you're 1-0 up or 21 up as they are at the moment. One makes sure when you're over the line of putting it down properly, but let's not worry or be too critical of East. They're doing it quite well, better than quite well. 32 minutes gone, 21 points to the Tigers. What can West do?
Jackson misses the conversion. East lead 21-0. Now they're outlined, deep. Across the face of the goal it goes. Whaleboat, that pass was a bit iffy. It's play on. Paul Weaver, he's in. He's done into the lot, and that's it. That's what West needed. They might be able to get back into the match. Paul Weaver's in, through the big dummy. Left three of them with the short back and sides, and East lead 21 points to 4.
We'll say 3.
So they finally moved it wide enough and long enough for Weaver eventually to wrong foot the defence. Crosby wasn't going to leave his outside man. The cover wasn't coming. And West have stretched Eastern Suburbs on a number of occasions out wide, but the passing hasn't been slick enough to get the ball to the try line. Is a little better. Up and over. 21 points to 6 the score. 1:40 to half-time.
Nielsen's head also hit the ground too.
Oh.
There's a bump and there's another one. So he's got double whammies. Got Nielsen for his troubles.
Well, is that the only action that's going to be taken as a penalty? And that is it. Coach John Lang and the man in question, Tat Whaleboat, not looking like a happy little person at the moment. Makes no mistake, and East increased the margin. They lead by 23 points to 6. By Strutton. The Whaleboat being penalised in that play of the ball from offside position.
Taken them. Jackson in for this penalty.
Nice kick. Oh, beautifully struck. 25 points to 6 is the lead for East. We'll take a break and be back to Lang Park in a moment. Lamb. He's through. Who can get with him? Now they should score. Jackson's going to give chase to Maguire, but Maguire kicks ahead, and Bowen will get there, and that's a try. Craig Bowen touches down. So with 60 seconds remaining on the clock, West do score in the second half, and East lead by 25 points to 10, and I'm so pleased for Adrian Lamb. He hasn't stopped trying all day. Here's the one that split them, and they're over for a 4-point.
They got their 4 points. I did feel that Craig Green perhaps blew it there. Threw the pass too early, allowed Jackson then to go on to Maguire, and Jackson's got some pace as he showed, but Maguire put it on the toe, and Bowen in good support, something that's been lacking from West today.
So there it is. There's the try score on screen. Duncan hits it. No goal. That's full time. And Eastern Suburbs win the Winfield Cup. They defeat Eastern Suburbs by 25 points to 10. They were minor premiers. They were the best team in the competition throughout the season and have duly arrived to win the Winfield Cup here this afternoon comprehensively by 25 points to 10. And today, it's all theirs. 25 to 10 East defeat West. We'll take a break and be back. 25 points to 10, East defeating West. The presentation, of course, a very happy man, Ian Staines, the Premier, Mr. Wayne Goss. I think the old trophy weighs a bit too. But Ian Staines, he's got a few little battle scars. But yes, it's all worthwhile after a hard year. And you wouldn't meet a nicer man. And Ian Staines, on and off the football field, he's a credit to his sport. And also there, Neil Abercrombie, the chief from
I'd like to
Rocklands.
thank the team. When I say the team, I don't mean just the 17 players involved out here. I mean the whole club. You know, it's all a big team, a lot of backup staff there. We'll all thank them personally later on, but especially thanks to our coach, Johnny Lang, and President Shane Richardson, who's put all this together.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Lang Park for the 1992 Winfield Cup Grand Final between the defending premiers Eastern Suburbs and West. And here come the Tigers, led out by their skipper, 30-year-old Gavin Payne. Judging by the boos, I think West might be favourites here with the crowd this afternoon. Here's the Eastern Suburbs side. It's Mulvihill, the fullback. The wingers are Cannon and McGowan. The centres are Payne and Street. The halves are Dowden and Green, that's Paul Green, and the pack is Crosby. The second rowers are Crothers and Nielsen, and the front row Herman and Anderson. Andrew Neave is the hooker, and they're coached by the former international and John Lang.
And listen to the support for the Panthers, no doubt about where the crowd sentiments are today. They haven't won a grand final since 1976. They did win the preliminary final. They beat East convincingly on that occasion, 25-14. But let's have a look at the lineup. It's Craig Green at fullback, John Green on one wing, Maguire on the other. In the centres, it's Smith and Stratton. 5/8 is Bowen and Duncan, the halfback. Their lock forward is Liddell. In the second row, it's Mills and Schuler. The front row is O'Reilly and Shaw. And the hooker, of course, is Fitzgerald. And their coach is Gary Grinke. And we'll just see who's going to come out of this one. Here's the kickoff coming up. It's going to be Green putting it downfield. It'll be taken back there by Paul Green. There's 3 Greens in action out there today. Dummy half is Neve. He'll send it across there. Comes on to Anderson. Anderson going for the line. He's going to score. First score of the match. Eastern Suburbs are in the front row. Peter Anderson is over for the try, and they open up a lead of 4 points to 0.
I think, as Greg Dowling outlined, John Lang just wanted probably a hard 20-25 from Anderson. Full bore, and there's the evidence of it. He's crossed for the big 4-pointer. East lead 4-0.
Going to be wiped away, so the score remains East's leading by 4 points to 0. Lost the ball in the tackle. There's going to be a penalty to West. Pretty good crowd out here at Lang Park for this match today. Here's the kick. No doubt about it, straight through the centre. So West get their first points on the board, but East have the lead of 4 points to 2.
On the 22-metre line is where Gavin Duncan feeds the ball, and East are going to come up with it again, are they?
Well, he's got him for not retiring, but why Gavin Duncan doesn't put it under his own lock speed, I'm not sure, because he's putting it in just behind the hooker and they're getting pushed off it, and no other league halfback puts it anywhere near the middle. Why not put it under your lock speed?
Have a look at Alan Langer, and he's the Rothmans gold medal best and fairest.
Jeff Tuvey the other day missed the scrum just about. In defence is very good, but now West with the ball.
Here's Liddell. They've got the pass out wide to Stratton. He's a metre short of the line. Come on! Anderson want to be careful he doesn't end up in the bin. Sam Smith, he's got it to Schuler. That's it, they're in. West have hit back. He's propped up the ball, 10 out from the line, and eventually it was the captain, Paul Schuler, that went in to score, and Western Suburbs lead by 6 points to 4.
And here you'll see Smith, the former Ipswich player, has played for Queensland. Gets Crosby on him, then 2 come in to make the tackle, which leave the space for Schuler. That's 6-4 to Wests.
Makes no mistake, and Western Suburbs lead of the grand final by 8 points to 4. Well, Western Suburbs continue to roll their forwards, Greg Dowling, as they chip for Duncan to chase. And it's Duncan, hands away to Smith. John Green, he doesn't need him, he's in. Sam Smith is in. He had John Green on the outside. The bounce of the ball's gone Western Suburbs' way. And West now race to a vital lead of 12 points to 4.
Well, he got the points. There's the bad bounce now coming up for Gavin Payne. He's come back. Really nothing you can do about that. Maintains his composure, Gavin Duncan, rather well. Finds his support outside. This here, perhaps, is where Sam Smith could have passed. Opted not to, over the line.
Will he keep the 100% record intact? It's coming around. She's a ripper. Western Suburbs at half-time lead by 14 points to 4 as the teams leave the field after Eastern Suburbs led 4-0 after 14 minutes of play.
East up offside, penalty Western Suburbs. The Matani lead. Here's his kick. No doubt about it. So West have a lead now, 16 points to 4. Back the other way, Bowen with it again. They got plenty of players. This is Mills starting to go. Got his pass outside, cutting his way through. Over there is Smith. Smith coming up, got it back inside. And here's the try for the winger in green. And that'll wrap it up, I'd say. West going right off out there in the centre of field. And why not? They've opened up a big lead of 20 to 4.
Well, a couple of those players blew it earlier. Green throwing the inside pass to Sam Smith that went to ground somewhere or other after a big run from Mills. This time Mills was involved again. He gave it to Smith. Smith, a beautiful left hand over the top into John Green, who read it very well. It was good, sensible play from the wing and no space out wide. And again, Bowen was involved, setting that, giving that space to Steve Mills, who in ditto gave some to Sam Smith, and Smith had two options, a little left-footed chip kick. He gave that one a flick and decided to go for the pass. It was a beautiful one into John Green under the post. And as Billy said, that will just about wrap it up. And Wests know that it has.
There's the kick. No doubt about it. Through it goes. So the West lead is a good one at Lang Park. It's 22 points to 4 now.
The category at this stage, but there's things about Steve Mills' game that remind me of blue plats.
Yeah, here they go again. This is Bowen. He sends it outside. They start to stretch out a little bit again with Stratton. Over the top it goes. This will be another try. He's in again, Green. And West careering away now. Green into the corner. And they've got a lead of 26 points to 4.
There's that man again, Bowen. And that one again as well, Sam Smith. This time Mills was out of it. He'd been in earlier. Smith finds the sideline, knows that John Green's come inside. Both East defenders sucked in. Pass taken high from John Green. He's happy enough to test his goal kicking from the sideline.
See what he can do from here. It's a bit low this one, but it's going to be there. He's booted it over. And he's set this crowd alight at Lang Park today. 28 points to 4. West are leading East.
So Eastern Suburbs. Duncan's come away with it towards the line, and he's in. Gavin Duncan from the base of the scrum. Oh, Tinkerbell down the chalk, in the corner. 32 points to 4.
Well, East couldn't tackle him, but his teammates did a fair job after he scored the try. They really decked him. Great play from Gavin Duncan. It's come out straight back out by the looks of it to me, but he's done the old off the left foot, off the right foot, inside and around Sean Davis over in the corner. And we'll test John Green this time. Can he make it 6 out of 6?
The Panthers, they want another one.
They'll go right, they'll get one.
Duncan floats one straight for the corner. Graham Stratton, in he goes. He's played well today, the centre, and Graham Stratton goes in to score. Western Suburbs 36, Eastern Suburbs 4. Fitzgerald now pushes him out of the way to get there. The Duncan, Green, 10 metres out, hands free, Wayne Trelevin, unselfishly to Stratton for try number 2, puts it down. Wayne Trelevin only on the park about 3 minutes. 20 years with his club and in a grand final sets up his centre partner of the moment, Graham Stratton, for try number 2. Be the playmaker at first receiver. He has the football, he spins it. Nielsen. Who's got it now? Can they get an overlap? They finally get it out wide to Greg Street. He'll go in the corner.
This is Payne attempts to kick it, and they will get double figures.
He's kicked it. Great goal. Great conversion. West lead 40 to 10. There'll be one more play the ball. No, won't be now, but they should score. They need hands fast and left. It goes to ground. Picked up by Greg Street. That's it. That's the grand final to Western Suburbs. Their first since 1976. And they have comprehensively defeated the defending premiers Eastern Suburbs by 40 points to 10. And Andrew Slack, a very, very comprehensive performance indeed.
Well, you don't have to look further than the scoreboard to realise that, but it was one, I think, pretty well based on a good forward effort. Once they, as we've said before, they got themselves into the mode, and Paul Schuller led from the front. Steve Mills, who was touted before the game as the big match breaker, East kept a hold on him for a good little while, but then he started to make those space. People were looking off support, coming off support for him, and Craig Bowen got the backs moving beautifully. Paul Schuller, the captain of West, picking up the Winfield Cup, and
with a great deal of difficulty too, I might add.
He tips it over, but the lid was going to bite the dust there, but Schuller, a very happy man, well deserved, as we say, and his teammates there applauding.
And one of their fans in the background there is determined to make it to television. And the rest of the players followed on there and got their particular rewards after that.
Premier Rugby League team. Here's Warren Boland.
The Eastern Suburbs Tigers, without their skipper Ian Staines, who was injured late in their final training session. He badly hurt a knee and had to pull out of this grand final, and that's a severe disruption to this side. To lose your front rower and captain on the eve of the game. Sean Davis is the fullback, Rob Cannon on one wing, Greg Street and Jeff Bell in the centres, Peter Turner at the other winger, Peter Sinclair at 5'8", Paul Green at halfback, The captain now is the lock forward, Steve Dowden, Scott Nielsen and Adam Marr in the second row, Shane Pearce, Andrew Neve and Peter Anderson in the front row, Peter Anderson in the side for Ian Staines. Paul Green, the Rothmans medalist, a young man with a big future, his 21st birthday today. He'll be joining the Cronulla club along with his coach John Lang next year, but today he has a job to do for Easts. And here come the Panthers. Of course, they have also made this interesting switch in the second row with Shane Vivian starting and Steve Mills reverting to the bench as they did last week. A big day for Wests. Trying to make it 2 in a row. East determined to turn that situation around in 1993. David Mills is the fullback. Mark Maguire on the wing. Tony Curry and Graham Strutton, that fine centre pair. Gerard Kerr on the other wing. It's Craig Green at 5'8", Adrian Lamb at halfback. Paul Tanks at lock forward. Shane Vivian in jersey 14 in the second row alongside Steele Retchless. Paul Schuller, the captain, in the front row alongside hooker John Little and his fellow prop Brad Thorne. The referee for the big match is Stuart Burnt, refereeing his first A-grade grand final and play underway. A warm day here at Lang Park. And it might be the end of the season. It is also the last time we'll see Lang Park as it currently is. It's about to undergo the $15 million transformation. The Cauldron. There were plenty of fireworks in the major semi-final. Will there be today?
Expected to take that wind in the first half. There's that hit by Brad Thorne. It was a good one.
But I'll tell you what, the referee, good decision. It was right around the chest.
Only 10 out now, West. Curry's come in. Puts a little kick through. The bounce will want to go east way, and it does. Davis throws a pass, and he's in goal. Now Turner gives it back to Davis. That's great football. It's 2 against 1. Away they go with Turner now. In and out away from Lamb. Over halfway, David Mills across. And the Sky's lost the ball now. And there's been some fine attacking football. Plenty of opportunities to score tries, but the defence is held up, but not this time. As it comes back to Green. And again it was Davis. Green, Davis, back to Green. He's found the hole up the middle at long last and got over the line. That is brilliant passing.
Oh, great work here. A little Paul Green. Look, he's going to set him alight in Sydney, I can assure you. Gets the ball to Sean Davis, who started all this off. But a bad missed tackle there by Paul Schuller, number 10.
Front of the sticks. He converts the try, and East lead 6 points to 0. Play back by Maguire, out and out of Tanks. To Retchless, plenty of men here, and over in the corner goes David Mills. David Mills scores for Wests.
And you can put this try down to the East players not going for the football. They didn't even go for that bomb, and West, they just had an overlap and a good try.
Now Kerr brings it around nicely, and it stays there, straight between the posts. Great kick. Didn't go too high, but it was straight enough. West hit back, and it's 6 points all.
Especially your try was a very skillful try.
Yeah, well, you know, Sean and Greenie actually played a bit of touch football together, and they worked very well.
Okay, Sean, thank you.
Tony Curry goes straight through, looks back inside. Campbell backing up beautifully, gets a pass away to Gerard Kerr. For the corner, Kerr, great defence by East. The pass comes back inside, it's play on. They've got one more tackle here, Wests. They're 3 metres out.
Short out wide East.
He comes to Lamb. Oh, he's held onto it himself. Lamb goes back in. He keeps it alive. Tanks knows where it's got to go. Retchless picks it up. Flings it out the back to Strutton. Strutton sights an opening. Throws it out to the winger. Maguire over. Mark Maguire scores the try. And there's players strewn from one side of the paddock to the other.
West's second try had a lot of similarities about the first try. Well, there's Brad Thorne tapping it on. Retchless does well to keep the ball alive. Strutton then decides to take on the defence, and then a mile of overlap again. Plenty of players in support, and Maguire goes across for a good try.
But he's hooked it. The wind brought it around. So it's 10 points to 6 in favour of West, 6 minutes into the second half. 10 metres out, and this is important for West and East. He's short on the right. It goes to Smith. It goes to Mills, and David Mills scores a try. They're going to be hard to peg back now, the Panthers. They're celebrating a little bit early, but David Mills scores a try, and Steve Mills, his brother, is all over the top, jubilant. They're all celebrating.
Yeah, good work here. Still Retchless set this try up, but good passing down the short side. East just ran out of players. David Mills, he's had a super game, and is this the end for Reese? I don't think so.
So West lead, 14 points to 6, 17 minutes to go in the grand final. Steve Dowden, the East lock, is playing in the centres from this scrum. Bowen gets it to Strutton. Strutton's gone through. He'll go all the way here. Across comes Davis. The pass is knocked down. Maguire was inside, is still alive though. And over goes Mark Maguire. That's the grand final now. Wests have got this premiership won. It looked as if Strutton could go all the way himself, and with Mark Maguire alongside him, look at the smile just creeping onto Gary Grinke's face. He knows this is a match-winning lead now, and it's been Graham Strutton who's created the opening. I just said that Steve Dowden was out in the centres, but for Reese, there's the break made by Graham Strutton. He went through Torpy, the winger, but Western created an overlap. The pass knocked down on the inside. Mark Maguire scrambles back to pick it up, and Turner, the winger from the far side, couldn't stop the try. Had a happy day with the boot, but his team are well on their way now to winning the grand final. It's 18 points to 6 in favour of West. It's up Paul Green with a beautiful tackle. He's still on top of the tackle count, Schuller. That was number 40. And away they go. Sinclair! Sinclair has scored, so it's not all over. Peter Sinclair waltzes through some fairly soft defence. West just opened up. They relaxed for a moment, and Sinclair saw the hole. 18 points to 10. They've got to put this conversion over. Here it is from dummy half. They laid off him. Lamb was in two minds. Let him go. Steele Retchless was diving through the air and couldn't get a hand on him. In front, he's got to put it over, and he has. So the game is alive again. East will strive for a try, a converted try, to make it a draw at full time so we can go to extra time.
As we see it on.
It's still 30 metres out. Here it goes from Adrian Lamb. Can he get it? No. It's wide, well wide. And it goes dead, so it's back to the 20 for a tap. Sinclair to Green. Tries again. The pass knocked on by Torpy. It was a bad pass. And that's it. The West hands are in the air. They know they've got it won now. Well, Green floating the pass out there, was hoping something would come of it. It wasn't to be. The crowd counting down the last 5 seconds. The siren goes, and West are the premiers 2 years running. They've held out against an almighty comeback by East. And what a grand final. These two teams all year long have proven to be the top two, and they've played like it today. West are victors, 18 points to 12, after it was 6-all at half-time, and every reason for both teams to be very proud of their efforts. East will be devastated to go so close, but yet so far. Gary Grinke, look at that, a big deep breath of satisfaction. Paul Green dejected in defeat. And what a game. 34 players took part in it, and they all played brilliantly. And our man of the match, awarded by Tommy Rodonicus, to West fullback David Mills.
Well, David, to see your dad congratulating there must be a great feeling.
Mate, the best feeling all year. Haven't seen them all year. They've come up to the grand final, and we've got the goods for them. Couldn't be any happier.
This is the way they did it. They scored 4 tries to 2 for East. The try scorers, Paul Green and Peter Sinclair. Green landing a goal and Rob Cannon kicking a goal. For West, 2 tries to David Mills, 2 to Mark Maguire, Kerr kicking 1 from 4. A great day for West. So that just about winds up the season. Thanks to Tom Rodonicus and David Wright for joining us during the finals. Thanks to all of you for joining us on ABC television right through the season. And of course, congratulations to East, valiant in defeat. But for West, the glory, they're the premiers. We'll see you again next season. Goodbye for now.
At Suncorp Stadium, this is the Brisbane Big League 1994 Grand Final, featuring minor premiers, the Redcliffe Dolphins, and defending champions, West's Panthers.
Hello and welcome to Suncorp Stadium. Yes, grand final day. The atmosphere is great. Quite a good crowd building up here today. Many of them, I think, expecting a changing in the guard. There's no doubt at all, West have been the dominant side of the 90s.
They've been in 4 consecutive grand finals. They won the last 2, and they won't relinquish this title very easily at all. On the other hand, Redcliffe, minor premiers, they've only lost 4 games this year, but there's enormous pressure on them because you have to go back to 1965, the last time they won a grand final here in Brisbane. Western Suburbs take the field in the 1994 Grand Final. Schultz, Maguire, Smith, Strutton, Tong, Bowen the captain and Berrigan. And in the forwards, Vivian, Green, Retchless, Liddell, Little and Seaby. The Dolphins trying to get their first premiership in 29 years. Canning, Miller, Rick McGrady and his brother Jason in the centres. Smith, Adamson, O'Reilly, the halfback. And in the forwards, Spark, Tweedy, Graham, Rubisam, Collins and Pike. West position for a very deep kick-off, as is the norm. Deep downfield, that's Retchless. Gets a hold of it. And he'll bring it back 10 metres from his own goal line. Great day for the Dolphins so far. Redcliffe in the Colts, 12 points to 8. And in reserve grade, 32 points to 22. But this is the one that counts. This is the one they want to win. And Vivian, but they're on attack. Inside that's a good straight back. But no, the referee Ian Irwin says he was touching the man as he made that strike. You cannot touch the player as he's about to play the ball. Touch to the right-hand side of the post. There's a look at it. Should not be a problem for a player of his calibre. Not a problem at all. 2 points to 0. The Panthers lead after 9 minutes of the grand final. Dangerous back line. Graham at dummy half to Adamson, to O'Reilly. Out here to Spark. Good defence. Pops it back though. That's a good little pop back. O'Reilly gets into space. He'll go all the way. No, just lost
great
it.
Tackle, Schultz. Just think they can't hold out if they keep making fundamental errors without clearing their ball from their own 30-metre zone.
O'Reilly, he's through. Clean break by O'Reilly. Great defence again by Schultz. Popped it up nicely. Out to Ricky McGrady. Beautiful hands. Through Graham to Ricky McGrady. Beautiful play initially by O'Reilly, the halfback. A number of times we've seen Adamson stand inside O'Reilly, even though they play in reverse halfback 5'8". Adamson often the player to take it first up. And we'll see it here again. Adamson fires it out to O'Reilly. Always players in motion. O'Reilly just holds it up, lets the sliding defence go. Good attempted tackle by Schultz initially, but O'Reilly does beautifully well. Out to Graham, fires the long pass out. Ricky McGrady, too much pace. Brings it around to improve the position. At 4-2 to the Dolphins. He's missed it. The score remains 4 points to 2 after 18 minutes. Along with Adamson. This time Little standing one off the ruck. Long one to Bowen. Chance on the outside with this sliding defence. There's Sam Smith. Feeds it straight away to Maguire. He's in.
That's an easy try.
Well, that's what happens if you want to stack your defence close to your try line. A good passing movement by West. No one running, everyone moving. The only runner was the last man in Maguire, and you could see Smith just go bang and give it to him straight away to make sure he had the most time possible to avoid that cover. Have a look at the short line of Redcliffe. They're only covering less than the last 15 metres. Smith does well, doesn't even try and draw Miller too much. Bang, straight out. And there's Maguire in the corner. Good work. Touchline. Hits it quite well, but it won't have the legs. Just to the right-hand side as well. Score remains 6-4 in favour of the Panthers. 5 metres out, he's a strong player. Collins, Adamson.
He's going to go
from the try line. Not far from the try. Easy. Too easy. 3 of the West players left on the ground, mainly because they didn't move up in that area. Once you're not far out, you must attack the ball carrier. Extend this lead for the Redcliffe Dolphins. Not a problem from right in front. 10-6 in favour of Redcliffe. 15 minutes up to half-time. Will be an advantage. Adamson. The kick up into the sun. This will be a tough one. It's in the in-goal area. They dropped it. Smith can't get it, but Schick can. He had all the time in the world. Andrew Schick. West really made a meal of it. 2 players having a go at it. Inexcusable from the Panthers. Tong and Schultz. Breakdown in communication. Redcliffe have reaped the benefits. The high kick was a good one because it went up into the sun. That made it difficult for the Panthers. Right into the sun. That's what they were looking at. The ball knocked clear. Ironically, Smith can't get back, but Schick gets there in plenty of time. Miller from wide out. Hits it pretty well. Got it. Might have even just flicked the upright.
16-6, 8 minutes to go up to half-time. Berrigan has to come into dummy half. Bowen fades across. Found Strutton. Strutton tries to straighten, cover defence from Graham. Gets his hands free, puts it over the top. Vivian comes back to the inside. Great stuff from Wes. Just as Tony was saying, they needed to get that second phase going, to get into the defensive situation, get into the tackles and pop the ball back. West have done exactly that. They've hit back well. After getting a penalty, they were allowed to put some concerted pressure on. Right in front. Straight over. 16-12 now. Still in favour of the Dolphins. 2 minutes to go up to half-time.
Will they have another shot out to the right? Or are they going to go left?
They're going to come straight at him. Up the middle and over. He's over. Brad Pike, the big front rower. Redcliffe have really played it tight. They've just ground their way to this position. They did well to knock the ball Indian goal area. They used all 5, and then rather than kick, they used number 6 as well. Miller. Can he add 2 more? Yes, he can. 22 points to 12. The Panthers still alive with 17 minutes to go. This match, the grand final. Berrigan takes it straight back out. Poor pass up to Bowen. Gets a hold of it. Stratton looks for Bowen. Bowen, great cover defence from Schick.
Oh, fantastic work to come out of that scrum. Bowen was all
Must score on the left.
Look at this.
Why would you do it, Craig Bowen? You're lucky to get that penalty. And one in the bin. Jason McGrady, 10 minutes. They'll play 10 men now, almost for their entire rest of the game. Smith is in. Sam Smith. Well, they were arguing. Sam Smith said, well, I'm not here to argue. I'm here to play football.
Oh,
West have come up with the points. Johnny Little wants it quickly. Bowen tries to step up the middle, finds Berrigan. Berrigan decides to dummy. He's one through. Barry Berrigan is quick. He lacks support. Now he's got it in Bowen. Bowen, great cover.
Yes, fantastic work.
Play on quickly. West want it. Come forward, Little. They're offside, surely.
They've got to be.
Play on. No. Oh, now come on. Ian Irwin has called a knock on. To go in the grand final. Looks for the blind side. Out to Spark. Tries to get through. Pops it back inside to Tweedy. Kahu Tweedy gets it inside the 20 metres. And a penalty. I think you should take the 2 points. It'll get them out to 6 points in front. Miller. Has he done it? Yes. 24 points to 18. They lead. 4.5 minutes to go in the match. Still with 12 men. 18 in favour of Redcliffe.
No time for the...
Johnny Little decides they'll run it. Outside to Fuller to Elliott. Tackle back on the inside. There's the hooter. Strutton, can he get his hands free? No, he can't. He's surrounded by 4 players. 4 Dolphins. They've done it. 29 years it's been the drought. A number of West players slumped to their knees. The Redcliffe players jumped for joy because they've finally done it. They've had plenty of attempts in 29 years, and it's only today they've scored a great victory, 24 points to 18. A great victory for Redcliffe. Tony Curry with the Lang Park Trust, man of the match.
Well, David, I couldn't split the halves. Adamson and Tom O'Reilly, fantastic games. They went on the strength of the forward play. I'm going to have to go for Adamson with his greater kicking game. Fantastic game from the young fella.
There it is. For Redcliffe, tries by McGrady, Adamson, Schick and Pike. Miller kicked 4 from 5. Good effort from Wayne Miller. And for West, they weren't disgraced. They were the premiers. They went down fighting. Maguire, Vivian Smith and Mark Maguire kicked 3 from 4.
Redcliffe, rah, rah, rah. Yeah, boys, here we are for Redcliffe. Every time we play away. We'll show one all with our backs against the wall. Let's get our victory already, boys. That's right, that's right, that's right.
Eastern Suburbs, led out by Graham Strutton. They've made grand finals 4 of the last 5 years, semi-finalists last year, but in the big one in 95, the backs, Duncan, Glyde, Baker, Strutton, Turner, Cairns and Lewis. The forward pack, Manns, Nielsen, Evans, Cesarago, Williams and Greenhill, and amongst others on the bench, David Smith. And the Wynnum Seagulls, led out by Ricky Taylor. Their last grand final win was 1986. The back line, Chapman, Filewood, Taylor, Street, Olszewski, Weyer, Predel, and the forward pack, Batten, Larson, Hassan, Marr, Rackerman and Lawton. Wynnum have won the toss, electing to run with a slight breeze in the first half. Travis Baker gets the match underway. The Brisbane Rugby League dating back to 1909. A long-running competition, 1995. It's Easts and Wynnum, and what a big occasion it is. Tremendous grand final atmosphere as Hassan goes in amongst the East forwards.
Edges up to 35 metres out. Predel lets one go, picks up Anthony Batten. Batten pops up there, Strutton's got an intercept. Graham Strutton, is he fast enough? Those experienced legs just outpacing the edge. David Chapman won't be early enough. Strutton's in. The skipper, the experience, Graham Strutton, just threw a hand out, intercepted the ball, popped it up. Batten, I think it was, who tried the pass, and Strutton had just got in between, and the Tigers have had the start they were looking for. Mark Cesarago moves in to try and convert the first try, hits it beautifully, right down the middle. Cesarago adds the extras, 6-0 the Tigers after only 6 minutes. And then fires it up to Tony Batten, he almost dummied a kick. Wynnum Manly seem to be fiddling, and here's a penalty though for the Seagulls. Inside the 10 metres, the Tigers.
That's it, 19 metres out. He's hit it pretty well. Is it going to stay on line? Yes, it is. Boats are up. Wynnum put their first points on the board. They trail East by 6 points to 2. 14 minutes gone.
A chance out here if they want to run it.
Fifth tackle. East are short. Only 3 men on this side of the post. Weyer to Predel. Throws a dummy. Taylor's loose. Taylor now with the ball. Gives it away and Lawton's over for the try, I think. Wynnum are in. Wynnum have scored a try that's been coming for a couple of minutes.
Plenty of time though for Andrew Duncan.
A Wynnum player taken out off the ball.
Let's silly play that from East.
It was field now. Olszewski moves into it. Good shot at it. And the flags are up once more. Wynnum poke their noses in front in this grand final. 12 minutes before half-time. It's the Seagulls leading the Tigers 8-6 with Wests. Williams up the blind side, a chance. Here's Jenkins rolled over the line he goes. That's a try, and Wynnum's defence went to sleep on the blind side. Very soft try, considering the intensity of the game so far. Gaps.
Short on the right, the Tigers.
Predel tries to get it around them. Batten to Hassan. They've got the numbers. Chapman goes himself and he gets there.
Just as well he did because he had support out wide and Olszewski but elected to go himself.
Dead right, David. We've already seen Wynnum fail to get over the line once when Hassan went himself earlier. This time Chapman, a former Balmain teammate of Hassan's, has gone himself. Breeze might assist him here a little, might bring it back. It's coming through the posts. Yes, it's a great kick. It's a superb kick from out wide by Olszewski. Every point's going to count today. Wynnum lead East 14 points to 10.
Glide.
Important tackle by Glide on his old teammate.
Jason Pendle dashes up the blind side, no one at home. Cover defence coming across from Greenhill. Pops it back on the inside to Greg Street. Tries to get away then from Strutton, does. Back to Jason Pendle. They've run out of numbers. And I've nearly run out of my voice.
Oh, what a diving tackle from Heath Lewis. He stopped that try.
Whitfield scoring a try here. Ricky Taylor fires it out to Weyer. Weyer decides to run it himself. He's quick. Out then to Larson. He's over. The Seagulls have put on a try in the last minute of the first half. And what a try it was.
Close to the uprights. He pushes it through. Once again, he's kicking well. And the Wynnum fans are on their feet and roaring. It's 20 points to 10 at half-time.
Here's a chance here on the left if the Tigers can get it wide. Lewis fires the long ball out. There's Strutton, picks it up beautifully. Graham Strutton, his second on the bounce. Graham Strutton picked up the pass. It was not a particularly good one from, I think, Heath Lewis. And the Tigers bashed their way over for a try by moving it quickly from a very good attacking raid. Here's Lewis. The pass, the idea was right, bounces up to Strutton, just waited for it, breaks away from Greg Street, and then close enough to go across. Chance now for the Seagulls to extend their lead. They lead at the moment 20-14.
Well, Duncan flew for it
just is dislodged forward into Travis Baker's arms.
They've got 4 points from penalties already. Olszewski right in front. No mistake. Extra points on 22-14 with 28 minutes to go. That's the 5th tackle also.
Strutton and Smith both on the right.
Lewis decides a little chip kick this time. Coming forward is Chapman. Reads it well, gets the bounce. Lost the ball though, picked up by Strutton. Graham Strutton, number 3. On this spot. He scored an intercept try. He scored a try there from a loose ball and also from a break on the 6th tackle. So Graham Strutton, the skipper, has once again got the Tigers back into it.
So 1 from 3 from out wide. This is going to go close. Coming back, waved away. Tackle just short of halfway. Wire comes blindside. Hassan gives some room to Olszewski. He's chased by Glide. Got to get back inside. He's got Street inside him. He might need him. Oh! I thought he hit the post.
I thought he hit the post.
I thought he hit the post.
But it's going to be a try. It's going to be a try.
It's one hell of a run by Matt Olszewski. There it is. It was worked by Hassan as they worked this wide blindside. Olszewski just got on the outside of Glide. I thought Glide would go with him. Olszewski stayed in the field of play. They didn't touch the line. They come at him late here. Now, first of all, does he touch the corner post? Touch the line, I thought then. Touch the corner post.
No try. It should have been no try. He was out. He was in touch.
On 1 of 3 occasions he's touched the sideline. Good work by Wynnum, nevertheless, here by Hassan to see a half chance and to put Olszewski on the outside of Glide. He has touched the line just as Glide came at him.
As this cover defence from Duncan, he puts his foot on the line. The line is out. I think he brushed the corner post also before he on the sideline. The breeze will take it away, but the lead is still substantial. 26-18. To score 2 with Wynnum fairly short. This time Williams, goes so close, he's over. No, Williams beside the post, that's too easy. The Seagulls have gone to sleep, and they've gone to sleep at the wrong time. With 9 minutes to go, the Tigers now with the try they needed.
From 4, his team needs this one. It's through. Only 2 points in the grand final now. Grandstand finish with 8 minutes to go. Wynnum leading East 26-24. Other end. Chapman called on to hit it up, and he makes the break himself out of another tackle. David Chapman all alone. Back up comes too late from Greg Street down the centre. Now it's the 5th tackle, 30 metres out. It goes to Taylor. Puts the kick into the corner, Firewood chasing through. What the bounce? Oh, it's there! It's there for Wynnum. Ricky Taylor collects his own kick. That's the grand final to Wynnum. Ricky Taylor dives on the ball. The try!
It was Chapman's break that did it, and then Ricky Taylor, the subsequent ruck, the tip over the top. They've attacked all year, they've continued to attack, and once again, the bouncing ball, Taylor dives on it, the elation. Matt Olszewski attempting to add the extras to put the seal on it. He's done it! What a kicking performance from Olszewski. That's an 8-point lead. That's the victory.
6 from 8 from Olszewski. 4 seconds left. East race back to halfway. It doesn't matter though. It's 32-24. The restart. The last tackle of the grand final taken by Taylor. It's all over. What an exciting game of football. Wynnum, magnificent, but East valiant in defeat, and that controversial try casting a bit of a shadow over the game when Olszewski hit the touchline and the corner post. In the end, the difference is 8 points, so maybe Wynnum deserved victory, but that was one hell of a grand final.
On ABC Sport, this is the grand final of the Brisbane Rugby League between Redcliffe and Souths to determine the 1996 Premiership.
Welcome to the 1996 Brisbane 4X Premier League Grand Final. This competition has been a long-standing one, going way back to 1909. The tradition continues today, and it's the turn of Redcliffe and Southern Suburbs to do battle for the honour and the glory. Redcliffe, premiers 2 years ago. Southern Suburbs have been in the semi-finals the last few years running. Redcliffe, 2 weeks ago, beaten in a dramatic match for the Queensland Cup by Toowoomba.
The kick-off by Wayne Miller. Chips it downfield. There is a swirling breeze. That was an awkward one there. Over the head, there's Floyd Hill. He picks it up, but can only get it to around about 12 metres out. South have been nowhere near their opponent's try line until this point in time. There's Benson. Benson looks straight through. Held the ball out in front of me. Yeah, Benson held it up for a moment, then put the accelerator down. For some inexcusable reason, the Dolphins held off. And for that reason, Benson just said, thank you, I'm away. There was no extra men. They didn't need to hold off. They had the numbers.
You're dead right, David. It's been all Redcliffe to now. Souths have been making mistakes. They just managed to get the ball back after the penalty. Here's Benson. Plenty of defence there. Little hole opened up as he held up the ball in between Kahu Tweedy and Peter Robinson.
Favoured side, but hooks it. Not a good kick there from Floyd Hill. The score, 4 points to 0 after about 9 minutes of play.
And to go straight towards the try line.
Got back behind his man in time. It's play on now. Gould with numbers out wide, fires the long pass. It's Shipway, tries to get outside, back inside is Hewinson. He looks for his fullback, gives it instead to O'Reilly. Great hands by Redcliffe, keeping it alive on the ground. Robinson scoots it back, chance to Kahu Tweedy, and it goes, it's Cotter. The big front row scores. Graham Cotter scores for Redcliffe. They kept the ball alive. There must have been some 15 passes involved as it went from one side of the field to the other.
Redcliffe knew they had to score from this play. They threw it everywhere. Tony Gill with a big long pass there. But just keep your eye on, there's all sorts of passing going here, but Tony Gill just cleans up here just when Redcliffe needed it. The ball goes to the ground, and he comes from nowhere to scoop it up and set play going to the right-hand side of the field. And Graham Cotter, well, he's a confidence player, and this will do him the world of good.
4 all at the moment. Hits it very nicely. The wind will bring it around beautifully. Right down the middle. Great kick from Miller. He's in that side for Aaron Douglas, and he's out of the extras. The Dolphins lead by 6 points to 4. Would say inside out. There's Dinduck, gets around that first line of defence, and then Brimble from the inside grabs him by the scruff of the neck and throws him in a touch. The opportunity here for the Magpies. There's Nocon. Nocon lets one go, fires this long pass out into lane, out to Brimble. Brimble steps back on the inside, wants to go to down. Brimble through 2. Great work from Mark Brimble. He had plenty of work to do when he got that ball. There were 2 players to beat, and Brimble raises his hand in acknowledgement of what was a fine try. Some good work on the inside too from Peter Nocon out to Lane, and then Brimble had all the work to do.
And the reason they had the extra man out here was because Mark Lane stood wide and Floyd Hill came from the far wing. Put enough pressure on the defence to give Brimble the chance there to beat 2 men with brilliant footwork. Great work.
Almost from the touchline. Hits it, squirts it out to the right-hand side. No goal, but the Magpies have the lead of 8 points to 6. Dummy half gets out of that position. Looks out there to Nocon. Nocon looks for a bit of support. Runs around behind one of his own players in Brendan Williams. And South, on the very second tackle of their recovery play, have once again given away an opportunity. Miller can square it all up. And there's the angle he's got. Hits it nicely again, curling it beautifully. Through. Miller squared it up. 8 all. Let's have a look here. There's Miller going down there, and you can see Buckley. He's just got him in tree. He was like a little train, just hanging onto the jersey as they're running along the field. And it was fairly obvious Buckley penalised for that. He wasn't going to let him get away. But has he allowed Redcliffe to get the lead at half-time? Wayne Miller, the perfect record so far. Hits it nicely again, curling around. Has he got the legs? Yes, he has. What a kick from Miller. What a selection, Wayne Miller, who has played very little first grade this year with Aaron Douglas in the side. Aaron Douglas.
Because we know in the Queensland Cup final that Toowoomba were complaining about Redcliffe's tactics.
Pass held up there from Floyd. There's Gerard Williams back on the inside to Buckley. He's in a bit of space. Looks for support. Finds support. I think it was Mick Davis. He's brought down on the 6th tackle.
Chance to get some good field position.
Yeah, we talked about that, mate. We talked about that, you know. He wasn't...
Oh, South very close.
O'Grady is over the line.
Can't get it down.
Held up was the one that was called forward, going across the play. I didn't think it was. The white line to me said it was fine.
Well,
but the referee, there's the one that counts.
I'll stand in the middle and say it was flat. But either way, Souths are over the line twice within 60 seconds, unable to get a 4-pointer. From Williams. They're back on the 30, Redcliffe. O'Reilly wraps around Gould. Now gets it out to Tweedy. A little flat-footed, though, this time as the South defence comes up. They've escaped the trap. Robinson handballs it on to Miller. He's got men outside. They both go inside. Miller pops it back nicely. Great football here. Hurren's still going. Hurren tries. Did it go? To Smallhorn. Smallhorn scores for Redcliffe. There's the reward for the persistent attack that they've shown in the last couple of minutes. After the dropout, they came back at South again. It's there from the hooker Smallhorn. Here's Hinchy slipping it away. Out it goes to O'Reilly, and they keep it alive.
Good work from Robinson. He just batted it on. Miller was in a bit of space there. Floyd Hill had gone up to try and block the passes. There's Miller, does beautifully to get it back on the inside. And Cameron Hurren, he knew someone was going to be there. He realised it was late in the tackle count. Pops the pass up. Smallhorn, who backs up beautifully, scores the try after. The way he's been kicking, you'd have to think he was a certainty. And he's hooked it. So the Dolphins retain a lead of 6 points.
I think Lane was desperate to get it to the overlap, and he forced the pass.
Offside.
It on.
Offside inside the 10, and you would have to think Wayne Miller, who demanded the kick.
Wayne Miller, not far off centre field, puts it up high, brings it straight between the posts, judges the breeze perfectly, hits it well.
Tackle.
Brimble never got a chance at it. Here they go on the last tackle. They're close. It's Buckley. Buckley dives and he's sure. No, he's over. The referee's awarded a try. Shane Buckley's in for Souths. They hit back just when they needed the try. Great break made by Williams on the end of a long pass from Nocon to take them to within 10 metres, and then Buckley used his strength to force his way over at 16-12 in favour of Redcliffe.
The Magpies back in the match. Williams got that pass, a good pass it was from Nocon. Got on the outside there of Gould. Away goes Williams, only one to beat, and that was Denduck. Brimble was coming up on his left-hand side. Williams tries the step. Denduck covers him pretty well. South needed a quick play the ball. There was some suggestion there of a knock-on. Brimble picks it up. O'Grady takes those couple of paces that were oh so important, and the experience of Shane Buckley to surge forward, the strength of Buckley to get across the try line. That was the last tackle. They had only that chance.
Which just didn't have time to regroup.
Sean O'Grady taking the kicks. Missed another one, the Magpies. So the score remains 16 points to 12.
On their own 20, the Magpies. Nocon throws a long pass to Buckley. Out now to Alous, who's lingering in the centres. Buckley still going. Benson throws a dummy. Has Brimble outside, goes back inside. Buckley crashes his way over the halfway. 25 seconds to go. Still a couple of tackles up their sleeve. Williams through the hands of O'Grady. Wakefield to Nocon. Oh, Brown puts it down. Shane Brown puts it down.
That's the grand final.
Shane Brown had the chance. He couldn't hang on to it.
Redcliffe have done it. They've come back after 2 weeks.
That's time. Full time in the grand final. Full time. Redcliffe hanging on to their 4-point lead. Are under pressure. South threw plenty at them. But it's the Dolphins who are the 1996 Brisbane Premiers, defeating Southern Suburbs 16 points to 12. But they had to weather plenty from the Magpies.
Well, they sure did. South at the end of the day have scored 3 tries to 2, but that doesn't matter. It's points on the board that count, and Redcliffe, through the kicking of Wayne Miller, they've come home. And there's the elation of victory for the Redcliffe Dolphins. And there'll be plenty of celebrations down on the peninsula. They won the grand final 2 years ago here, and now they've managed to come back again. They always felt that they were a good chance even last year. And there's the victory song for the Redcliffe Dolphins. And Wally Fulton-Smith, of course, who is an ex-Redcliffe player, would be very, very happy with the performance from his old club. Danny Nutley, there he is, gets to his feet, holds the cup. He's still got enough strength to get the cup in the air. And he's had an outstanding season.
And welcome to Lang Park for the Grand Final, the Brisbane competition. It's a repeat of our Grand Final 2 weeks ago in the Queensland Cup when Redcliffe scored that dramatic win after the bell. Well, East are out for revenge. Maybe they can share the premierships, or maybe Redcliffe can have a double celebration. David Wright with us again in commentary. Last time this year, should be another beauty like last time, but can Redcliffe win too?
I think they can, Jerry. I think they can make history here this afternoon because I don't think there's as much pressure on them as there will be on the Tigers. Let's have a look at the team. It's exactly the same side that took the field 2 weeks ago in the Grand Final, although there has been one change to the squad.
Take a look at their starting lineup. Leon Yateman's the fullback, Robbie Braun and Peter Turner are the wingers, with Beattie and Baker the centres. The halves are Sippel and McPherson. With Wakefield, Cesarago and Evans make up the back row. Nielsen, Williams and Cotter are a strong front row, and their coach is Gavin Payne.
And the Redcliffe team led out by Ian Graham. Ian Graham going out, obviously a special tribute to him, and there's Selwyn Toby, part of the lineup. And Redcliffe looking to get 2 in a row. They've won the Queensland Cup. Can they win the Brisbane Premiership as well? They look pretty relaxed about it all as they come out for this Grand Final of the Brisbane Premiership.
The Tigers have been out on the field for quite some time and they've stood in a bit of a huddle there. It should be a very fast and open game.
Stewie Burnt is the referee. Anthony Singleton will be kicking off. He's also had his curly locks cut short. It's not easy for the commentators when they do things like that, but not to worry. Nielsen takes it forward. He's still got his rich dark hair and is caught just short of his own 20-metre line.
Redcliffe in the last 2 occasions have come up winners, 18-14 in the semi-final 4 weeks ago, and in the Queensland Cup Grand Final it was 18-16. So Redcliffe have managed 18 points, which has been enough on both occasions.
Previously in the other minor grade Grand Finals, the Colts, Redcliffe beat East by 46 points to 4, and Redcliffe also got up in reserve grade as we see a break here, and a chance for the Tigers in A grade rather. Redcliffe 30 beat East 26.
Can he make it 2-0 in the Grand Final? Yes, he can. Reads it perfectly, slightly into the breeze on this occasion, although it does gust from time to time. And Redcliffe have got first points. They lead by 2 points to 0. He's being very courageous in his attempts to do so, but he's in trouble. Intercept! Cameron Harron put the glasses down. Harron picked this one up beautifully. He just angles away from Leon Yateman, and just what the Tigers didn't need, an intercept in a Grand Final. Redcliffe were quite happy to get a hold of it. I think it may have been Cesarago who threw the pass.
Well, standard moves haven't brought tries so far in this game, and it was probably becoming a little bit frustrating. Cesarago with the offload there. Cameron Harron going straight inside, accepting the pass, and he was in the clear. There was no chance anybody was going to get to him. He just accelerated to make sure that he got to the line. Well, he's kicked it pretty well, but no goal. And so the score remains 6 points to 0 in favour of the Dolphins over East. We've got 14 and a half minutes to go until half-time.
Looking very dangerous in doing so. Williams out of dummy half, scored a try in the other Grand Final. Pops it back into simple numbers here. Cotter's off. Here goes Douglas. Put your glasses down. The fastest man on the field. Would you believe it? Redcliffe, it's their day at this stage. They've got another runaway try. Aaron Douglas picks up a lost ball by Graham Cotter.
So let's see if he tries a similar style. Well, this time it's more to the middle. Last time he almost gave us heart failure, but this time he's put it between the uprights. And so it's 12 points to 0 in favour of Redcliffe over East.
The fifth. Redcliffe in great shape, both sides. They come. Oh, Mogg, straight up the middle. Mogg has made it. Oh, no, the Tigers went to sleep after an untidy play the ball. And Adam Mogg zeroed straight up the middle and got close enough to the try line to reach out. The Dolphins, well, they made it 16-0, and there's only 2 minutes up to half-time.
Yes, and it was the Tigers who needed to score just before half-time, but it's Redcliffe. Adam Mogg couldn't believe it. He looked past the ball, looked up, there's nobody there. A few problems with, and he should convert this one. Looks pretty good. Up go the flags, and Redcliffe, well, they're really dominating now, leading by 18 points to 0. Into the sunshine they go. The sun's been shining on the Dolphins for the last couple of weeks. They've been enjoying life. James Hinchy, hero of the Grand Final, spits a nice pass to Wilson. Wilson's in the clear. He's got support in Douglas, and over he goes for his second try in the Grand Final. Aaron Douglas scores again, and Redcliffe might have sewn it up already. They lead by 22 points to 0.
That's more like the Dolphins. That's their best try by far in this particular game. It's their 4th. off, but they created that very nicely. George Wilson put into a gap, I think, by James Hinchy. Gould out of dummy half. There's Hinchy, fires the pass up to Wilson, put him into the gap. He had players either side. Feature of the Redcliffe game was their backup. He decided on Aaron Douglas on the outside. He could have taken Adam Mogg back on the inside. He didn't need him. As Singleton tries to hoist this one between the uprights. Hits it again perfectly. What a kicking performance by Anthony Singleton. The confidence is summed up in that man. 24-0 in favour of the Dolphins. That's the 5th tackle. Will they run it? Cesarago decides to hoist it in the air. It's gone fairly deep though. Selwyn Toby. No! Sipple! Sipple has snatched it away from Selwyn Toby. And to the everlasting credit of the Tigers, they've come forward to catch that one. Snatch it away from Toby. They get their first try. It's 24-4 with 16 minutes to go in the Brisbane Grand Final.
Well, the time had to come for East to get a little bit of fortune too. And there's the high kick. Now the follow through there, Selwyn Toby and Cameron Hurren both going for it, almost a mix-up between those two.
And try. Across the breeze, not far out though. He just pushes it, but just gets it inside that right-hand upright. 24-6 it is in favour of the Dolphins. Out on the left-hand side to Gould. They've got numbers here if they can exploit it. There's James Hinchy, straightens it up, going very close. Leon Yateman's got a hold of him. Hinchy pops it up. Yes! Yes, it's been tucked in flight as well. The try has been scored. I think it may be Cameron Hurren who scored it. No, Aaron Douglas perhaps. And that could be his hat-trick. Aaron Douglas off a good pass ultimately from Hinchy. Hat-trick.
Yes, a tremendous performance, and Redcliffe just way too good. And there's Hinchy, who scored that dramatic last-moment try in the Queensland Cup Grand Final, and he's able to slip it away there. And Hurren was the man just sitting right behind him. Aaron Douglas and
Concentration, the boys. But really, they haven't used their back line as we perhaps would have expected.
Well, that's why, because they haven't controlled the ball in the middle.
Cleel, wow, what an offload by Cleel to Ackerman and back to Miller. Miller, back to Ackerman again. What a combination, and stepping back inside, Canning has scored. He's over again. Now the celebrations can well and truly start for the Dolphins. They go to a 32 points to 6 lead. Bevan Canning scores another try for them, and it's all red and white.
We're still able to offload this ball. Have a look at this. Plenty of attention. They went high on him. The big man pops it out the back door. Ackerman keeps it alive. Fires the pass up here to Miller. Good pass out again to Ackerman. He looks on the outside and finds Bevan Canning. The step and the duck. What's this? Underneath. And almost loses it. Just manages to control it and get it down. And that's what happens when you're leading 28 points to 6. You know, with a couple of minutes to go in the grand final. You can do these things. You can duck, you can dive, you can have the ball dislodged, and somehow or other they all seem to stick because confidence is sky high, and you can just go on and play it with all your ability. Have a look at this. Bevan Canning, step back on the inside, under Sipple. The ball was...
There are men lining up. It goes back. Ian Graham, field goal attempt. It's kicked it. What a hero! And Redcliffe lead by 35 points to 6. Be careful, he might put another one on the Tigers. No, he can't. And that's it. Full time. The 1997 premiers are the Redcliffe Dolphins, and they are indeed in all 3 grades. They won the Colts, they won the A grade, and they've won the Premier grade premiership. Redcliffe 35, East 6. After Redcliffe also won the Queensland Cup, and the red and white army from up on the peninsula have come down to watch a great grand final, and they look pretty pleased with themselves too up on the peninsula. Even the smallest of fans, as the youngsters join their dads. What a special moment. And while he might not quite remember that, certainly Dad will.